Thank you. Good evening. This is a conference meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule and set forth in the revision R-24-174 adopted by the Township Council at its conference meeting on July 17th, 2024. At this point in time, I would like to move a resolution authorizing us to, a motion authorizing us to go into an executive session for the purposes of litigation and personnel.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain. Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm please going to ask the public. We're going to adjourn here, and roughly we will try to return around 7. So we thank you for leaving here because we're going to have our executive session in here, and we look forward for you returning later. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. For those of you who are just joining us, we were in executive session, and so at this point in time, I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Okay. Motion carried. Yeah, but we're not there yet. We got you. Thank you. Okay. Please, everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I ask that you remain standing because we have a guest with us who's going to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Woo!
Emily Aronson. Emily, before you sit down, would you like to say anything? You have a beautiful voice. Thank you so much. Would you just like to tell us anything about yourself?
Hi, I'm Emily Aronson. I am going into 9th grade in about a month to Montclair High School. And I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you all for having me.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you so much. This is something that we're just trying here. I love the idea of inviting our students from Montclair to come forth and do things like that. And it sort of, grounds us all and helps us really stay focused on what it's all about. And so I'm so grateful that you would be here with us this evening. Thank you so much. If others of you have people that you think would like to come and do the same, please reach out to me. At this point in time, please, I'd like to make a motion that we have our manager, Mike Lapola, as our secretary pro tempore.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? It carries. I'd like to make a motion, please, that we accept the minutes from the last meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're voting, we're accepting the minutes from the last meeting. I moved it, there was a second.
Do
You have any discussion?
Were minutes prepared? Well, the first question, were minutes prepared
No, for the,
and
Oh.
provided to the council?
oh, no.
I don't know if there were minutes
No.
prepared.
Okay, so strike that.
This one and this.
Yeah. But that,
Sorry. This is July 1 meeting, not the last meeting. It was the
we never
17th.
voted on that one?
No.
Oh,
I don't think we did.
okay. Mr. Secretary, please, do you have knowledge that we voted on the July 1st minutes, or we did not? to accept them. Does anyone?
I don't recall, Mayor, if there was a motion to do the minutes last time.
I think.
Go ahead,
May I?
go ahead.
I think at the last minute, we approved the July 1st meeting minutes because we were all at that meeting, and then we had said we would, for those of us who had not seen the June 11th, I think it was,
Yeah.
we would watch that and then approve at a later date, so.
So,
That's what I recall.
so do you want me to make a motion for the June 11th?
Okay.
Yeah.
So did everyone have an opportunity to watch the June meeting that we were being asked to vote on? Does anyone need any more time for that, or are we ready to make a vote on that at this time? Everyone ready? If you need more time, it's fine. We've
can
been
also
asked to
probably
vote on a
abstain.
meeting that happened before we became elected to the council, and so I just want to make sure that they had an opportunity because it required that we go back and watch that. Does anyone need more time? No. Okay.
I did not watch the whole thing again.
Okay. So,
It was terrible. No.
You were here, I saw you here the
I
whole
was
time,
here,
Eric.
but-
so-
okay. So I'm going to hold that until our next meeting, and then we can put that on the next meeting. Hopefully, everybody will have an opportunity to watch that, and if not, at least have an idea of whether you think that it is something that you're in favor of or not. We'll move on to the next item. I'm really excited this evening because we're going to have a presentation from our planner, Janice Talley, and Housing Commission and Unhousing Committee that's been working for a very long time. And I'd like to call you forward at this time, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present and bring you up to speed with where we are with affordable housing in Montclair. So I know I submitted a report to you summarizing the history and where we are with housing, the new regulations. I have a bit of a PowerPoint presentation here. It won't take very long. I promise you only 10 minutes. And then I'll be more than welcome to answer any questions. We also have representatives from the Coalition for the Unhoused who did a strategic plan to address homelessness, and I have copies here to distribute. They'll follow my presentation with the brief and have a brief PowerPoint presentation, and then the wrap-up will be representatives of the Housing Commission who are going to present some of the findings we had from a Rutgers design studio in their the urban planning school at Rutgers at the Blaustein School. They had a semester-long design studio on affordable housing in Montclair. And I have copies of the final report to present to you, and I believe they're going to be summarizing that as well as the work of the Housing Commission.
Yes.
So to get started, I don't know if any of you caught the article in the most recent, in a recent New York Times, I think it was July 13th, which is a really good summary of affordable housing in New Jersey. 4 decades, 1975. The New Jersey Supreme Court came down with a decision called Mount Laurel 1. And in Mount Laurel 1, the decision was that exclusionary zoning policies are illegal. There were municipalities who had minimum lot sizes and densities that basically made it impossible for lower and moderate income households to live in their municipalities, and so the Supreme Court decision struck that down, and that kind of set the stage. In '83, there was a Supreme Court decision known as Mount Laurel 2, and really what that did, it created a basis, a framework for the state of New Jersey to structure affordable housing. There are no other states in the nation that have structured affordable housing akin to what the state of New Jersey does. And in fact, we are considered, believe it or not, a model for other for other states to create affordable housing. So in 1985, the state adopted the Fair Housing Act. That created the process. And as you can see, we've had 4 rounds of affordable housing obligation. That came up with a number of how many affordable units each municipality is required to provide. Starting in 1986, municipalities had to do a housing element and fair share plan, which, by the way, is adopted by both the planning board, that's the housing element, and the council adopts the fair share plan. So you work very hand in hand with the planning board on these. So the first round was for the period of 1986 to 1992. The second round was 93 to 99. We kind of lost ourselves a little bit in the third round. There was quite a few lawsuits there. We changed the process, and rather than have it being determined by the Council on Affordable Housing, it moved to the courts. And that was the third round obligation. And here we are today with a new process. There's a, I'll get into that, it's called the fourth round, 2025 to 2035. Right, so I want to kind of start as what is affordable housing? And this is housing that is affordable to households that make a certain amount of income. It's not public housing. And there's three different categories. We have to provide housing that's affordable to very low income households, those that make that less than 30% of the median household income for the housing region. That's when you do a housing plan, you have to make sure that at least 13% of the housing units that are created are affordable to very low income households. The second is low income households. Those are defined as households with incomes between 30 and 50% of the median household income for the housing region, and at least 50% of the affordable units created must be low income households or affordable to low income households. That includes the very low income percentage as well. And then there's moderate income households, which are defined as 50 to 80% of the median gross income. And again, no more than half of your affordable housing units can be affordable to moderate income households. So what does that mean in Montclair? This table shows the salaries, the household income that qualifies for households of various sizes. As you can see, it starts at a low of $27,000 for a one-person household that falls under the category of very low income, and goes all the way up to a household income of $120,000 for a six-person household, which is a moderate income household. So in Montclair, we adopted our first housing element and fair share plan in 1987 for the first round. In 1997, we adopted a plan for the second round. In 2004, we just did things a little bit differently, and the township created the Housing Commission and prepared and approved what's known as an affordable housing strategy. It's really going beyond the structure in the housing element and fair share plan that's required by statute and legislation in the state. We did our own, and that identified a need of 3,800 affordable units. We also, at that time, adopted our first inclusionary zoning ordinance. In 2009, we adopted a housing element and fair share plan for the third round obligation and increased the set-aside in our inclusionary zoning ordinance. So in the 2009 housing element and fair share plan, the state determined, well, at this point it's called a gross share approach. The calculations that were supported by the state determined that we had an obligation of 320 units. Now that's not just 320 units of new construction. The way the process works is there's one component of that is called the rehabilitation share, and those are housing units within your municipality that are occupied by low and moderate income households. And they require improvements to bring them up to code. So our number in 2009 was 148 units as part of the rehabilitation share. The prior round obligation, again, remember this is the third round affordable housing plan. That's really addressing the housing need from previous plans that were not addressed. We had addressed ours, so that was 0. And our prospective need, meaning the need to create new affordable housing, was 162 units. So that included a fair share plan. We introduced our IZ, or increased the set aside in our inclusionary zoning ordinance. I think it was one per 11 or 1 per 12 previously. We increased that to 20%. The plan itself included a market to affordable housing program, and it proposed a housing rehabilitation program, among other techniques to address our housing need. So this is where we are right now in terms of the affordable housing that is in Montclair. This is an updated map that the staff in the planning department created. You can see the majority of our units fall under the qualifications of 294 of senior housing units, where we have 294 units. We have a total of 775 units. Our prior cycle credits, which I'll go into a little bit more detail later, is the second largest category at 181 units, and then redevelopment, which are units that were largely created within the last 10 years. We have 155 units. As you can see on that map, the majority of them are along the Bloomfield Avenue corridor. And unfortunately, I had notes, but my notes are not popping up on my presentation, so I have to find my notes in my report here. So overall, over 75% of the affordable units are in the 4th ward. There are 170 affordable units in the 3rd ward, 22 in the 2nd ward, and 2 in the 1st ward. So I know that it's been a concern of the township, and the council is trying to distribute these more fairly throughout the township. So here's some details on our inclusionary, our units that were created through the inclusionary development program. We have, according to here, it's only 13 dwelling units. These are inclusionary zone projects created through our inclusionary zoning ordinance that are not tied to a redevelopment plan. So as you can see, they're smaller units because it's 20% of the market units. These are not large projects, but it does include some projects, one of which is in the Watchung Plaza area, so it's a little bit more distributed throughout the town. Our IZO ordinance, interestingly, applies to all new housing units created. If there's a net increase of 5 or more units, one of those units, or 20% of those units, have to be affordable. Through redevelopment, we've created over 155 affordable units in these various projects. Again, these include projects that are completed or under construction or are planned. The Market to Affordable program was created originally as part of our second round housing element and fair share plan. In these projects, we partnered with a nonprofit organization. Most of these were created with partnerships through HomeCore, who purchased these units. We helped finance this and basically took these market rate units and converted them into deed restricted affordable units. And if I could find my notes here. We have a total of 44 units that were created through this program. We did lose some of these programs as HomeCore sold some of them, and some of them do not have. Some of them, the deed restrictions did expire. Some of the other techniques we use, we have a couple of 100% affordable housing projects. Some of these are for sale. Some of these are rental. The for sale, the 6 duplex units at Talbot Street were for sale units. We are proposing 3 units at 14 Miller Street. That's a property that the township acquired last year. Prior cycle credits, I had mentioned earlier, are those that were projects that were built in the late 70s and early 80s. Through, interestingly, at least the 2 Matthew Carter projects were created as part of the original urban renewal plan for the Lackawanna Plaza project. Extension of controls. This is something that's relatively new because a lot of the affordable units that we created starting in the late 80s or mostly in the 90s only had 20-year deed restrictions. So starting in 2014, these projects were losing their deed restrictions. So we started a program to extend the affordability controls on those units. We worked with Home Corps. They had some projects as well where the deed restrictions expired. If you don't have a deed restriction on an affordable unit, in terms of the calculations of affordable units in your municipality per the state, it doesn't count. So it's very important that you create those deed restrictions, and it gives us the mechanism to ensure that they are occupied by low and moderate income households. We have 4 senior housing projects in the township. There are 294 units of affordable senior housing units scattered throughout the township. And alternative living arrangements, those are projects, it's really supportive housing. We might have more than this. These are the ones that I know of at this point. But they are projects where they're designed to provide permanent supportive housing for special needs population. We also started a home improvement program. I know this was part of our third round housing plan, but we started this program probably 2019, 2020. We at that point had sufficient funds in our housing trust fund to get this program up and running. Prior to that, we relied 100% on the home improvement program that is operated by the county. Since this program was created in 2020, we've had 5 projects that have been completed. 2 are currently under construction, 2 are in pre-construction, 4 of them are under eligibility review. And I don't need to go into all the other details, but it's been a very popular program, and it's very useful because there are eligible households. These are low and moderate income households. They meet the income eligibility requirements, and in most instances, it's households that acquired their house many, many years ago. They bought the house 30 years ago. A lot of these are senior citizens. They're on limited incomes, so they meet the affordability requirements. And this program provides funding to bring the house up to code. It's not for anything extra. We send in a home inspector. They find code issues within within the home, and develop a cost estimate, and we provide funding to basically bring it up to code. Our housing trust fund started in 2002. We've collected over $4 million. The way it works in New Jersey is you have to have your spending plan approved by the state. We got it approved by COA when COA was active. In 2018, we got it approved by the judge because through a consent order. At that point, that was when housing plans were overseen by the court. And over time, we've amended the plan to include programs such as the extension of affordability controls. We provide a $10,000 grant to households that agree to extend their affordability controls. Those funds are used to make improvements to the house. It's kind of an incentive for them to participate in that. We, again, have money set aside. This gives you how it's been spent. We spent quite a bit of money on the Market to Affordable program since 2002. We have a rental assistance, first-time homebuyer assistance program. That affordability assistance is mandated by the state. We have to set aside a certain amount of funds for those purposes. They are limited only to occupants of deed-restricted affordable units. So that's why the numbers, you don't see the numbers are very high there, and especially pertaining to the rental assistance. Okay. And the new affordable regulations that were signed into law March 20th, 2024, finally, this officially abolishes the Council on Affordable Housing. They were in existence in name only for the last 10 years. It streamlines the process for future rounds. The law itself is probably 80 pages. I'm not going to go through all the details. It establishes a new methodology for calculating affordable housing obligations and provides updates to how you determine affordability controls, manage your trust fund, and provide reporting. So some of the key changes are they've changed the bonus structure. The state uses bonus credits to encourage municipalities to provide a certain type of housing. In the past, they gave you bonus credits for rental units because they thought that they had to encourage municipalities to provide affordable rental units and gave you a bonus. They got rid of that. There were bonus credits for senior housing. Well, most municipalities do provide senior housing, and I think they minimized the bonus for that. They added new bonus credits. So there's a bonus for special needs and supportive housing. So for each unit you provide, you get a bonus of one additional unit, a credit. They provide bonus credits for 100% affordable housing projects. This is new, they now provide a bonus credit for market to affordable projects, which we've been doing for many years, and a half bonus credit for nonprofit partnerships for sale units, for transit-oriented development, redevelopment, age-restricted units, if you provide additional 3-bedroom units beyond what is required, et cetera, and you get a half bonus credit for the extension of affordability controls, many of which we do many of these programs right now. They changed the terms of the affordability controls. It used to be, it was silent, and everybody used a 30-year affordability control. Under the new proposed regulations, the minimum term for a deed restriction is 40 years for rental units, 30 years for sale units, and 30 years for extension of affordability controls. So under this new process that the state has created, there's a new timeline. As of the date that the DCA is going to publish the new numbers, our new 4th round obligation is October 20th of this year. Municipalities have to adopt a resolution accepting those numbers, and that deadline for submitting that resolution to the state is January 31st of 2025. If you want to challenge the numbers, the deadline for submitting the challenge to the state is February 28th, 2025. And this is the key. The municipalities are required to file an adopted housing element and fair share plan for the 4th round with the state on June 30th, 2025. If an entity wants to challenge your plan, they have until August of 31st to challenge your plan. That's usually if there's a developer who contests what's in your plan. And then the deadline for adopting all the ordinances in your fair share plan is March 2026. And there are ramifications if you don't file your housing element and fair share plan. You basically leave yourself subject to lawsuits for nonconformance with the affordable housing requirements. So some considerations for the 4th round plan. And I know one of the things we talked about is, yes, Montclair has been designated as of 2024 as an urban aid municipality. What does that mean? It means that we are exempt from a prospective need obligation. However, we've been in this position before. The concern is that prospective, that urban aid designation is recalculated every year. So we don't know, we may lose that designation and then in the future then be required to meet a prospective need obligation. And number 2, there's been other municipalities who are actively challenging the urban aid exception on a fairness issue. A lot of the development throughout the state and a lot of affordable housing development has been in municipalities that are designated as urban aid. We meet that because of our density requirement. So does Jersey City, so does Hoboken. There's a lot of municipalities and cities that have seen a lot of development that are exempt from the affordable housing prospective need requirement.
I'm sorry, Janice, can you say, why do we meet that urban?
Our density.
Because we have 41,000 people that live here, or what?
Per acre, persons per acre.
So, we're one of the richest towns in New Jersey. How can we be an urban aid district?
It's based on the definition that they have, and there's multiple factors for defining urban aid. One of them is density, and that's where we fall under. So besides that point, I think some of the thoughts that we've had to address in our affordable housing plan moving forward, number one, and I think you'll hear some of this information, affordable housing is an issue. You've probably read a lot of information about the burden to low and moderate income households, particularly as rising rents have created a burden for renter households. The sales prices in Montclair have increased significantly. In fact, they've outpaced incomes significantly. There's very little on the market. So there's a housing crunch, and I know we'll have details later in the presentation that the Housing Commission is going to make. But one of the things that we have to address in terms of how do we address our new affordable housing obligation, we've been talking about among staff and with members of the Housing Commission and the Coalition for the Unhoused. A couple of ideas. One is working with faith-based organizations, which we have. I don't have the map here, but they are spread out throughout the township. They have excess resources in terms of land and buildings, and are looking for alternative uses for their excess resources. And one of the things that we're trying to do is come up with providing affordable housing in concert with faith-based organizations. This is a trend that's been going on across the country. There's a lot of interest because it tends to mirror their missions, and we can partner with them on these initiatives as well. Number two is, again, using vacant township-owned properties. We've had identified properties that are appropriate for affordable housing. They have not been made available in the past or successfully made available for various affordable housing purposes. There's properties on Wildwood Avenue. There's properties on New Street. Those are the ones that were considered as part of the previous Housing Element and Fair Share Plan. They're still available for affordable housing. As you know, in the past couple of years, we did adopt a new accessory dwelling unit ordinance. There's a new program at the state that was included in part of the governor's budget to create a pilot program providing up to $100,000 in capital loans and construction financing for affordable accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units could be a component of our housing plan. We could apply for this grant program at the state level to make funding available to create these accessory dwelling units. We've had our ordinance in place about 2 years. We've seen 4 ADUs approved through our building permit process. We've got 1 pending right now before the Board of Adjustment. I think it's been a little bit slow because interest rates are high, construction costs are high. I think there's things that we can do, and particularly if we make some capital financing available to help jumpstart that program. And the other thing we've been talking about is revising our affordable housing regulations to increase an additional set-aside or a portion of our set-aside to create supportive housing or housing for people with special needs. And I think you'll hear a little bit more about that in the presentations to follow. So unless you have any questions for me, I'll be here. We can save your questions for later, and I'll have the Coalition for the Unhoused.
Janice, is this available online for people that would like to get a copy of your PowerPoint?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will make it available after tonight's meeting.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes. And then you.
So, Janice, we have a Montclair Home Improvement Program, right?
Yes.
And how much funds are in that, and how is it funded?
It's funded through, it's the Housing Trust Fund.
The Montclair Home Improvement is the Housing
Yeah, it
Trust Fund.
comes out
They're
of our
not
housing-
separate programs. It's part of the...
It's funded through our Housing Trust
Okay.
Fund.
So I have a question for you. I looked at the application, and it's all about income.
Yes.
And there's an income cap. But I could have $5 million in the bank, and I'm not required to touch my assets. I can still be eligible for that program, even if I'm wealthy, but I
It's-
have a relatively low income. Is that fair?
It's strictly, that's the way it was set up. It's strictly income-based. We don't do an asset valuation.
Set up by who? Is that by the town?
The township approved, when we did the policies and procedures manual for
Yeah.
this program, it was approved by the township.
Yeah, because in my view, you only have a limited pot of money, right? And why are we giving it to people who might have, as I said, quite a hunk of
That's-
money in the bank? We don't look at that. Other programs, you look at both the assets and the income.
And that's something we can, if that's something you want to look at, we can certainly open that up and change the policy and procedures for that program.
Okay. And, my other question, it doesn't seem like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we have programs in place that try to make available funds or opportunities for people to buy their home outright. Because one of the problems is, as we know, there's a big gap between, wealth between minorities and white folk, and we're not doing anything to help correct that here in town. Are we?
I'm not quite sure what you're,
I'm just saying, so
Talking
we
about-
want to have a path to home ownership, not just to rental. This is all about renting for the most part.
No.
We have a couple of Talbot Village, a couple of very few units that are to be owned. So I'm just wondering, is that something we should be looking at, a path to home ownership for people to transfer generational wealth?
we do that through the inclusionary zoning ordinance. If somebody wants to structure those as for sale units, we provide funding for that. We provided funding for Talbot Village,
Yeah.
which is for sale units.
That's
So there's
6
nothing
units.
prohibiting that.
Right, no,
We-
our philosophy has been to stick to rental units for the most part.
I think that's where the market has, in terms of the IZO ordinance, it has been focusing on rental units.
Yeah.
I know that we have partnered in the past with HomeCore. They've purchased over their history 2-family houses and sold them. So the problem is when they sell them, they're sold.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So I didn't make that part of my presentation because they're no longer deed restricted.
Right.
Okay, so there have been programs that we've done in the past, and if we want to create similar programs and provide, I believe it had a 10-year deed restriction on it. When somebody purchased a 2-family house, once that deed restriction expires over the years, this was prior to my being in the township, then we lost the ability to track those. It was no longer considered affordable housing. So,
Thank
but
you.
it's something we can certainly talk about.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. You mentioned there's 775 units in total in Montclair. I heard all of the numbers for 3rd, 2nd, and 1st Ward. I'm sorry, I missed the numbers for 4th Ward. You said there was 170 for 3rd Ward, 22 for 2nd Ward, 2 in the 1st Ward. I just didn't hear the 4th Ward number.
There's 582 in the
Thank
4th
you.
ward.
And then I have another question. Are you able to let us know which apartments or units the deed restrictions have expired on to date? Do you have a list of those available?
I would have to, which ones have,
said-
I mean, I know Montclair Muse, so we had, out of the Montclair Muse, there were, I believe, at one point 40 units there. We've
40?
we've extended the affordability controls on 20 of them. Those were for sale units, by the way. So I can, if you want to know which ones have expired, I don't have, I can probably find the addresses of some of them, but some of them, it would take a lot of digging to find out which 2-family houses that.
Would you mind?
I will see what I can
Thank
do.
you. And one other question. You mentioned House of Worship's re-affordable housing. Is that something that you yourself are looking into? Or is that something that you're going to present to the council so that there can be a full discussion? Because you're saying House of Worships can partner with developers, or what? How does that work?
Well, normally what they'd have to do is they'd have to find a partner, which either a developer or a nonprofit organization who can fund it, develop it, and manage it in partnership with the housing.
So they would
with
like
the-
offer them a lease, offer the House of Worship a lease?
Everyone's structured differently. We can help, we could provide, we could contribute to that. You know, we have through this Market to Affordable, we can, program, we could contribute some funding to it, a certain amount of money per unit, but they would have to come up with other funding sources. So really what we're trying to do is bring the players together. Rather than have churches sell off their excess land or their excess buildings for market housing, which we've seen throughout the township, there's other alternatives that we want to help them explore.
And you'll keep us abreast of that, correct? I mean, you'll let us know when the next meeting, because you had a meeting already back in March, right?
It was at the Housing Commission meeting. We invited the faith-based organizations to attend. They want to proceed independent. They don't want to have these public discussions. They want to be able to discuss privately with developers.
You mean the developers wanted to talk privately with the House of Worships?
The houses of
first?
worship want to explore their options in a private setting. It didn't come from the developers, it came from the houses of worship. We had a housing commission meeting, which, as you know, are public meetings, where representatives of several housing left the meeting because there was a reporter there and they didn't feel comfortable. So we're trying to respect their privacy. Okay. Ours is not an active role at this point. What comes before you, the council, is if we have any money involved and if we have to change any of our ordinances.
Okay.
And so we'll make that, I will make that part of the discussion, but I have to respect when the houses of worship say, Janice, we want to be able to have some privacy amongst ourselves and not discuss this at a public meeting until we're ready to. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
So just I have two questions, actually. So on the urban aid municipalities, from what I understand, there's also a sort of your grandfathered, you can be formally exiting the criteria, but then they will give you a period of grace, but it's not really defined what it is. Is that correct?
Well, it is defined. We meet the definition, and we're exempt from this prospective need. Really what that means is that we are protected from a builder's remedy lawsuit. That's the biggest threat that municipalities have, that a developer is going to sue them for not meeting their fair share.
But is there guidance? I mean, is there some sort of objective criteria that we can look at, that will let us know when we are exiting that classification? And from what I understand, it isn't cut and dried, that there are...
We are the victim. There is a definition, and there's certain criteria. It is cut and dry in the whether or not you fall into the urban aid.
And some have fallen out in the last couple of years.
Yeah, we have not.
Okay.
So they may change the definition. They may change the regulations. That's what I'm saying, that you can't, I wouldn't want us to rely on that and then be exposed to a potential builder's remedy lawsuit because we haven't done anything. And I think we've actually have a very good track record of making affordable housing important.
But in January, I mean, it is the last day of July. And so we are not going to get a number from the state that we have to
Our perspective
look at.
Our perspective need will be zero.
Will be zero, but will we have to pass ordinances related to that?
We are going to have a rehabilitation component. So yes,
Okay.
they're going to give us a certain number of housing units that need to be rehabbed. So that will be, and I'm sure our prior round obligation will be zero as well. So, but we will have that rehabilitation obligation. So we will have to pass a resolution and support whatever that number is.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I just have a follow-up question on the faith-based housing initiative.
Yeah.
So if a house of worship has land and currently it's not taxed because it's a house of worship, if they build affordable housing on it, is there any tax coming to the town?
I don't have an answer to that. It probably depends on how it's structured. If it's a component of the church, maybe not. If they subdivide it and sell it, or you have a long-term lease, it probably would be.
Okay, thank you.
Would that be part of the bonus credits that you mentioned? Because you said nonprofits, and I didn't hear the other. You were speaking so fast. So
Yeah,
Would
they're
House
all
of
they're
Worships
all
be part
they're
of
all in
that
the
bonus?
report that I sent you. They're on the presentation here, but depending on how it's structured, it could be special needs housing. You get bonus credits for that.
I got
If
that.
it's 100%, and this if it's on a church property and it's 100% affordable housing, you get bonus credits for that. So
So House of Worships, if they go into a deal with a developer, I'm asking, would that be a bonus credit?
It depends on how it's structured.
Okay. And how much is the bonus credit that the town would get for something like that? Do you know?
Well, again, the regulations are new, and the way we would get, if it's supportive housing or special needs housing, we'd get one bonus credit for each unit. If it's 100% affordable, we'd get one bonus credit, which is basically you get 2 for 1. If it's a nonprofit partnership for sale units, you only get half a credit. So again, it's in my report. It's on I don't have the slide number, but it's on one of the slides, which I will post so that it'll all be available.
Last question. I know Carmel asked this, but we didn't get the answer. Just how much money is in the Housing Trust Fund? Would you know that?
Okay. Right now, we have over $2 million in our Housing Trust Fund. I can't give you the exact number, but it's over $2
Councilor
million.
Birmingham?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Janice, for this presentation. And I agree the slides are very helpful, and the document that you presented, I think, should also be publicly available. And if it needs to be redacted, I think it's really helpful. But one of the questions and one of the reasons that we all love living in Montclair is when we talk about having a 20% set aside requirement for new construction, and we often hear, why not 50%? Why not 70%? Can you talk a little bit about the concept of compensatory benefit that needs to go to a developer and why you really do have to balance what you ask from a developer? Because the New Jersey courts have found that the municipality is responsible, not the developer. And if you're asking them for something, you sort of have to give them something back. So can you talk a little bit about how that works here?
Well, okay. Every project is different. You may have heard there are projects out there that have larger set-asides, 30%, 40%, 50%, even more. There's 100%. A lot of it depends upon the details. It depends upon how it's funded, how it's financed. If you get low-income tax credits, there's other tax credits, it changes the set-aside, and they have the ability to increase it. Our projects all relied on private financing. And I think we've shown that a 20% set-aside works for projects that are funded with private financing. Some of our earlier redevelopment plans, we had a 10% set-aside. The argument at that point was because we were asking for other public benefits. There was no, to my knowledge, there was no exhaustive pro forma analysis that showed that. That was really a council decision at that time. I think what we've seen is that 20% works. The concern is if you increase the IZO, the set-aside, beyond 20%, at some point, it becomes undoable. You won't get your projects built, and that's the concern that among other planners. Where do you find that soft spot where you get the public benefits that you want? Okay, so as you can see, our IZO has been applied across the board. And a lot of these projects, you get 1 or 2, and I think the effect of that is these affordable units, we administer them ourselves. We don't allow the developers to administer them, which some other municipalities do. So we kind of control them. We know what's going on, and I think it's been pretty much. Not only do you distribute it better throughout the township, but you distribute it better within neighborhoods. Obviously, the larger projects is where we get the larger number of units. And I think at that point, we do ensure that they are distributed within a building, but they're still within on that property. That's all I can. There's no magic number to that.
During our campaigns for office, there was a topic that came up, and I think it was a question that we all had to wrangle with, which was about our peer town, Maplewood's RFP for 100% affordable buildings, and the rationale, and I had an exchange with the with the person running it was that it was easier to administer if you could concentrate the effort in one project. That was their feeling. And the proposals were all supposed to come in, I think, on the 15th of May, when we were all busy being hung over from our elections. Is there any indication of what happened with that? I didn't check back in with them.
I don't know. I can't report on what happened in Maplewood. We do have 100% affordable projects. Clearly, our senior housing projects are 100%
Right.
affordable.
This was ballyhooed, though, in the press as like being a big change, that whatever it was they were doing. I don't really know the project
And-
details.
And again, it would require whoever is the developer almost would have to be subsidized. You know, you
Yeah, clearly.
have to get it financed through various, usually it's, you get the capital stack from various funding sources to pay for that. So that's fine, and that does work. But you concentrated in one location, and I think that's just one answer. As you can see, there's a lot of different mechanisms for creating affordable housing, and quite honestly, it's not one size fits all for every municipality. It's not one size fits all for Montclair. I think that the trick is getting the right combination of programs to achieve the affordable housing policies and goals that we have. And that's what we're going to be doing, working with you and working with the planning board to come up with what our goal is. You know, where do we want to see affordable housing? How do we want to see it created? Do we want to encourage for sale units, et cetera? So, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Thank you, Janice. Really appreciate this presentation. My question is about the ADUs. So, I'm glad we have the ordinance, and I'm glad to know that there's a new grant to provide some funding. But in addition to that, I think, when I've been talking to residents about, their interest in building ADUs on their properties, they talk about cost, but they also talk about the restrictiveness of the current ordinance and the process. So I'm just wondering if you think that there's an opportunity to look at that ordinance and see if there's a way to amend it to enable more of the ADU building.
Absolutely. I think there's some tweaks that we need to make already, based on our experience over the past 2 years. But there's some of the issues regarding the ADU would be a much longer discussion. Do we really want to allow people to put a dwelling unit above the garage? We've had a lot of applicants come in. They want to put the dwelling unit above the garage, and it's been a longstanding policy on the part of the Board of Adjustment that they want to protect privacy in the neighbors' rear yards. So is that something we can do by limiting the location of windows? So it's a conversation we can have.
Councillor Lockman?
So I guess I'm thinking about this a little bit differently. And I know that we have, developers can have the option to pay cash in lieu of doing an affordable unit. Is that correct?
Only if it's approved by the township.
The
Right
council?
now, right. We
Yeah.
require them to provide them on site. They cannot buy it, pay for it. They pay for the fractional unit.
Okay, so if I wanted to say, for example, I know that the amount in lieu of is roughly $200,000, which hasn't been updated since 2021 and probably needs to be updated
Probably
because there's
does,
been a
yeah.
lot of inflation in that time. So if I wanted to say that there's 60 affordable units at Lackawanna Plaza, but instead of having 60 units at Lackawanna Plaza, we took $200,000 for each of those units, that's $12 million, and put that into the trust fund and use that money to rehabilitate and renovate housing, smaller housing within the community. Is that something that's doable? And then the other advantage to that is that those affordable units that they're not affordable anymore. If those 60 units were made market rate, for years and years to come, we get market rate taxes. Is that something that's, am I thinking like this could never happen? Because it seems to me it's kind of a win. You could have affordable housing through through the trust fund, the addition of $12 million throughout the town in neighborhoods that could do with uplifting and rehabilitation, and then you get the advantage of getting market rate taxes ad infinitum until, the building falls down or whatever.
Two concerns.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you would ever have enough units to be rehabilitated to meet that number.
60? We don't have 60 units to be rehabilitated in Montclair?
You can see in 2 years we've had 5. So I think that's a concern,
Okay.
number one. Number two, I think you're losing an opportunity to provide new affordable units. Our waiting list, okay, for rental units, and I got these numbers today. For Montclair residents waiting for rental units in Montclair, 1,555. In the last month alone, we've had 46 names added to our waiting list, at 46 households. So that component would not be addressed through that, so it might be considered a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that since 2009, which a lot of these things go back to, there's been hardly any new ideas about affordable housing. And we need new ideas.
Absolutely.
We need people to come forward and say, hey, here's a good idea. Hey, we have all this money coming in potentially for real estate development. How can we leverage that to help affordable housing throughout the town? That's another thing, not just on the Bloomfield Avenue corridor and in the 4th Ward. So I'm just throwing stuff out there. I'm trying to think, what else can we do besides what we've been doing, the same old, same old.
I think that's, again, we're going to have to put our thinking caps on. This is the opportunity. We're doing a new housing plan, and that should be part of it.
But Janice, also, we have been faced with some new opportunities that we haven't historically done in Montclair. For example, in Montclair, historically, other than the senior buildings, we have shied away from the fact that people are going to develop 100% affordable units, because the thought was that we didn't want people to be identified by their income walking down the street, so people can point and say, oh, you live in the house where the people that have low income live. And so now with the new regulations and laws that are coming out, the ones that you were talking about, and the new opportunities to get funding for 100% affordable units, it looks like we might be revisiting some of the thoughts of the past, at least.
Yeah.
And even in terms of density, and that's why it's so important that we hear from the residents at large, because there's things that are on the books now where you get density bonuses. And so if the township, the residents are not involved, and just certain people are going to the table and expressing opinions on these things, before we know it, people will have other things like increasing the density. Rather than 3 stories, now you have 5 stories or more. And so, there are things, yes, we haven't done, much recently, but on the horizon there are a lot of things. And I think this time, for people that are really interested in housing, or if you're sitting out here listening to the discussion and thinking, well, I'd like to have a voice, we have a lot of empty seats on the housing committee. Go online and fill out a volunteer interest finder, because it's really an important time. And the other thing I just wanted to share, Janice, was when Councilor Lockman was speaking about the pathway to home ownership. We at one time very briefly talked about workforce housing, which was going to offer an opportunity for residents to have a pathway for home ownership. And so I'm just wondering, do you see that on the horizon? How do we get the discussions back there for some of the things that we talked about very briefly that would have given opportunities for the residents to become homeowners here in Montclair?
We do have a first-time homebuyers program. There hasn't been a lot of, we've actually, I think, only made 1 or 2, maybe, no, we used those for the, we had 7 people who participated, because all the Talbot Village residents took advantage of that. And the county has a first-time homebuyers program. So we do have a mechanism to assist, but they have to be moving into, at least for the township's program, under state regulations, they have to be moving into a deed-restricted affordable unit. That's one of the requirements for funds that are coming out of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But there's also a county program. Workforce housing is a little bit different. That's also, now, a lot of people are calling it missing middle housing.
Yes.
It's not necessarily for sales units, it's also rental units. But again, it's very similar. A first-time home buyers program to help finance it for income-eligible households would be great. I think the problem is the majority of the housing units in Montclair exceed what we could,
Yeah.
even with that program, what an eligible household could afford to purchase. So how do we get those sales prices down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilor Birmingham and then Councilor Toller.
Just one more question. A few years ago, when the Mountainside Hospital redevelopment plan went through, and it's a complicated story, but of course, like, the hospital had purchased several houses in the Montclair side of the, those properties, and had let them sort of get run down, and then it was declared an area in need of rehabilitation and redevelopment. And the long short is they wound up knocking those houses down to make a parking lot. I don't believe that they paid anything into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The result of that is that we actually are getting less tax money on some of that property because it's just sitting there empty, rather than having a property. And I'm just wondering, is there something that we need to change in our ordinances? Because I know from that redevelopment plan, Glen Ridge gets almost $4 million in tax money from that hospital, and we don't get anything. And we actually, from what I could tell from looking at the tax, we wound up sort of so what do we need to change something about how that worked? Because to me, that doesn't seem like it was a great move for affordable housing there. And that's maybe we can take this.
I agree. That was a difficult situation where they needed to provide parking for the hospital. And that was the solution, was to take down some. I think there's still some houses that are outside that area, but the majority of them were taken down. The one thing that you can do is prohibit demolition. And I think we've done that through our historic preservation program by prohibiting a lot of the demolitions under the auspices of historic preservation. That's one of the recognized techniques in terms of keeping things affordable, by making those older houses stay. So,
and would we have been allowed to ask them to contribute? If they're demolishing housing, could we have said to them, you need to contribute to our trust fund in return?
I guess the issue there is they're not deed restricted. So we weren't losing any deed restricted affordable housing as part of that.
Okay.
So legally, I don't think we could have required that. Maybe we could have negotiated with it at the time.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Councilor Toller and then Councilor Lockman.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that only 5 units had been renovated. Is there a backlog, or are there more?
No, what we do is, I think if you looked at that slide, I did get numbers from our administrator. So it's been in place. It took a while to get the policy and procedures manual created and approved. It's a very extensive manual for this program. So essentially it started during COVID, 2022. So for 2 years, we've actually had 5 completed. We've had 32 applications.
Okay.
So we've done a number of workshops. We're trying to get the word out. We have flyers, we work with a lot with the seniors, trying to giving them access, because honestly, they're the ones that most likely qualify, because they meet the income requirements and they're homeowners.
And this is what you were talking about, Councilor Birmingham, where Loffman, you said we don't look at their assets, we're just looking at the income.
Yeah, so they could be sitting on $1 million house
Correct.
that they're applying for money to
you did
renovate.
share the list with us, and
Right.
it looks like most of the homes that received the funding for those repairs are in the second ward. So I'm just maybe going forward, we can ensure that your office, or either we, get the word out early enough if we're there to help families that need help filling out the paperwork, the applications, what they need.
It's a rolling program. you know, and if, I've had, like, I have had a couple of workshops. If you want me to, if you want to schedule a workshop, I can bring in
Yeah,
our
that'd be good.
administrators. What we do is we've even combined our workshops with the counties, because the county, sometimes we can't fund it, they don't meet our criteria, but they can be funded under the county. It all depends upon how income is calculated. So we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Janice, I have another question for you. So Lackawanna Plaza is about 8+ acres. The proposal is for 300 units. We have on Lloyd Road, Undercliff Road, there's a site there that's 5 acres, and they're putting up, is it 8 or 10 houses? How do we control or influence something like that to get that developer to look at building some more houses, building townhouses? I know the neighborhood would go nuts, but other than that, is that something that we can influence? The developers, they come to you with site plans, you say, hey, why don't you think about this? Why don't you think about doing townhouses or, you know, 2-family houses? Nobody's building 2-family houses anymore. Yet half the housing in Montclair is 2 or 3 family housing. What's going on there?
I think that the control is the zoning ordinance, the master plan and the zoning
Yes.
ordinance. If we identify where we want to, that particular property has some steep slopes.
Yeah, I get it.
So there's
yeah.
some significant environmental
It'll get done,
concerns.
though, and it could get done with 2 and 3 family houses rather than one
Yes.
big mega
But
mansion.
I think that if
Zoning
that's the direction you
changes,
want to go, and you
yes.
have to start with changing the plan and the zoning ordinance to make that a true public policy. Okay?
Yes. And on that note, I just want to mention, because you hear now how important the zoning laws are just regarding housing, affordable housing efforts. So if anyone's listening and interested in being considered to be a member on the Zoning Board of Adjustments, it's a very powerful group. It's a statutory group, and they have a voice in some major things that will be coming forth in terms of our affordable housing laws. You just heard how important the zoning laws that exist and have been the same for decades perhaps need to be revisited. So I'd like to thank Planner Talley for coming here. And for those of you that don't know, this is what we call a conference meeting of the council. And conference meetings are usually for educating the council. We come in here, we have either one individual group or several people present to us, share information, then we ask questions and do a deep dive. And so it's not the same pace at which, like if you're trying to rush to get to an ordinance at the end or something, that's not what we do with the conference meetings, although we go through the agenda. And so we try to alternate. And then usually we will review some of the ordinances that will actually appear on the regular meeting that follows the conference meeting. So I just wanted to explain to you, because some of you may be expecting things, or my gosh, they're taking a long time. It's a long and wonderful time, because not everybody here has participated with affordable housing again, and I hope that many of you found it helpful also, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. So thank you, Janice. Who are we going to next? Are we going to the unhoused?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So this is going to be the housing night. So I'd like to introduce Taiisa Kelly. She's the Executive Director of Monarch Housing Associates. Monarch Housing has been retained by the township to assist us in addressing the issues of the unhoused. So, Taiisa.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
So again, my name is Taiisa Kelly. I'm CEO at Monarch Housing Associates. We're a nonprofit organization that does work across the whole state on helping to support developers, nonprofit and for-profit developers, in creating supportive and affordable housing. And we also do work across the state in helping communities develop and implement plans to end homelessness. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the strategic plan to end unsheltered homelessness in Montclair. So the Unhoused Montclair Coalition has been meeting probably for about 4 years, maybe even a little bit longer than that, to talk about the issues and the needs of folks who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness within the town, to really figure out how to help get them connected to services. That group had been meeting. I know they really ramped up their meetings in 2020 during the pandemic because there was a recognition that the folks who were unhoused were at increased risk, and there was no specific solutions relevant or apparent at the time. This is a list of some of the partners that are a part of that coalition. Sorry. I will say that this is probably not an exhaustive list. There are additional partners that have been coming to the table for various parts of the conversation, but we do have representatives from the township, the police department, the library, the public schools. Janice is at the table there. And we've had representatives from the county and the state who address or deal with homeless issues at the county level and at the state level. We have partners in our foundations and the Business Improvement District that are doing active work in the Township of Montclair, as well as partners from healthcare and then service providers that are providing supports to people experiencing homelessness in the township. So this group has been meeting for quite a while. Monarch Housing Associates came to the table in 2022 to support the group in helping to develop a strategic plan. The group was really talking about specific issues kind of as they came up, but decided at some point that they really needed a strategic plan to guide the work that they were doing. So as part of that strategic planning process, we came in and talked with the members of the Unhoused Montclair Commission to really understand what the needs were, but we also held focus groups with people who were experiencing unsheltered homelessness in the town itself, to really understand what their needs were, what they were seeing from their perspective about what would be the best ways to help them address their homelessness. One of the, I'm not going to read through all of the things that came up. We'll definitely make sure you guys have a copy of this presentation. But one of the things that was really, really clear from those focus group sessions was this theme of really trying to illustrate how exhausted people were feeling, how much fear they had, how much stress they had in their lives, experiencing unsheltered homelessness, trying to figure out how they can get stabilized in housing, but really struggling with maintaining hope that there might be a solution. So this feedback really grounded the way that we approached the strategies that were developed. In terms of the need, there are two main sources that we have for identifying information about people experiencing homelessness in the community. One is the point in time count, which is a one-day count of folks who are experiencing homelessness, but the second place that we go to is what's called the Homeless Management Information System, or HIMIS. That is a database that collects information about people experiencing homelessness, who are accessing services from different providers. So it's collecting a lot of information from people on a regular basis throughout the year. From the HIMIS data, we have seen that this was back in 2022 when we did this analysis, there were about 40 people who were experiencing unsheltered homelessness in Montclair. 54% of those folks were seniors, and we used the age of 50. While we know that 50 is not technically considered a senior, just keep in mind for folks who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, they're aging at a different rate. And so 50 is really possibly more like 65 for folks who are living on the streets. 80% identified a disabling condition, and there were a wide variety of types of disabling conditions that they reported, both behavioral health, substance abuse, and physical chronic health conditions. About 50% had no income. But one thing I do want to note is that while folks did not have income, there were quite a number of folks who were interested in working and needed support to help find employment. And then about 60% of the folks were actually on the street for more than 2 years on average. And actually the average was about 4 years that they were experiencing homelessness. So these are folks who have been homeless for long periods of time and might need a lot more supports to get stable back in housing. So as part of the planning process, the Unhoused Commission kind of came up with their vision of what they wanted to accomplish through this process. And the vision is that every person has their own home. Every person in Montclair has a place to call home. And so the goal of the group and the work of the group is really to create pathways to help those folks access housing in the town. And some of the core values, and the reason I'm putting this up is because this kind of comes through in the strategies that have been identified. Some of the core values that undergird all of that are, one, that every person is worthy, and every person is worthy of support and housing. That they're working from a housing first philosophy, meaning that we want to first address their housing instability, get them stable in housing, and once a person is stable in housing, they're better able to address the other issues that are going on in their lives, and we can wrap the services around. Safety. Not only safety for the individuals who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, but safety for the community at large as well. And then also simplifying access to services. So within the plan, there are 5 key areas that we focused on. 1, addressing the immediate needs for folks who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. 2, outreach and engagement, shelter, services, and permanent housing. And I'll go into the details of each area. So within the immediate need category, this is actually one of the areas where the focus groups had a lot to say, because we actually held the focus groups in 2022 during the summer in the midst of a heat wave. So there were lots of thoughts about what their immediate needs were then at that particular moment in time. So one was this idea of really having access to water and making sure that there is access to water given the heat that they were dealing with. 2 was access to restrooms and showers. So some of those things, especially considering we were coming out of the pandemic, some of the facilities that they might have been able to access were not open to the public regularly, so they had limited access to restroom facilities, to shower facilities. There was this conversation around needing a place for storage for their things. For some folks who are on the street, they may not actually go to services because they're afraid of losing their belongings, the few things that they do possess in life. So they might stay where their stuff is located instead of actually accessing services. And then the last piece that they talked about was enhanced food choices. Now, Montclair Township has a lot of programs that are providing food to folks, and there was a recognition that people know where to go to get their meals. The one challenge that they had is, considering their lifestyle of walking basically all day, they're expending more calories getting to the meal than they are getting from the meal itself that they're eating just because of their lifestyle. So there was this conversation about how can we increase the either amount of food or the amount of calories or the nutrition of the food to make it easier for them because of their consistent transient nature. One thing I do want to report from the immediate need piece is that we have actually started the access to water component. And thanks to the Business Improvement District, there were some water bottles that were purchased and have begun distribution amongst providers to people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. So that is underway. The second area that we focused on is outreach and engagement. So this is really considering the fact that folks have been on the street for so long. There is a lot of effort that has to go into really engaging them, because it's very likely that they have accessed programs in the past and have not succeeded in programs, have been burned by programs, have not had great experiences. So how do we help re-engage them to know that there's a hope if they actually go to agencies? So one of the ways that we looked at doing that is, 1, increasing the outreach support, and that is outreach that is actually going out on the street and engaging with folks where they're sleeping or where they're hanging out. 2 is ID assistance. As you can imagine, if you're unsheltered, it's really hard to maintain track of your photo ID, birth certificate, social security card, and the reality is you need all 3 of those forms of ID to access any services within the homeless service system. So having access to your IDs is really critical. So we wanted to create a program to help support people regain those IDs. There was discussion about how can we enhance the health services that are available. There are lots of mobile health outreach opportunities that are happening. But one of the challenges that folks identified is that some of the things that they specifically need are not included in those mobile outreaches. So for example, access to podiatry care because they're walking all day, dental, vision. One of the things that we didn't think about is that people will lose their glasses and then they can't read the forms and they can't fill out the forms and they just stay away from the process altogether. So slightly different types of healthcare needs that maybe we didn't keep in mind when those things were first being created. And then the last thing in this area is the co-location of services. How can we make it easier for folks to get into the services by having multiple services in one location so that they're not walking back and forth across town to get to appointments? In this section, I'm happy to report that we've actually launched the ID Assistance Program. So through a partnership with the Partners for Health Foundation, thank you. Partners for Health Foundation and Bridges Outreach, which is an outreach agency that does some work in Greater Essex County, Newark. They have launched the ID support and have started working with folks to help get them connected to ID. So those are two things that are underway. Third area that we talked about was shelter. So the reality is for folks who are living on the street, there's a lot of reasons why they might be unsheltered, but what we want to make sure is that they have an access to, if they are willing to engage and go into shelter, that they have a pathway to get into that shelter. So one of the things that we've talked about is figuring out how can we start to lower the barriers for shelters in the community so people can actually be eligible to go in when they're ready. And then strengthening Code Blue. So Code Blue is the winter warming shelters when the weather goes below 32 degrees, I believe is the current law, and making sure that there is access during the winter months, because that's when we actually see a lot of the folks who are unsheltered coming in for services. That's the one time that they will engage, and when they are coming into a sheltered space, it is a little bit easier to engage them in services. Under services, there's a lot of pieces that we're looking at. I think a couple of the themes are collaboration and sharing of information. Sharing of information not only amongst providers, but also sharing of information to the general public and to people who are experiencing homelessness so they know what to advocate for themselves. Because sometimes they're in a position where they don't know what the programs are, they don't know what to ask for, what's available to them. So having some information access through kiosks, through a help desk, those types of things are things that they were asking for. And then also we wanted to make sure that, you know, as we're looking at the homeless service space, and I think over the years what we've seen in the homeless service space is a recognition that there are some evidence-based practices that work really well to engage folks, to help them go along the path to stability in housing. And so we want to ensure that we're using those evidence-based practices in the programs and in the services that are available within Montclair. So there's a bit of work on training and support to use those evidence-based practices. And the last piece that's on here is about employment and really making sure that we are creating services that are not only geared toward helping people get access to food, get access to mental health treatment, get access to IDs, but also looking at employment, because there are quite a number of people who were either working, who were unsheltered, or who were wanted to get back into the job market and just needed some help with that. The biggest part of the plan focuses on permanent housing. Now, for this particular plan, we really just focused it on those who are unhoused, recognizing that the need for people who are experiencing homelessness is much bigger, but really with the focus on how do we help get the 40 individuals that were identified as unhoused into housing as quickly as possible. The thought is that there are two ways that we can accomplish this. One is to partner with existing landlords and help connect people to rental assistance programs that are available to help cover the cost of their rent. Provide them some supportive services, and partner them with existing landlords, existing rental units in the community. And so we're talking about 20 units for what we would call rapid rehousing. The second way to do this is, or the second part of this is actually developing new housing units that are dedicated to people experiencing homelessness. So these would be units that would be considered affordable housing special needs set-aside units. With a set-aside specifically for people experiencing homelessness. And there's a number of ways. I think Janice talked about some of the ways that the township is creating affordable housing. Some of those can be applied specifically to this. One of the things that we've talked about, or a couple of things that we've talked about, is could there be a 5% set-aside of affordable units that are dedicated to people who are experiencing homelessness? That would be one way of ensuring that you actually get to that 20 units pretty quickly, considering some of the development that's happening. And two, looking at could we potentially identify properties that are owned by the township that could be set aside for development of affordable housing that is dedicated to people who are experiencing homelessness. The goal with this is 20 units is not a lot. You could theoretically create one building and put all 20 units in one building, but the goal is to really integrate people into the community, to help them feel like they're part of the community that they're living in. And so the idea would be we really want to have that scattered throughout the town. We don't want to have it in one location, but someplace where, different places throughout town so people can be part of the community that they're moving into. The last part on the permanent housing, so the first part was about the development, the housing opportunities. The second part is about access and stability. So the reality is for people who are experiencing homelessness, for very low income households, not all, but for many, there are a lot of other barriers that they're facing when they're trying to get into housing. So even though they might be eligible, they may not be the first ones that landlords or developers are trying to work with because of their background. So one of the things what we really want to work on is helping to reduce the eligibility barriers that folks are facing. Those include things like credit checks, eviction history, criminal background. We know that those are all things that landlords look at when trying to determine whether a tenant is eligible for properties that they own. And while we understand that the use of those things for populations experiencing homelessness, it is very likely that they have something coming up in one of those checks. So how can we help landlords feel comfortable working with those households and knowing that they have a support system behind them so that they can actually get into housing? Second is housing navigation. You know, there are many programs that, for example, when a person receives a rental assistance voucher, they might receive a list of units that are affordable that they should be reaching out to. Oftentimes they're told to just call those units, cold call them, and try to see if they can find an apartment. That process doesn't really work very well. So we recognize that there's a need for some housing navigation staff that's actually helping them to connect with landlords, to view apartments, to negotiate, to explain stuff in their history to the landlords so that there can be a relationship in the housing process. So really investing in creating a housing navigation program for folks. We recognize, of course, that people need services to stabilize in housing, so it's not just about putting somebody in a home, but also making sure that they have the services that are needed to help them remain stable in that home and address any other issues that might have contributed to their homelessness. And then the final piece that we really talked about was, you know, considering that the number is relatively small, wouldn't it be great if we could organize a housing surge event? A housing surge event is essentially an event where, a one-day event, where all of the work happens beforehand, but essentially the day of the event, a person comes in experiencing homelessness and walks out with their assigned lease or keys to an apartment. So all of the work is done to qualify them beforehand, to identify landlords, to make sure that all of the pieces match together so that they can go in, look at pictures of apartments, and walk out with a lease. So that was my last slide, but one small piece I want to add to this too, that wasn't on the slides. As part of the process, as a commission, the Unhoused Coalition has been meeting, you know, for the last 2 years, really focused on this strategic plan. One of the things that we've recognized is really critical to helping move all of this forward is the need for some oversight at a township level of how the township is addressing homelessness. There is no specific, you know, we know that all of the agencies that are in town are doing the best to their ability to support people, but the reality is people still fall through the cracks. And so how can we create a mechanism to help advance the strategies that are in the plan, do the legwork of actually putting these programs together, but also to help monitor and manage and oversee like what's happening around homelessness in the town so that you can really get to a place where you're actually ending homelessness, not only for those 40 individuals that were identified, but also for any other person that might experience homelessness in the town. So the last piece is really just about this idea of needing some sort of coordinator to help oversee the homeless services that are happening within Montclair Township. That's all I have, so any questions?
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I have a question. I know that Councilor David Cummings was very involved with that at that time. Is there a seat on the board, or do you have some open seats that council members from this council can apply for if they're interested in, or other people that might be watching?
Yes, we don't have a specific formal process. I believe I have some cards here, so you can just reach out if you're interested, but we would love to have council members as part of it. It actually was really great to have council member David Cummings as part of that conversation, because it also helped us to ground some of the strategies in reality of what's possible, and also to figure out like how to actually move things forward. So, I mean, none of this can happen without the township and the council members as a partner. So we would welcome any and all of you. We're happy to do other presentations or conversations about some specific parts of the plan, but we would welcome all of you guys at the table. So happy if anybody's interested to join the conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Council members, anybody have any questions or, yes, Councilman Birmingham?
Can you give a sense of how many resources are available coming from the county, or, because I think this is really a regional issue, and so can you give us a sense of that?
Sure. So a lot of the homeless service resources are coordinated through what's called the continuum of care at the county level. There are, I don't even know how many organizations. There's a lot of organizations, a lot of programs that are available, both for outreach, for rapid rehousing, for permanent supportive housing, for helping people to navigate the system. So there's a lot of the resources are actually coordinated at the county level. And so some of what we've been doing, and part of the reason why the county has been part of the conversation, is that whatever is done here has to plug into what's going on at the county level. There's no way that you're going to be able to figure it out only with the resources that you have in town. So there is a strong connection to that.
So you think we are getting the support we need from the county? Or
I think that yes, I think that you are getting support. There's always more that can come. I mean, I don't think any community has all of what it needs. And you know, we also have the state as a partner in this as well. There's also support from the state to do some of this work. And even if it's just kind of brainstorming what options there are, the county and the state have been part of the conversation. When it comes to really targeting resources, I think that that's where it gets a little bit challenging, I'll be honest, because from the county perspective, they have to ensure that the resources are available for the whole community. And so they can't necessarily set aside, you know, this rapid rehousing program just for Montclair, but they can make the rapid rehousing program that they administer available to Montclair residents.
okay. Thank you.
Councilor D'Amato?
Thanks so much. That was an excellent presentation. Last week, I sat through a long presentation at the state level, looking at their stuff. Thanks to the CFO who hooked me up with that, and it was baffling and punishing, the bureaucracy and how they it was lobotomizing, really, truly terrible, and yours was fantastic, and you should
That's
be
why
doing the
we're
work for them. No, seriously. So I do have a question, and I'm sorry if I phrased this incorrectly. So to tie what we're talking about here with Janice's presentation and on affordable housing, while obviously we do not want to create hierarchies, it would seem commonsensical to me that the housing needs of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness would be different just in the physical characteristics of some of these houses, of some of these housing possibilities, and in some ways may be easier to do. And so how would you talk about that? And again, I apologize if I've...
No, that's a perfectly fine question. And I think that, you know, keeping in mind fair housing laws and that you can't exclude any group, I think what communities have done is they've prioritized housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. So that means that when you have an opportunity available, you'll first look to serve somebody who's experiencing homelessness because there's an understanding that their housing need is more critical than maybe somebody who's housed but it's unaffordable to them at that particular moment. You know, at the county level, there is what's called the coordinated entry system. And that is basically a list of a way to get onto a waiting list where you're assessed, your need is assessed. And it's a waiting list to really prioritize people referral to housing opportunities. The thought behind that coordinated entry system is really about how do we prevent people from dying on the street? How do we get them connected to housing as quickly as possible? And those who are at the highest risk of dying on the street are the ones that we want to prioritize to put into housing first. So that doesn't mean that you don't serve other folks, but it does mean that you have a priority, a preference for those. So similarly, townships could implement a preference, a priority for folks who are experiencing homelessness. We've seen communities, for example, in Bergen County, this is at a county level, but in Bergen County, the Housing Authority established a homeless preference. And so as they had turnover in their public or housing choice voucher program, they would first pull from the homeless service list to issue a voucher before going to their wait list.
Yeah, I think I was being a little unclear. What I meant was, so just as in the past there were many types of housing arrangements that in retrospect seem, they were abolished, essentially the SRO, right? That, like, would we, for example, be wise to increase the requirement of the number of units, let's say in a development where we had some influence over it, but that they might be smaller, having studios instead of one bedrooms and so forth. And again, that's what I meant by hierarchy. It wasn't in terms of the call and the immediacy of getting it, but on what the facilities would be and what people really need.
So one thing I will say is that, while I think there's an inclination to really identify studios and one bedrooms for people who are experiencing homelessness, the reality is that folks are complicated and they come with a lot of different histories. And so we have seen that there are some families or some households where the children are not on the street because the parent wants to avoid the child being on the street. And so the parent might be on the street. And so that's one person in the household. So when they're presenting to the homeless system, they look like an individual, but really the intention is that they are going to be reunified with their children, and they would not be able to do that in a one bedroom or a studio. So I think that there does need to be some variety. I think the key element for any housing that is really created for folks experiencing homelessness is to ensure that there are supports services. So really it's more about supportive housing as opposed to like the unit mix. Now, of course, we would want to look at the data and see who's actually out there, what their needs are. And actually one of the things that we're working on is a survey of folks who are currently experiencing homelessness to understand their housing desires, so that we could better tune into like how many studios, how many one bedrooms, how many two bedrooms would really address the need in the community. But I do want to caution against assuming that one bedrooms and studios would be sufficient, because people are complicated.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Councilor Toller?
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. Just have a question. Do you know of any other counties or towns that have implemented the permanent housing that you have described here in this booklet here? And how is it working? Where you have the landlords that are willing to agree, if you will, and who pays their rent? I mean, how does that come, how's that working?
So yes, we do have some communities that have implemented programs to really get landlords to sign on to support people who are experiencing homelessness. A couple of ways that has worked. One is we've seen what's called a landlord support program. So there's a service provider agency that does work to really educate landlords on the rental assistance programs that are out there and help them through the process of navigating those programs. Some of those programs also have resources to help cover damages, vacancies, a sign-on bonus to just incentivize them to sign up for the program. So some of those types of incentives have been successful to help get landlords to, if you're getting a bonus, and this is outside of, security deposit, first month and last month's rent, you're getting a sign-on bonus, they're agreeing to not do a credit check or to not look at the eviction history. Now, in terms of the rental assistance that's available for folks, there's a couple of different programs. There is what's called the Rapid Rehousing Program at the county level and at the state level that are administered by agencies within the township and agencies within the county that people have access to. There are permanent supportive housing programs which provide long-term rental assistance vouchers, again, at the county and state level that are available. One of the things that we did propose in the plan also is potentially creating a Montclair Township specific rapid rehousing, which would be local money that would be dedicated to rapid rehousing. That would allow you to target it specifically to people who are in the township, and could be a supplement to the existing state and county funding that's available in the community.
I have one more question, please. Can you speak a little bit more about the housing surge event and who has successfully done that and what we would need to do to make that happen?
So I will be honest, it hasn't been done in New Jersey. So you guys could be the first.
Okay.
It has been done in places like Boston, and of course with the larger population. So what happens with the housing surge event, there's two things. On the side of the landlord engagement, there is an agency that is going out identifying landlords. Perhaps they have incentives to sign the landlords up to say, yes, we'll agree to reserve a unit for somebody who's experiencing homelessness. On the side for folks who are experiencing homelessness, there's an agency that is working with folks to get IDs, working with them to qualify for rental assistance programs so that they are coming in with with some sort of subsidy or some sort of support to help them cover their rent. And so all of those things are happening outside. Probably takes a number of months, depending on the size of the population and what resources the agencies have, I would say probably 4 to 6 months on the outside to really kind of coordinate those pieces, with the goal of then scheduling a one-day event where the landlords are coming in, the units have been pre-approved, the prospective tenants are coming in, they've already got voucher assistance tied to them, and so they're just looking at the units and picking which one works for them, and it's really kind of a matchmaking event between the landlord and the prospective tenant.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you very much. Okay, no one else has any questions up here on the council? We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And now we're going to hear for the third part of the housing presentation. We're going to have the chair of our housing committee, Celeste Cassle, come before us with some of the members. Great to see you again. You're doing an amazing job there. Some of the people on the housing committee have been serving for decades, and then some of the people are newer, but they've found a good rhythm. They're doing great things, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
I'm having technical difficulties here. I don't know why it's not. It's here. I don't know why it's not up there. Let me close this. There we go. Okay.
A lot of open seats for the housing committee. Remember that.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I'll just say next slide. I think this one.
If I could just, this is Celeste Cassle. She's the chair of the Housing Commission, and we have William Scott and Christina Kata, also very active members of the Housing Commission.
And I'll just say next slide. So good evening, and thank you, Mayor Baskerville and council members for providing time for the Housing Commission presentation. I'm Celeste Cassle, Housing Commission Chair, and today I will be presenting along with Christina Kata and Mr. William Scott. Thank you. Next slide. Today we will review introductions, values and goals, the overview and recommendations, and in the appendix provided we will house detailed information as well as supportive materials. Next slide. The Housing Commission consists of 13 members appointed by the Township Council. We all come from diverse backgrounds with affordable housing as our main objective. I want to take a quick moment to thank our Housing Commission and Janice for their leadership, expertise, and dedication to affordable housing in Montclair.
Yes.
Next slide. The Housing Commission values and goals include inclusive housing for all income levels, household size, and mobility needs across all wards, while welcoming new neighbors and ensuring our longstanding residents are retained in the area. And now I will pass it over to Mr. William Scott for his expertise. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I'm just going to take you back a little bit there. My presentation, or at least the slides I'm going to cover, I just want to go back to two resolutions that has always been kind of important to me, and that was Resolution R-11-247, and it was adopted back in 2011. And this resolution really speaks
Excuse
to
me, Mr.
Montclair's-
Scott, it's very important that we hear you. Would you please speak into the mic?
Oh,
Thank you.
very much there. Is that better? Okay. And I'll just cover a little bit of the resolutions, but the first one, the Township of Montclair has historically been committed to encouraging and providing a population of broad diversity and to accommodate and provide housing and services opportunities to persons with a variety of special needs, including persons with disabilities, senior housing, veterans housing, assisted living, group homes, and also we wanted to make sure in this particular resolution that those types of housing were available in all zones in the Township of Montclair. And then the second resolution, which was R-11-235, also adopted the same day, speaks to a resolution reaffirming the policies of the Township to preserve and actively seek ways to increase the amount of affordable housing in the Township and to ensure affordable housing is distributed evenly throughout the Township of Montclair. Next slide. And several of these have been covered, but I just want to make sure that we're all aware of the high cost of housing in Montclair. I'm going to have a couple of slides in the future to point out some of the numbers, the types of housing, our rent control ordinance that did come into play really was very important, but still the prices of rents in Montclair are very high, still causing a lot of gentrification and displacement. Again, we'll cover some of the major affordable housing in Montclair, which is still located in the 4th Ward, with very little in the 1st and the 2nd Ward. We do have strategies, which we'll talk about some of the strategies, and some of the strategies will be pointed out from the Rutgers study that was done a couple of months ago, and that presentation will be made available. So we will not go through all those slides at this point, okay? But one thing that's very important, Montclair should encourage a mix of housing types to fit the needs of all households, non-families, seniors, low income. And it speaks to, matter of fact, Mayor, your concern. We want to have a mix of housing. In my opinion, we really have always really wanted to include families in all types of housing projects. So to have dedicated housing, that's something we may need to take a look at because we haven't gotten there yet, but that's something we can take another look at. Just a little bit of additional information. The township has provided a significant amount of multifamily housing over the past 10 years. There is a need for smaller 1- and 2-family houses that will provide entry-level housing for families. The township should consider allowing large lots to be subdivided to create smaller lots, which can be managed, and we can put restrictions in place, but we also want to provide the opportunities for workforce housing. Next. And some of my slides are kind of redundant, just kind of repeating the situation. This particular slide kind of gives you an indication where the affordable housing properties are in Montclair. And they're clustered around Bloomfield Avenue and Grove Street, but it doesn't give you the real feel for the numbers that are actually throughout the different wards, which have been covered, but I'm just going to cover that again. Next slide. I believe Ms. Talley indicated that her numbers with the current affordable housing inventory was about 775, and I had some older numbers, so I was working with numbers that talked about 765. But still, we have to recognize the fact that the majority of the affordable housing is in the 4th Ward. And to answer Ms. Holder's question again, yes, we have about almost 600 units in the 4th Ward, which is really 78% of the affordable housing in the Township of Montclair. We also have about another 19% or 145 units in the 3rd Ward. And just collectively, the 1st and the 2nd Ward, we'll say that they have about 5 or 6 physical units in those wards. And also, when the township did a study going back to 2004, it was identified that we needed 3,800 affordable housing units in the Township of Montclair. When you look at the fact that almost 25 years later, we have less than a quarter almost of the numbers that we needed and we projected over 20 plus years ago, we've got some serious work to do. And also the Rutgers study will point out individuals that make less than $50,000 a year, we need an additional 1,259 units to just support the needs of that population with those income levels. Next slide. This is something I really want people to understand. From a residential standpoint, our zoning is set up in different categories. And we're going to speak to 1-family houses and 2-family houses. But when I'm pointing out from a draft of the zoning and land use table, they pointed out in that particular draft the types of uses that are allowed in particular zones within the Township of Montclair. So when I look at the first category, when we talk about RO and ROA, yes, they're 1-family homes, but those are the homes that are in the estate areas of the Township of Montclair. Very large pieces of property, multiple acres, but when you go through the list, those particular zones do not allow 2-family dwellings, townhouses, multifamily dwellings, group homes, senior citizen housing, conversions from 1 to 2 family dwellings. The next slide, please. Assisted living facilities, boarding or group homes, and nursing homes. I think it's very important that we realize from a zoning standpoint, if we've been able to address housing in the Township of Montclair, really on the backs of the 3rd and the 4th ward great extent, we need to take a look at another approach. Maybe we do need to open up those areas and not have them designated as not permitted, those types of housing in the Township of Montclair. There's a lot of opportunities that we can look at, but I'm hoping that when we go through the new 4th round affordable housing requirements obligation, I'm hoping that those numbers are at a level that will direct us to take another look at our zoning in the Township of Montclair. So I won't go any further than that. Okay, next slide. Okay, and then just some changes in Montclair housing costs. We know from 2020 to 2024, the housing prices in Montclair have skyrocketed. Any new construction of housing in Montclair currently, you're looking at for a one-family house over $1 million. I mean, that's not a starter home, obviously, and the rents have followed pursuit as well. So when we look at the studies from the information for Zillow, you're looking at over a 4 or 5 year period of time, an increase of almost 50% in whether it's housing for a purchase or rental prices. They're outrageous as it relates to Montclair. And Essex County is one of the leading high price areas, but Montclair is leading the pack at this point in time. Okay. And then at the bottom of the slide, you talk to cost burdens for mortgages. You'll see that 30%, at least 2,480 owners are cost burdened, and they're paying at least 28% of their income towards rent. But there are severe cost burdens of over 1,100 homeowners that are paying well over 40% of their income. So we need to take a look at how can we bring the prices down, which is going to be a real interesting conversation. But I think if we're allowing additional housing to come on the market, we may have an opportunity to have an effect to bring these prices down at some point in time. And yes, as Janet mentioned and the other individual mentioned, there may be programs out there to support housing, but from a development standpoint, we can't put all the requirements on the backs of the developers. We have to provide an opportunity for them to build in order for the housing to be built in the Township of Montclair. So those are my slides. I didn't want to give you a 30-minute presentation, so, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Just perfect. Thank you.
Any questions or go forward?
So I think, well, let me just get to my slides and then we'll open up for everybody for
Okay.
questions.
Thank you.
So much, William. So I just wanted to thank again the chair and William for their work on this. My name is Christina. I'm a relatively new resident of Montclair. I'm a member of Regional Plan Association, so an urban planning nonprofit in the tri-state area, but I'm talking to you today in my capacity as a member of the Montclair Housing Commission. Thank you so much. I can do the slides, I think. So we have been lucky enough to be able to work with the Blaustein Studio, and so we'll be running through a couple of these slides. In the interest of time, I ask that the council please retain their questions till the very end. But this is just kind of giving a little bit more color to what Celeste and William have already discussed, and I also want to acknowledge Alan in the audience as well, another member of the Housing Commission. Vacancy rates for rentals, and this particular document was looking at data from 2022, so the vacancy rate actually looks a little bit high, 5.68%. This is probably going to be a statistical anomaly, according to the report that we got from the Blaustein Studio. We're expecting this number to decrease. This is just reflecting an increase in units that came online. But you can see that the homeowner vacancy rate is a very low, basically 1%. And when we talk about Montclair changing, it's changing in terms of racial demographics, and it's also changing in terms of income demographics. So these were supplied to us by the studio, and you can see right here between 2012 and 2022, there is a stark decline in the percentage of black residents in the Township of Montclair, including it also in the 4th Ward itself. Meanwhile, median gross rent has increased significantly between 2012 and 2022, and you can see that price pressures are growing in the 4th Ward as well. And household medium income has also increased between 2012 and 2022. And we're seeing way more of that in the second and third wards, but you're also starting to see a little bit of it in the fourth wards. All that is basically is to paint a picture of gentrification that's happening. It's familiar to all of us in Montclair. So the Blaustein Studio did a wonderful semester-long analysis. The report will be available to the council, and we have some slides at the very end of this that serve as an appendix if you have any questions about anything that the students came up with. But this is just kind of going through a little bit of their background and what's undergirding their findings. And they also took a look at some of the policies that Janice went over, which includes inclusionary zoning, rent control, and ADUs. And they had some recommendations, and this is what we're going to present to you is not an exhaustive list, but something for the council to consider, and we look forward to working with you as members of the Housing Commission on these. Inclusionary zoning, it's great, it's wonderful, it could use some work. So there is, we've already heard from council members today that there is an interest in increasing the on-site set-asides. We can also expand areas that we do inclusionary zoning. Creating an exclusive marketing window for Montclair residents, this is something that Newark actually does, and so it's something to explore while also just making sure that we stay within fair share housing guidelines. And also density bonuses and reconsidering the affordability levels. Rent control. There is a vacancy decontrol provision. It was raised by the students, and maybe we want to reconsider that. There's also lowering the cap on allowable rent increases and increasing the fines for non-complying landlords. ADU recommendations, and this is one that's near and dear to my heart. Right now, we don't have a statewide law regarding ADUs. Right now, it's a patchwork between a variety of different municipalities, including Passaic, Jersey City, Montclair, Maplewood, the list goes on. Every town does it differently. Montclair requires a parking spot. I can just say, as a resident of Montclair, I actually don't have a car. I get around using the transit system and through my own legs. I now don't have mobility issues, but it's been working for me. Not everybody needs a car, and especially given the climate crisis and all the pressures that we're facing as a society, it might be time for Montclair to reevaluate whether an ADU really requires a parking spot. Parking spots can also cost several $1,000s per each unit. There's also the option of providing additional resources for property owners, such as creating a reference document that can list lenders and contractors for the property owners to use. A really interesting idea is using design templates. And so I was actually one of the jurors with N.J.A.C, and we were coming up with a couple different ideas last fall. But essentially, it's the idea of developing pre-approved designs for property owners to use, and that they meet the city's building and energy efficiency codes, and that it streamlines the process for both property owners and the municipality. So a lot of locations have used this to great effect. It's something that Montclair can consider. A couple more ideas. We've already started talking about this, but upzoning. Upzoning can keep rents down by increasing the overall supply of housing. A lot of different municipalities are looking at this. It's a priority of the American Planning Association, and also President Biden has talked about the struggles that exclusionary zoning have created for communities. A suburban community that's very similar to Montclair, Arlington, Virginia, was able to increase density with just a quarter mile from their metro stops. And by doing that, they've been able to keep rents down and avoid tax hikes. So right now, 45% of the land within a quarter mile radius of Montclair train stations is zoned for R1. 15% is zoned R2, and only 7% is zoned for some form of apartment housing. And as you can see, it's clearly clustered in the 4th Ward. The Blaustein Studio recommended some potential zones for upzoning. The land that's currently zoned C2, which is general business and light industrial around the Walnut Street Station, and land that's currently zoned NC, which is neighborhood commercial, around Upper Montclair and the Watchung Avenue stations. But as you can see here, when we talk about the need to distribute housing throughout the town, looking at transit-oriented development is a nice, easy way of doing so, because it actually gets us to the 1st and 2nd and 3rd wards. Well, less so the 3rd. And just a personal plug, my nonprofit organization has done a wonderful report on this that my colleagues worked on called Homes on Track. It's available online, and invite everybody to take a look at it. It was looking at it from New York and New Jersey, not just Montclair. Finally, and this is something that Janice was speaking about earlier, but affordable housing on church-owned land.
A couple different states are looking at this. New York is a little bit ahead of us on this. New Jersey has also expressed interest in looking at this, but nothing has been formalized just quite yet. There have been forums that have been organized around it. They have started to call themselves YIGBs, so NIMBYs, not in my backyard, YIGBs, yes in God's backyard. There are a lot of challenges just given the lots that are a little bit irregular and the financing can be a little bit difficult, but we were really heartened to hear as a commission that there are several religious institutions within Montclair that are very eager to explore this as a possibility. And so we remain interested in working with them and seeing how we can facilitate conversations between them and potential developers, especially looking at nonprofit developers and community development organizations. That was fast. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions at this point, and thank you so much for your patience in listening to Janice, the Council for Unhoused Folks, and for the Montclair Housing Commission, and we look forward to working with the council on strategies to improve the housing landscape in Montclair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
You guys want to come back up? And now I'm inviting my council members, commission members back up for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Councilor Lockman?
So I have a question for you. I didn't see anything like this on the slides. Do you guys, when you do your studies, do you look at the financial impact on a town when it has affordable units?
Councilmember Loveman, do you mean, are you addressing that question to the Montclair Housing Commission, or are you addressing that to me as an individual regarding my nonprofit? I just want clarity on that.
You know, whoever can answer the question. Is there studies done, or is there information available on the impact of building affordable housing on the finances of the municipality? I mean, it's not free. Mm-hmm. Affordable housing is not free. Someone's paying for it. And I'm just wondering if you ever look at that aspect of the affordable housing. And I'm not against affordable housing, just, wanted to know if anybody studies that kind of stuff.
So I wonder if Alan or William would like to speak a little bit more on this, being longstanding members.
I don't have the information. Berkeley, California, which has a very progressive affordable housing program, has seen rapid growth in their tax revenues. And I think that there's lots of examples of townships and municipalities that have benefit. I mean, one thing is, where can our municipal workers live? Where can our teachers live? And where should they be living? I don't think that there's very many people who are on the town payroll who can afford to live in Montclair. And is that the type of community we want?
You can also add, from an inclusionary zoning standpoint, the developments that came out of those developments, not to be redundant, are mixed use. So it's not all affordable housing, it's mixed use. So, what we've done and tried to do over many years by setting a percentage of affordable units within those developments, it gives a balance. The developer can still make money. As a matter of fact, I really don't want to go off on developers making money. Montclair is an absolute opportunity to make a fortune, and it's been like that for decades. And if you look at particularly even in the Fourth Ward, the turnover of some of the affordable units that have gone to market rate, $1 million, houses that were $300,000, $400,000, now they're $1 million homes, and the rents are $6,000 or $7,000 a month. So, and those are two-room, three-room units. So Montclair has always been a community from a development standpoint. They know when they come into Montclair, they can make money. So
Yeah, it's not the developer I'm worried about. It's like the township. How do we pay for this affordable housing?
Right, and I guess to answer your question more directly, Councilwoman, Fair Share has done a review, the Fair Share Housing Center, which has been involved in the Mount Laurel litigation, and their review found that there have been no increases in taxes or costs with towns with affordable housing and adjacent without. So just to provide that information, I don't have that report directly in front of me, but I'm happy to facilitate giving you a copy.
Well, I'm just curious, we've had a number of developments in town in the last 10 years. What effect have those developments had on keeping our taxes? What effect at all has they have on our taxes? And has anybody studied that? I'm just kind of curious about it. Has there been legitimate studies done that show the effect?
Most of those developments that are inclusive zoning are full-time taxpayers.
I understand that, sure they are.
So I mean, they're collecting the same, your township is collecting the same amount of taxes, whether it would be 100% luxury or 80%.
No, it's not. It's not true. If you have affordable units, the tax base is lower.
Okay, no, I'm not going to argue
Quite
that.
simply, we also write pilots. We make payment in lieu of taxes agreements for higher levels of affordability in a complex that we will legitimately take a haircut on. The question is how much. So, but I don't think it's easy to answer.
I mean, you answered my questions. You don't know of any studies, or you don't have at your fingertips studies that show the effect of affordable housing on the town's budget. That's all I'm really asking.
No.
Thank you, Councilor Lockman. Councilor Toller?
Thank you, Mayor Baskerville. Thank you, Councilor Loftman, for that question. I think it's something we as a council probably need to review and discuss. If we're going to keep diversity here in Montclair, we're going to need some more affordable housing. Okay. The numbers.
I'm not against affordable housing. I just want to know the facts about it, which we don't get. Yeah.
You're leaning towards what do we get from it? You know, how much is it going to cost?
What did the other people in town do? They subsidize it. My neighbors who are, on senior citizens.
We need to have a discussion to ensure that we're protecting and preserving what we pride ourselves on for living here.
Yeah, that is always very important. Councilor Toller?
Mr. Scott, you had a question. You stated, I'm sorry, back in 2024, 3,800 apartments, affordable housing apartments were needed. And is that number correct, is what you were stating for 2004?
It was back in 2004. A study was done, a strategic housing study for the Township of Montclair was done. And it was identified that we needed 3,800 units at that time.
Okay.
And I was just making a comparison, how far we're at a point where we've got about maybe close to 800 units.
778.
Yeah, and I kind of rounded up the
Do
base.
you know if there's been another study
point.
done since 2024?
Say that again.
Has another study been performed by any organization or by this government in the past since 2024? Besides this, what I mean.
Well, we did engage Rutgers to do a study. And as I mentioned, I mean, they identified for people that are making $50,000 or less, we need almost 1,300 units just for that population. And that study will point out there's other categories and numbers of housing that we would need. But even, that recent study does give us an indication.
Thank you.
We haven't just gotten there yet. We need to move forward.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The really wonderful thing about working with the studio is that we had great urban planning students looking at the issues for a period of several months, and they actually, if you look at the report itself, I believe they allude to creating a template for the municipality to do their own studies in the future, so that it doesn't have to be such long gaps in between housing studies.
Thank you.
Councilor Williams? Oh, I thought your hand wasn't up. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyone else? Very small. Yes, Councilor.
I have a small more question, which is, in the housing types again, are we likely to see any sort of developments and change and interest that we should have specifically around group homes or co-housing? Is this something that should be especially on the radar, or are we only looking at traditional units as we know them?
No, I think the idea of the Montclair, and please, I invite everybody else to speak on this. I think the idea of the commission is that we want to work with the council on brainstorming ideas that will work, and I think there's an idea that we need to put everything out on the table, including supportive housing, and kind of alluding to the previous presentation, just making sure that we have units for people with different mobility needs, different income needs, different levels of supportive services. And that's something that actually was of interest, if I'm not mistaken, to a lot of the religious institutions that came by for a conversation with us a couple months ago, is that they are looking to, in line with their own mission and values, providing units that can also provide supportive services.
Thanks.
Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Can I ask a question? Because Mr. Scott, you alluded to this. You showed how Montclair's home values have just increased to an astonishing degree. I mean, it's really astonishing that we're over $1 million now for average sale price of a house. But this is, for many people, that is their wealth. You know, that is where most of their wealth is, in their house. So, you know, we have a national housing deficit, right? It's all over. Montclair is a very unique and special town. We can see people want to live here by how much they're willing to pay. But you mentioned something about trying to keep the sale prices lower, and I'm just wondering, is there a model for that? I'm just curious, like, how that might work if you know, the sale price is lower.
Well, I think the strategy is, if you increase the inventory, whether it's rental or purchase, and then you, from a purchase standpoint, if we can have more entry-level developments. And I think in the presentation we talked about smaller lots, because in order to build a new home, a one-family home, or even a two-family home in the Township of Montclair, there are new guidelines for lot width and depth. So, you know, if we really want to make a commitment to build entry-level homes, you know, we probably need to have another look at, not saying I need to have a half an acre for a one-family house or a two-family house. You know, we really need to determine. And this is not going to go throughout the entire township, but when you have some opportunities to build smaller developments, I think that will at least provide some entry-level housing, and they could be rental homes as well, and they're investment homes. I've been in the Township of Montclair all my life, 74 years, and I'm a homeowner and a landlord, and it's very important to keep prices down just to make sure that people have an opportunity to grow up in this township, raise their families, and enjoy the real nice environment, the nice communities, the nice neighborhoods. So I think that's something that we need to get back to. We really need to get back to making sure that we're watching out for our neighbors, we're giving opportunities for our families and our generations at that point.
If I could just add very quickly, two things. One, Montclair does not exist in a bubble. Regional Plan Association looks at the tri-state area around the New York metropolitan area, and what we're seeing actually is Northern New Jersey should give itself a pat on the back. The counties of Northern New Jersey are actually punching above their own weight when it comes to housing production. We produce more than a lot of other segments of the area, including the Hudson Valley and Long Island. And Long Island really should get shamed more than it does. It has plenty of train stations, but very little development around there. New Jersey has taken steps with the Transit Village program and other initiatives, but New Jersey cannot bear the demand of the entire metropolitan region, which is what we're starting to see. As people get priced out of the 5 boroughs, they start coming to Northern New Jersey because that's where the units are happening. It's no surprise that most of my coworkers are starting to move from Brooklyn to Jersey City and other places. So it is a regional challenge, it is a national challenge, but it's one that Montclair should be cognizant of. In terms of the concerns for homeowners and rising costs, I'll just flag that I moved to Montclair 3 years ago, and I purchased the condo at $239,000 on a $50,000 income from my nonprofit organization. I would not be able to buy that unit in Montclair right now, 3 years later. It has gone well beyond that in value. And I was actually talking with the chair, Celeste, about the ethics of, should I try to sell my unit at the price that I purchased it from to give another young person the chance to move into Montclair and enjoy it the way that I have. And that is an ethical reckoning that people just have to make amongst themselves. Do we want a town in which everybody gets the bag and run? Or do we want a town with economic diversity, and with that comes racial diversity and all types of diversity? And that's just a values conversation that the council has to have.
Just, the zoning reform is on both sides of the aisle in Congress. There's a lot of push by Republicans to tame down zoning, and some of their studies have shown that municipal resources have increased. You know, if you have a $400,000 home that's sitting on 1.5 acres, and you can convert that into 8 townhouses, you're going to get the same revenue from the same land. Now, you may have more expenses because you have more families, but at least on that 1.5 acres of land, you're going to get a lot more revenue.
Manager LaPola?
Well, one last
Oh,
point.
sure.
I know
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair.
One last point. I know you mentioned that, you know, the value, right? We're not trying to slow down people having value in their homes. What we're trying to do is just slow down the rate at which it's growing so exponentially since 2020, since the pandemic. So that's, you know, I want to make that point.
Thank you very much.
I'll defer to the council.
Councilor Williams?
So, I just want to be careful with my words. What I have a hard time reconciling is, I know longtime Montclair folks, not necessarily up here, but I do hear that they don't want a large town where the population is huge, right? And I'm not a long-time Montclair. I'm one of the folks that came from Brooklyn, and you know, I'm going on my 10th year, which means nothing because people have been here for generations, right? But when I hear every presentation that comes up here, they say, oh, we need more housing, multifamily housing. But with the multifamily housing, you're going to have population growth. So I'm just having a hard time reconciling the two. Mm-hmm. Either you want to keep the population growth to a minimum, or you want to have more affordable housing. But I don't think that you can have both. But it's just a comment. It's not really a question. So.
No, and I think it's just, again, like kind of going back to the values and goals, is we want to be welcoming to new neighbors and want to give people a chance to move here from Brooklyn. But you also want to work to retain longstanding community members. And something that the Blaustein report showed is that, if I'm recalling correctly from the report, Montclair has lost approximately 2,000 Black residents since 2012. Mm-hmm. And like, do we want to make changes so that we retain community members, especially those in the Fourth Ward that are seeing a lot of price pressures?
Can I just make a...
And I'll just add to that, if you just for a quick second. If you go back to the 50s and the 60s in Montclair, I believe the population was about 44,000 residents. We didn't have a Valley in Bloom. We didn't have a South Willow. We didn't have a Montclair residence. We didn't have the Mews. So Montclair has declined in population, but there has been development. Also, I took the time and I went back and I looked at major subdivisions and minor subdivisions in the Township of Montclair. Just to be quick, the Fourth Ward, from a major subdivision over 60 years, provided a tremendous amount of 1- and 2-family houses in the Township of Montclair. That development led to the diversity of Montclair. It led to the diversity of Montclair. And the reason why that much development was done in the Fourth Ward, if you talk about housing discrimination, redlining was very prevalent back in those days. So the creation of the level of housing in the Fourth Ward has always been a benefit to the Township of Montclair. And I'll just take this opportunity to say the Fourth Ward is, in a lot of cases, been the conscience of the Township of Montclair, because we have always accepted development, we have always accepted affordable housing, we have always accepted supportive housing. So I think from our initial conversations and what we would like to see is the opening up of other areas of the Township of Montclair to help provide, moving forward, more affordable housing and supportive housing for the Township of Montclair. And I absolutely would say it will not hurt the Township of Montclair.
And also just to say, nobody is expecting or wanting Montclair to suddenly look like Jersey City. I don't think anybody's talking about that. But you have so many train stations, and it is a ridiculous amount of train stations, and we should be capitalizing on that as a community.
Okay. Councillor Lockman?
Oh, I just had a quick point. I'm very interested in data, and I know that you referenced the population decline in black people in town. Well, I've also looked at that American Community Survey, and yes, there is a decline in the black population, but people are identifying now as biracial, which they didn't do before. And also there's an increase in the Spanish population and in the Asian population. So we're still diverse, and I respect my fellow black residents here, and I understand and I agree with Mr. Scott that they were the heart and soul of Montclair, and were the impetus for all the good things that Montclair has to offer. But we are changing in other ways, and I think one of the things is we're really a haven for people who are biracial or are in mixed marriages, if you want to call it that. So I just wanted to point that out, because I do like to look at data, and that's one thing I found from looking at that American Community Survey data.
No, and thank you for pointing that out. And also, race and census is always difficult, and I think right now the new census is exploring to add Hispanic Latino as a new racial category rather than as an ethnicity. So how we define communities is constantly changing. I was hoping that this slide was in here, but it's unfortunately not. But the Blaustein report does include the racial breakdown of the town from 2012 to 2022. And what we have seen is while the white population has remained stable or has gone slightly up, I'm recalling from memory, so I might be slightly incorrect on that, the black population has decreased significantly from 2012. The Hispanic and Asian populations have not increased that significantly between 2012 and 2022, not to the point where it explains a discrepancy in the decline in the black population.
Manager LaPola?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that, as you know, at the end of June, we finally reopened our Section 8 list for the first time in 17 years. Yeah. That list was populated in literally 4 minutes. We are now exploring the possibility of using some of the remaining money to do project-based vouchers as opposed to just distributing vouchers to individuals. What that would mean is the actual unit gets the voucher through the landlord as opposed to the person having to go find an apartment. So we are exploring that. We're talking to some people in town. We've had very preliminary conversations with HUD. So we're hoping that we will be able to accomplish that in the very near future.
Thank you. Councilor Toller?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, again, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Scott, I understand what you mean about back in the day and what the town looked like. For someone like me who grew up in the 2nd Ward and now I live in the 4th Ward, I see the discrepancies. Something happened in the mid-90s, and this is why I'm encouraging people here and people at home to put in those volunteer applications and join committees.
Yes.
The zoning laws must have changed in the early 90s because all of my friends that lived in 2-family homes up and down Walnut, Claremont, Forest, they are now 1-family homes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not saying those families can't be here, but that's where the push started. So we're looking to change, we're trying to maintain, and we pride ourselves on diversity. We need volunteers to join our committees, to bring your voice to the table, bring your concerns to the table, and I would appreciate that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
I think that
Councilor
probably a lot of
D'Amato?
people, would like to know the answer to this, and I don't really know it either, is that the zoning regulations that locked in single-family housing, that goes back farther than the 90s. It's the economic engine of basically inequality that led to two-family houses being turned into single-family houses. But the legacy zoning from some decades earlier is what made a ratchet that you couldn't change it back. And I'll say, and so I would like to know what the actual years are where I live in the 1st Ward, and I'm happy to get the shade, by the way, about all this. I'm happy to get it, is that the street, the very leafy street that I live on, beautiful Norwood Avenue, has tons of multifamily, not tons, but, well, literally tons. They do weigh tons, probably just a few of them. But I look out my front door at a beautiful multifamily house. You would never know it. So when we say see what it looks like, we don't want to look like Jersey City. We don't have to. We can have more multifamily housing. We can have more units. And what most people are thinking about is the change in the way a place looks and feels. And I don't think it's going to change much at all if you change some of that zoning. There's not going to be some great stampede. And even if there was, the actual change in people's lives would be much different. But again, circling back, I would like to know when stuff was legally locked up like this. Was it in the 70s, 60s?
I can't give you a specific date. I mean, Ms. Talley, being a director of the planning and community development within the township, can see the progression of zoning changes over the years. But as we look at the zoning right now, and in the slide that I tried to point out to you, permitted use, we have the opportunity to change permitted use. So when we say certain types of housing is not permitted in certain neighborhoods or zones or wards within the township, that's something you guys are going to have the opportunity to take a look at some point in time. So, Montclair is an old town, over 125 or plus years. A lot of the land and different areas of the township was farmland. Okay, matter of fact, living in the Fourth Ward, I lived across the street from Flint Farms. Okay, and Flint Farm at some point in time became Canterbury Park. Okay,
1960.
but even before that, back in the late 40s, there was veterans' houses in Canterbury Park.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, Councilman Baskerville, her current home is on one of the properties that we had single-family veterans' homes in the Township of Montclair. So, a lot of things changed over the years, but we, as current residents of Montclair, we have an opportunity to make the changes that can provide additional housing opportunities by taking a look at the permitted use. We're not going to change all the estate areas to, multifamily homes, okay? That's not going to happen. Now, they may sell and try to run out, but that's a different story, okay? But the fact that we have an opportunity to provide additional housing types throughout the township, I mean, that's where we should be looking at.
Counselors, anyone up here have any more questions or comments? Anything you'd like to share? No. Manager? Okay. So at this point in time, if it's okay with the housing presenters, then I will allow for very brief comments. If anyone in the audience wanted to speak specifically only on what you heard today or housing related things, there will be a time at the end of the meeting for anyone that wants to come up and comment on anything that you'd like to comment, but please at this time, because I don't know how many of the housing committee members need to leave. If you want to ask a question or anything regarding the presentation, please come forward now.
Mayor, may I quickly, the council invited the owner of 51 New Street to the council, and he's been here since their attorney has been here since 5:30. I think there was a couple of questions the council wanted to ask of him. I think it'd be appropriate to have him come up and address the council for a brief time, so he doesn't have to continue to wait.
Okay, so at this point in time, if anyone would like to come forward and ask questions from the Housing Committee, you can come and do so very quickly. Please keeping in mind that there's somebody who will be waiting to go after you've asked your question.
Thank you, councilors. A couple of quick comments in response to Councilor Lochman's request for data. I don't have a full study, but I've been in the town not quite 20 years now, single family home and also townhouse and also renter. and approximately the same lot size generated significantly more revenue for the town between a group of 4 units versus a single-family home. I know because I paid those taxes. Second thing is, I really appreciate the presentations and suggestions around zoning, because as the zoning currently stands, it's not permitted in a lot of places for people to take a property that they own and do what they wish with it. And that means, for example, that if you have that for Montclair to get more tax revenue often simply means that the property has to increase in value. And that property could be worth more if you could split it, and then each person could pay a portion. As I say, that's exactly what happened when I went from 4 and 1 unit. But the single family home I used to own had taxes that were greater than the cost of the mortgage. And as of the last 3 months, I've been looking at three-bedroom apartments. In those 3 months, there were under 10 three-bedroom apartments under $3,000 available in the town of 40,000 people. And the majority of those were at the $3,000 range, even $3,500. So this is not a particularly economically welcoming situation. That's, between 30, even 2,500 a month is 30,000 a year. So 30 to 36,000 a year for rent is a challenge, right? If people were allowed, who wanted to, were allowed to take their lot and make it into multiple units, their wealth would increase, not decrease, because they could sell that lot for much more than it's worth now, because if you put 4 units on it, it's worth more than one great big unit. And again, I know from personal experience that this is the case. And then each of those units could cost less, so that people who want to live here and work here could find it more easily affordable, and it would increase the township's revenues.
Excuse me, I appreciate that. I apologize to you.
That's all I
because
wanted to say.
I wasn't clear. Generally, we try to do things in 2 minutes. Sometimes we do it in 3. But it's important what you want to share. I wanted to give people an opportunity to ask a brief question to the presenters in case they had to leave. At the end of this meeting, though, if you wanted to share for another 2 or 3 minutes, we'd be happy. And the other thing is, you seem like you have a wealth of knowledge, and so I'd like to invite you to please, look into joining our housing committee so that you can share that with you. So I apologize to you. I wasn't very clear.
I apologize for my time. Thank you. I suppose it's less of a question than a support for what we heard.
And we need
And I
that.
knew that if I said anything, I would be invited to volunteer, and I said something anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Can you repeat your
thank
name?
you. I
I didn't
that.
catch the person's name.
Sir, did you write your name down over
I
there?
did,
And then
yes.
tell us who you are, please,
Yes.
because we all want your name.
John Smith. Daniel Aronson. As it happens, the father of the young lady who sang today.
That's right. Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Very quickly, I'm Ravi Srinivasan. I'm Township Resident, also Chair of the Township's
Civil
Rights Commission.
Yes, thank you.
So, very interesting presentation. Just wanted to really use this time to introduce myself and share the very important intersection between the Civil Rights Commission and the work we do in terms of addressing.
Can you come back at the end of the meeting for that? What I'm trying to explain is that if you have a question for the people that presented tonight, then I'd welcome you now. Otherwise, I'm going to ask, please, that you come back if it's not a question or something that they may need to respond to. And then I'm going to allow the gentleman from New Street, as our attorney pointed out to me, to come forward. So I would love to hear you, do your intersection, but at the end of the meeting, when I allow other people to do that, unless this is something that is directly in response to what you heard from the Housing Commission, please.
It is directly in response. It's the
Okay,
sole
then
topic.
have at it.
What among the topics we actively work on today is actual discrimination and challenges that township residents are facing. So we're actually actively working on situations of discrimination in housing, with landlords and tenants who are struggling with their landlords and struggling with complaints that are going to the state. So I just want to make sure that cases that we're handling, we're able to work on those with our colleagues in the Housing Commission, as well as with Monarch, on folks who are unfortunately right now at the risk of actually becoming homeless because of challenges that they're facing. So there's actually a very important intersection that we're actively.
No, I get the important intersection, but my purpose for letting people go now was so that if the Housing Commission needed to respond to something, they can do that and then they can go. So please feel free if you want another 2 minutes to come at the end of the meeting. I'm gonna try again to make sure that I'm saying this correctly. Please, if you're coming to the mic at this time, it's only something that may need to be responded to by the housing based on the presentation that you heard today from the 3 individuals that presented. If it's not one of those things, please would you hold it until later?
I just wanted to ask whether the population changed from the 44,000 down to the 39,000 based on the number of kids and the size of the families, and because the number of kids in schools has decreased also. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out whether, do people want me to take my property and turn it into 3 houses? And can I do that? And how expensive is that? And it's not like I can just do it for free. So, yeah, I can sell it off in pieces and make $1 million per property, maybe, or $3 million. But I have to have the money to invest to do that. And, you know, can I qualify for a loan to do that? And then when I sell the like, these are bigger issues, and they're not answered by the, you know, I just kind of want to know whether they know the answer to that.
So
Great
I think,
question. Thank you.
If Mayor Baskerville, are we allowed to respond to the question at this time?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I was letting them do this in case
Amazing.
you had
Just
to
wanted to
run.
clarify.
But can you stand up if
Sure,
you're going to
sure,
do it, please, and then come forward because the cameras and the people at home, the TV, they want to see you. Thank you very much.
No, no worries. And I think, Alan, I'm going to be looking to you for this because this is America. We live in a free society. We cannot compel you to do anything with your property. What we are inviting and what we are trying to explore is the idea that if a property owner wanted the flexibility to do things with their property right now that perhaps zoning is not permitting them to do so, we want to not forestall those conversations. We want to open up those conversations. So just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if Alan or my other commission members, if you guys had additional thoughts.
I mean, the history of zoning is basically to protect the rich, and it's really proven to be regressive in allowing communities to flourish. I mean, you take a look at the YIMBY Act, which is from Senator Stone and Senator Schatz, both on pretty opposite sides. And if you take a look at the history of zoning laws and how they've prevented people from really benefiting from the use of their property over the long term, it's really been kind of regressive.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we will go on to the next. Oh, how are you, Ms. Malloy? Thank you for being
I'm great,
here.
thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Deirdre Malloy. I would like to speak specifically to, first of all, great presentations, everyone, really great. I would like to speak to the continuum of care planning. I'd like to read something briefly and then ask a question. So the continuum of care, or COC planning process, is a process used by communities to apply for funding from HUD's COC program through the COC program planning process. Government agencies, service providers, advocates, and other stakeholders evaluate the needs of homeless people in the community, assess the performance of existing activities, and prioritize activities going forward, which was talked about. The COC process was introduced by HUD in the mid-1990s. It was codified into law by Congress through the Homeless Emergency Assistance and Rapid Transition to Housing Act of 2009. The COC process, prior to that, organizations applied individually for funding from several homeless agency programs, or rather assistance programs. As a result, there was little coordination between these programs, between the different organizations, et cetera. The process was established to promote coordination, which was also talked about, with communities between programs. It was also designed to bring together a broader collection of stakeholders, such as public agencies, the faith and business communities, and mainstream service providers. There are guidelines for the COC process, et cetera. Lastly, I'll say about that is that on May 2029, Barack Obama signed the HEART Act into law. So I spoke to the executive director and told her I was going to share this information because it was alluded to, but it wasn't mentioned. So the organizations would form a coalition, and they would become a member of the COC through Essex County. There is a whole process in which that happens. I'm not sure, and this is the question. Is any of the agencies, or rather the agency or the municipality, a member of the Essex County COC?
So I will say that a good portion, not all of the agencies that are part of the Unhoused Montclair Coalition are part of the COC, but a good majority of the partners around the table are. Whether or not the township is a member of the COC, I am not sure, but I do know that there is a call. More recently, the state has really encouraged municipalities to join the COC, to be part of the planning conversation. There are some communities across the state where municipalities are part of the COC. I'm not sure if the township is, but it is something that would be beneficial.
Right. There are there's COCs in almost every county. And I have a list of all the members for Essex County. One of them she mentioned, so that's a good thing. So I will share that information. Great. But I don't know, is the municipality a member of the COC for Essex County?
I can't speak on behalf of the other departments for Montclair. I know I'm not a member of the COC. I don't believe the health department is a member of the COC. I'm not sure about the Section 8 department.
No, it wouldn't be the Section. Oh, okay. The last thing I'll say really quickly is, and I don't know if it took up my time. So the Essex County COC is local government, the healthcare system, broader community advocates, like I mentioned, faith-based businesses, N.J.A.C 504, Steps Forward, homeless service providers, and people with lived experiences. You want those people at the table as well. So I have all the information in the bylaws which spells it out, and thank you so much. Thank you for answering
Thank you
my
very
question.
much. I appreciate it, and thank you so, oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Toller.
Thank you. Ms. Malloy, thank you for that information. You said
Yes.
you're going to share it with the full council, the bylaws
Yes,
and
because I would like to have a copy
Yes.
the
as well.
background?
Thank you.
Yes, I'll share. It's
Thank
not a
you
lot
very-
of information. It's like straightforward read
Okay,
information.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very, very much to the housing presenters tonight. It was just amazing. Thank you for being here. At this point in time, I'm going to ask the Attorney Burr if he can let me know what he was speaking about, because I don't see it on the agenda tonight.
there was
What
a-
number is it?
There is no number on the agenda,
Okay.
Mayor. There was an ordinance that was on the agenda at the last
Meeting, yes.
to authorize an easement
Mm-hmm.
to the owner of 51 New Street from the township, and I think some questions were raised, so the ordinance was tabled. I received a communication email over before the meeting, I think it was Friday, that some of the council members wanted to ask the owner and through his attorney to come to the meeting to answer some questions.
Okay. Yes, and I appreciate it. I know Counselor Toller did mention that to
me. Can whoever has the ordinance from that meeting, please read that into the record? And we'd just like to note that it's not on the agenda. This is for discussion purposes, so does anyone have it with them so that we know what we're discussing, please?
Mr. Burr's getting it for us.
Okay. I know it's about an easement for a property on New Street. I
Yes.
don't remember the details, but
Yeah,
it was
I-
about that easement, okay.
I don't have the ordinance number. Well, let me see. Say that
Okay.
again, Eric?
Yeah.
And it's an ordinance authorizing an easement to
On
the,
township property.
over township property to the adjacent property
Correct.
owner.
Yeah, as I understand, for many, 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 many years, a portion of the property that is there now is sitting on a township-owned property, and as I understand from the last discussion, it appears as though at this point in time, we just want to make it legal that they can have the property that they're already occupying, but I want to find out.
No, yeah,
That's not the New Street
yeah,
one?
Yes.
Okay, so let's,
explain
that's
it.
why I want to hear the
I'll
whole
give
thing
you-
so I
and
can
Mr.
figure it out.
Vettery is here.
Oh, you have it?
I can give you the 110 years in about 1 minute. You can even time
No,
it.
can you read it to
I
us? That's
don't
what I
have
want to
the- So
know.
the ordinance contemplates providing an easement. There's been an encroachment since 1914.
Right.
The home was built, the home is encroached since 1914.
Right.
We filed an application before the board to maintain the home, not
Right.
expand the
Right.
encroachment, to put an addition on the back, not expanding. At that time, the Board of Adjustment, Mr. Fleischer, I believe, at the time suggested, go back to the mayor and council
Right.
and negotiate with the town attorney, Ira at the time, an easement, and then come back to us. We put together a deal sheet based upon all the items that the township wanted with respect to this easement. There'd be no further encroachment, there'd be insurance, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
We adhered to those, refiled the application with the Board of Adjustment, got approved in April of 2022, I believe. After that time, one of the comments in the resolution was that the approvals are conditioned upon finally perfecting and signing an easement, because right now the law gives a prescriptive easement. It's been going on for 110 years. The
Right.
township couldn't stop it if they wanted to. Our client couldn't. But the township wanted to put some things in there that maybe they wouldn't be afforded, like, God forbid, the house burnt down, they can no longer encroach. They wanted insurance requirements. And Mr. Burr and I went back and
Right.
forth on this, and we put together and memorialized an agreement that embodied all of the comments
Yeah.
in the resolution. At this point in time, the home is completed, came out lovely. It is a two-family home in that neighborhood, and it is about to be listed for sale. One of the conditions is satisfying this easement,
Yeah,
which
that
is
exactly
what brought
I
us here
thought
this
it
evening.
was, yeah.
And Mayor, I found the
And if it-
ordinance on the agenda
If I may,
from the
Mayor,
last
this
meeting.
may just help to understand, if I can just, this is just a highlighted, just to show where the actual easement
Yeah,
is.
no, and I appreciate it. I'm going to recognize the Attorney Burr, and then I'm going to go here, Councilor D'Amato. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it's the one that I thought it was. So we're not giving any additional land or anything. We're just now solidifying this. As far as I
Correct.
understand, there's absolutely no additional. Okay, I just
I
want
just
to make
Ma-
sure.
Mayor, for the
Yes, so I'm
record,
going to
and
hear
then I
from the
believe Ms.
Attorney
Toller
Attorney Burr, and then I'm going to hear from Councilor Toller.
Okay. So for the record, the ordinance that we are referring to that was on the agenda at the last
Thank you.
meeting, July 11th, is O-24-25, ordinance approving grant of easement to Ram 51 New LLC to traverse over and maintain a certain portion of the township property located at 53 New Street, Montclair, New Jersey. So that's the title of the ordinance. Mr. Vettery is correct. This process started actually before I became, I was appointed as the interim township attorney. It really relates to a fence that is located on 53 New Street that everyone believed belonged to, I guess, through the history of the properties, belonged to 51 New Street. As Mr. Vettery said, once they did their, bringing their applications to improve the property to the, was it the zoning board or zoning board?
Yes, and just to expand on that, it
Right.
is actually the house, not just the fence. The house itself
Is the
encroaches
house.
on the township
Yeah,
lot.
yeah.
And so they needed an access in order to take care of that side of the house, and we came to certain agreements that was presented to the council in the ordinance that was submitted to you last week. So that's basically the history.
Thank you, Counselor Toller.
Thank you for being here. Before I voted, when we had this on our agenda the last meeting, I was unaware of all the background. This diagram that you gave us, this is showing Mission Street and Washington Street. Can you perhaps in Sesame Street form to me, if you will? The easement that you're asking for is on New Street, on the right of the house?
Yes, to the right of 51, right adjacent to the township-owned property, I believe at 53 and 55, technically 53.
Okay. And if granted this easement, there'll be no additional building from your client
Correct.
on the property, is that correct?
Yeah. There has been additional building on my client's property, but the Board of Adjustment required that that be at least 3 feet off the township property. It's now built, an as-built survey has been done and presented to the township that shows that the addition is in fact 3 feet off
Right.
of the township lot.
And this easement is needed for,
So it's an encroachment right now. It frankly, it does run with the land. The law gives a prescriptive easement, as your counsel will tell you. The Board of Adjustment thought it was just good housekeeping
Yes.
that you get, that the township be afforded certain indemnifications, insurance, and then the ability, if that house were to ever burn down, or they choose to demolish the house and build something new, that easement would go away.
and are we comfortable with a conditional easement, or is that not?
It essentially is a condition. I mean, there are conditions set forth in the easement, so it essentially is a conditional easement.
Do you have a copy of the conditions with you tonight that you can share with us?
I do have a draft of the easement.
Basically, what I'm trying to get to is, if this is granted, that we won't look up in 5 or 10 years from now and we've lost our land, if you will.
That doesn't permit, the easement doesn't permit that, so the property that is adjacent to this property that's owned by the town, I think Janice left, but I think the intent is to use that property for affordable housing, and you would still be able to build the same size house within the zoning requirements.
Yes.
With easement that as without it, so they cannot build any further onto the lot. As Mr. Vettery says, a portion of the house already encroaches onto that lot. They can't go any further over.
Yeah.
The easement is really there to allow that encroachment and to allow them to traverse over the property to maintain that side of the house if they have to paint
How
it,
much are we
repair it.
talking? How much?
It's like 3 feet.
3
I believe.
feet.
Yeah, about 3 feet.
Yeah, it's about 3 feet.
Thank you.
Counselor Lockman?
I was just wondering, was there any discussion about redrawing the property line?
There was, yet the township was not interested in doing a
Oh,
lot
I
line
see.
adjustment. Would have involved a subdivision. We were willing to do that, but the township didn't want to do that, perhaps thinking in the future that they don't want to give up that 3 feet if something were to happen with this.
For consideration, I'm sure.
Sure,
That's what
yeah.
I was, yeah, okay. I'm always trying to make money for the town.
I understand.
Yes, Counselor Birmingham?
Just one quick question, and Mr. Burr, this may be for you, because last time, to Council Member Toller's point, it was not clear to us that it had been to the Land Use Board. Are you saying now that it has been through the Land Use Board as appropriate? As you say, it's a prescriptive easement, so it's been there forever?
Yeah, 110
Right.
years.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's,
it went-
from
it
that
was-
standpoint, it's good.
It
Okay.
started, that's where the issue was discovered, in essence, was at the zoning board of adjustment, and they correctly stated that in order to grant the variance, they wanted us to make some type of record with regard to the easement. The township did not want to give up any of the lot size because they didn't want to diminish the lot in the event we wanted to build something there.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you have something? No. Anyone else have
Everything's
anything
clear.
here on this side? Counselor Toller, we're okay for
I
now?
have a thorough understanding now. I thank you for being here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for
having
waiting
Thank
it
you.
out.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
that.
much.
Thank you.
Attorney Burr,
Thank
you
you.
have anything else for this
No, nothing else.
particular
Thank you,
thing?
Mr. Barry.
Okay,
Thanks very
Manager?
much.
No, we're good. Thank you
Thank
so
you for your
much.
patience.
Appreciate you for coming
Thank
in.
you, thank you.
No, we voted on it already at the last meeting. Okay, all right. So let's see where we are. We are starting out with new business. Okay. Counselor D'Amato, let's start with A, B, C, and go on down and have discussion if we need.
If it's 10 o'clock, it must be new business.
New business.
Ordinance O-24-26, fully funded capital ordinance provided for various parking utility capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, New Jersey, and appropriating the sum of $500,000 from the Parking Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof.
I so move.
Second? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, we have to do a roll call.
Yeah.
Discussion? Hearing none, please, would you take a roll call vote?
Counselor Anderson? Sorry, Counselor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Laufman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes,
7 in the affirmative.
thank you.
Would you like to-
Counselor Birmingham?
Ordinance O-24-27, fully funded capital ordinance providing for various sewer utility capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, New Jersey, and appropriating the sum of $2 million from the Sewer Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof. I so move.
Second? Discussion?
Second.
I seconded, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think just that, so people know, this is coming from the sewer utility, so this is like it's a self-funding capital project, and I think, I can't remember the list of projects, but
Right.
it was,
Mr. Primavera is here in case you had any specific questions.
I don't know.
Okay.
Did you,
No, just to answer questions, it's fine.
I don't think so. I think we're good.
Didn't someone have a question on what areas or where this was going, what wards or areas or streets this was going to happen?
I think that was answered. Oh, you didn't see those answers.
Since you're here, may I ask a question? May I ask a question? The gentleman.
Come down, yeah, when you get
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
The areas in...
I'm sorry, sir, would you please give us your
Michael
name and let the
Primavera,
people know
Acting
who you are?
Superintendent and Licensed Operator for the Montclair Water and Sewer Department.
Thank you.
No problem. The areas in which the lining is occurring or the manhole refurbishments are occurring. Both. The manhole refurbishments will be around Edgemont Pond and the Yannicor Brook area. That is for infiltration and intrusion of groundwater. What it does is it inundates our sewer pipes with extra water that we do not need to take or handle. In terms of the sewer lining project, the sewer lining project will be in Zone C, which Zone C is in the 3rd and 4th ward. We're cleaning up that section. That has a lot of lined areas already. And then the other area will be Zone Q of our map, which will be Ward 4 and Ward 2. Q goes from Walnut Street all the way to Watchung Ave, and it goes from, let's see, these maps are upside down. It goes from, I'm sorry, hold on one second, North Fullerton down to the bottom of Montclair. So it covers a large area.
Thank you, and I'm sure the people at home thank you for that
Oh,
information.
no problem.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, Counselor Lockman?
So when you're doing this, are you opening up the streets?
No.
Oh.
So the purpose of lining is it re-inhibits the line. It brings its life, a useful life back to zero, essentially. What we do is we put a slip liner through it, and then they inflate it inside.
Okay.
So what that does is that reduces the amount of excavation that is needed. There will be some if there are spot repairs where they can't get through, but for the most part, it is just running this slip lining through, inflating it, and putting it back
Okay.
in service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well, don't go.
We're going to go on to ordinance C.
We're going to vote.
We're going to do the vote on this
Oh,
one.
okay, I'm sorry. So, please call the roll.
We have a moving,
Yeah,
so
it was,
moved.
it was moved and second.
Yeah.
and who was the second on that?
I was.
Okay.
I moved it.
I moved it. Yeah, I second. The second.
All right.
The first, second.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Loffman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller. Yes. Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes,
7 in the affirmative.
thank you. Ordinance C.
Okay, so ordinance 0-24-28, which is fully funded capital ordinance providing for various water utility capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, New Jersey, and appropriating the sum of $2.5 million from the Water Utility Capital Improvement Fund for the cost thereof. I so move this
Second.
ordinance.
I second it.
Okay.
Discussion?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
Mayor,
sorry. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson?
Mayor, thank you. Yes, I just have questions about where it says various. I just would like to know the locations of where the water treatment, and especially I'm curious about which pump stations and which wells are being improved.
So in terms of water treatment and security, the various water utility tank improvements is our 2 water storage tanks. We have one located on the border of Cedar Grove, up off of Club Way. That's a 2.5 million gallon tank that was built around 1930. It is a steel riveted tank that is reaching the end of its useful life, and is something that's going to have to be addressed in the next couple of years. We also have another tank off of Briar Hill Road. It is a 17-foot underground reservoir that was built in 1943, I believe. That is also reaching the end of its useful life, where we need to do improvements on it to keep it running.
Thank you. Counselor Lockman?
So, Michael, I had a question, just because this came up, about the Nishawane well. It's kind of related to this, I guess. Can you tell me what the status of that is and what's going on with that?
So currently, that is a drilled and permitted well. There is no construction that has been done. There has been a limited designs done in the past when this was previously brought before council, 2010, 2011, I think that was around. But we are reaching a point with the N.J.A.C where that is no longer going to be allowed to be a permitted well. 2031, that will come off of our allocation permit. So if we don't start any sort of construction at the beginning of 2031, they will make us fill the casing with grout, and we would have to look somewhere else for a new well.
And we need the water.
In terms of allocation, you would love the water coming from a professional standpoint. In terms of somebody who was here during the 2022 emergency in October, that would have saved myself and the 3 other people who did not go home over those 5 days some sleep. That would have helped us. That would have went a long way, because during that emergency, what a lot of people don't realize is we were hours from running out of water. So that would have given us an extra 1.4 million gallons. With our other 2 wells, we would have been around 3.8 million gallons, and then what we were getting from other towns would have sufficed, whereas we were only getting about 1 million total from everyone else.
Has all the construction in recent years impacted the need for that well?
No, we do have plenty of allocation. It's not that. It's more the sustainability of the town for itself is where I'm coming from with this, is these aqueducts are aging. You know, they're older than our water systems, and they are going to have more problems down the road. And what you want is to be able to self-suffice the water in case of these emergencies. You're not running out of your allocation from North Jersey Water District, but there are going to be more problems down the road. It's just these things are going to rear their ugly heads as time goes on, as nothing's been done with this infrastructure.
Any idea what it would cost to make the well operable?
That would first off, you'd have to do a 72-hour pump test to truly see what you're drawing from this aquifer in terms of what you would have to treat for. You know, we did do a small pump test, but it was only 100 gallons a minute. This well is permitted for 1,000 gallons a minute, so you'd have to get a pump in here to match that, see what you're drawing, in order to come up with a design for the treatment of it.
And I understand it would look like, if you did some work here, it would look like the well behind, what's the name of that restaurant?
De Novo over there?
De Novo, yeah.
Yes. So
Yeah.
ideally, like what my predecessor, Mr. Bzarny, did was when we were redoing that well, is he went to the historical board and everyone else and said, what kind of brick do you want? What kind of trees do you want? What kind of fence do you want? We'll basically make it look how you guys want. We just need to put in these treatment vessels in order to get this well back online.
Thank you.
So I remember when we last had that discussion, and so I'm certain that if we were going to revisit this, that we would take the same approach that we took before, which would start with the community, the neighbors, the residents. We'd invite them all in and to have an opportunity to speak, because a part of the concern of the neighbors and many residents at that time was taking Green Acres land and putting more concrete and mortar there and taking away an opportunity for some of the kids who look forward to sleigh riding there to do that and other things. So while I understand that there may be a need at some point in time, I'm just making sure that, you know, if we did this, and Mr. Bzarny probably spoke to you a lot and explained to you, he did a masterful job at what he did, and the outcome was that the overwhelming outcry of residents and the people at that time that were addressing that was that at that point in time they did not think that the need to pour more concrete and mortar into a neighborhood that's already deficient with open space and trees wasn't greater at that time. So I'm sure we'll start the process again when that time is needed.
However you guys would like to proceed with it is how we would
Thank you.
move forward.
Can you just explain?
Councilor D'Amato?
Oh, sorry. Could you just quickly explain the process by which that well is forced into, obsolescence in 2031? Like, what is it? Is
So
it
you
about the
have to-
engineering design, or?
No, you file an allocation permit with the N.J.A.C every 10 years. We filed one in 2021. It expires in 2031.
Got it.
They left that on, pretty much telling us that in 2031, if nothing's done with it, it's gone. It'll be filled with grout, and New Jersey American is right around the corner, and they will be looking for that allocation themselves. So,
Councilor Toller?
Yes, thanks. I just want to, I know Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson, she had a question about where the other wells were and the pump stations, if you can just bring us up to speed on that.
so you have, right now, we have 3 municipal wells, 2 working. We have one behind Glenfield School. It is back in the county park there behind Glenfield School. And then we have another one on the corner of Lorraine and North Mountain, and right in the De Novo parking lot. The third one is by the high school that we are actually looking to put treatment process in to bring back online. We do have a $2 million grant for that well from Mikey Sherrill that we are in the process of filling the application out for. That takes a year or so to fill the application out to actually receive the money. So those are your 3 wells right now.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh, no worries. I just want to say thank you for being here so late.
Yeah.
And I think we should have a presentation on our water supply.
Yes.
And I think that should be on the agenda, hopefully for one of our future meetings. But I want to say thank you for
Yeah.
being here tonight.
No problem.
Thank you very much. We
Not a
appreciate
problem.
it.
No problem at
Anyone
all.
else? No? Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Yep. Thank you.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Loffman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative.
Deputy Mayor, we're at number D, new business. We're going on to new business.
Okay, this is resolution R 24-176. It's a resolution authorizing amendment number 2 to the contract to Atlantic Uniform Company for the provision of Township Police uniforms. I so move.
Second? Discussion?
Yes, I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Sorry.
Counselor Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson?
Okay, so I'm just noting that this is a second amendment, right? And so my questions really had to do with, it's a $20,000 increase since being requested since April. So my questions really had to do with, how many and it says it's to account for retirements and unforeseen increase in new hires. So I had asked how many retirements there have been since April, how many new hires. Those are my initial questions. Is there anybody who can answer that?
Yes.
Manager?
Sorry, I thought we did provide that information, but we did have 24 retirements between January 1st and August 1st. We have 8 recruits in the academy that are coming out. We have 3 more retirements as of July 31st. The cost is expensive. It's approximately $4,000 per recruit, because it's not only the uniforms, it's their belts and other equipment that we provide for them. So when you hear the term uniform, it's just not a pants and a shirt. So this is just, one of those things where we've had a tremendous amount of people depart, some expected, many not expected, and we anticipate that in the near future, as that number goes down, the amount we spend on uniforms will decrease.
Madam Mayor, may I?
Thank you. Counselor Toller?
Yeah, question. This is as an amended resolution. Was this bill paid back in 2023? Is there anything left over? Is that why they're asking for this additional money?
In addition to the amount, the initial contract for, just let me pull my resolution here, I apologize.
55,000.
And if it is, I'm just wondering, well, maybe you weren't here then, so you can't explain why.
The resolution was approved, it was in November of last year. It was originally $55,000, and they're asking for an additional $20,000.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
I'm dealing
Anyone
with 2
else?
hats here, so I'm just trying to be organized.
Please call for the vote.
Who was the second on that? I apologize.
I'm rocking with the mayor.
Okay.
Mayor seconded.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Loffman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor Williams?
Mayor, if I just may interject, the next 3 resolutions have to do with our refunding. I've invited our financial advisor, Michael Hanley from NW Financial, to be here to answer any questions you may have as to what these resolutions involve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Counselor Williams?
Resolution R-24-177, resolution determining the form and other details of not to exceed $13 million aggregate principal amount of general obligations refunding bonds, Series 2024 of the Township of Montclair, consisting of not to exceed $8,630,000 parking utility refunding bonds, Series 2024A, and not to exceed $4,285,000 school refunding bonds, Series 2024B, to accomplish the refunding on the terms required by the local finance board pursuant to N.J.A.C. 530-2.5 and consistent with the provisions of the Internal Revenue Code 1986 as amended, and to provide for the sale.
Mayor?
Yes, sir,
In
Manager?
terms of this resolution, we need to add a phrase, a few words, to page 2, paragraph G, where it reads, "The underwriter's discount does not exceed $5 per 1,000 of bonds issued," and add in parentheses, "only if the bonds are sold via negotiated sale," close parentheses. That's not in your draft. That was just added by bond counsel earlier today. So it's a minor change to the resolution, that's all.
Thank you.
And that would need to be moved as amended with the,
Right.
with the mayor's. You also need to add,
Title also needs to be changed, it's not general obligation bonds.
Right, that should
Yeah.
be deleted, general obligations, just refunding
and-
bonds.
right. So out of the title, we would take out general obligation refunding bond.
Because the parking utility is not a general obligation, it is not backed up by the township's taxes.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a second on that?
Second.
You moved it.
Rahum moved it.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Discussion, please. Counselor Birmingham?
I have two questions. One is a really, I guess, just bizarre question. But so we, in the last year, there were a couple of resolutions around making the manager, making you a bank signatory, and that had to be passed by a resolution. And in that resolution, back then, it says, whereas the municipal officials authorized to act as bank signatories include the township manager, CFO, and treasurer. But then in this resolution, it says the mayor and/or chief financial officer are each hereby authorized and directed to pay all costs of issuance. So I'm just wondering, again, just in terms of who's authorized when we say the mayor is authorized, they're not a signatory, a bank signatory, right?
No.
Okay, so,
No.
Is to issue the bonds.
so it's
You know, when
just
we sell the
directed to,
bonds,
okay,
that's the
okay.
mayor.
And then, can you give
Good
us a sense
question,
of how much you're expecting to save? Do we have any projection there?
The anticipated is $600,000 for the total. If over the life of the bonds, over the life of the bonds. Again, it all depends on what the interest rates are.
It's not doing a good job, is it?
Is that on, Mike?
I think
Make sure
so,
they'll
yeah.
get green light, yeah, Tom.
It is.
So the total savings right now we expect is around 800,000. The 600,000 that Maja was pointing to is the present value, which is the way we calculate savings for refinancings. You take a discounted value of the cash flow to make sure you're meeting the hurdles that are necessary for the state.
Okay.
But the
So over the
gross
life,
dollars are
800,000.
likely to be 800,000 in today's
Thank you.
marketplace.
So what interest are we getting?
The interest, the TIC, if it were issued today, would probably be in the low threes, like 3.15.
Wait a minute, what?
It's not.
What is
Anyone else?
I have a very quick one, which is just in terms of categorizing our different types of debt that are general obligation. As we refinance the old Type 1 school debt that we have, does that put off the day that just as an entry in our ledger, we still have Type 1 debt?
Now,
I know we
yeah,
have a lot of it,
The
but
term of the bonds is not changing. Well, the only thing that's happening here is we're taking older debt with a higher coupon.
I understand.
And converting it to the same debt today with lower coupons.
My question really is like, is there a timetable that we have when, and I know money is all fungible, but when our Type 1 debt is gone, like
When we pay off the existing debt, because they all come with this payment schedules, right? Over
Right.
a period of, I think, 20, I have to look it up, but how, like, this one is another 4 years.
But these are not school debt anymore. Once you refinance it with a general obligation bond, it just becomes, No.
This is still the school money. Whatever we pay for the school bonds, that is still added to the school levy. It's not the township levy, it is the school levy.
I see, okay, right.
The only reason it's general obligation is it is backed up by the taxing capacity of the
Understood.
township. Whereas the utilities are backed up by the rates that we charge the users of water, sewer, parking, whatever it is. It's not tax, it is the user fees.
I get that. It's a very small question, which is that basically at what point, I think I saw the number 2037, the year 2037 or something like that,
Yeah.
that we are expected. This is not going to extend that
No,
date.
it's not.
Okay, fine.
It's also the existing one only. We are not.
I understand.
taking over the
I get that part, yeah. Thanks. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I just think that there's a typo in the ordinance. I mean, you could tell me if this is true or not. Page, well, it's not paginated, but section 3, it says, starts out with, if the bonds are sold via negotiated sale, the mayor, township manager, and the chief financial officer. And then on line 7, it just talks about the mayor and the chief financial officer. Shouldn't the township manager also be included in that category of persons?
I never saw any bond ordinance signed by the manager in any town.
Well,
The bond law, I don't know.
Yeah.
if you could just check that, I think we should,
Yeah, I mean, it should match.
it should match, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So it should change.
Excuse me.
It should be amended. so-
Right, it
yeah.
should be, and this may be the old resolution, if you will, when the mayor appointed the board members.
I don't know.
We can table it.
Bond counsel, he wrote it, but maybe he's an.
I think it's just a typo that, you know.
So we can amend it again.
Yeah, thanks, okay.
So,
No, we can't, no, we're, if I can, our plan is to go to market, so we need to get this done. If we delay it another month,
When are you planning on going to market?
Within the next couple of weeks.
So our next meeting is the 15th.
so what else is wrong with it besides the typo, did you say?
No, I said
Oh.
there are 2 issues.
Oh, 2 issues.
They told us to add something on to letter.
Yeah, and then take out general. and
Oh, I
other
see. Oh, I
obligations.
see. So 2
Yeah.
typographical type things, but can't we just
Yeah, we can,
amend
yeah,
it
you
or
can
approve it
amend it
with those
verbally, and it
changes?
can be
Yeah.
corrected after.
I'm sorry,
This
so
is
just
just
to be clear, the
introduction.
section 3, which part is the typo? Is it the second reference? Should it say,
Here, look at this, Susan. It's highlighted.
You can either get rid of the manager at the beginning of the section or add it
okay.
to later in the section, but it's
it's
the,
funny, I really expected a round of applause from the audience.
Get rid of them.
it won't matter. I would suggest adding the
We
manager
should add
to
the
the
manager.
carpool.
Add the manager.
Yeah.
Good catch, Conrad.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I'm good for is editing stuff.
So we can move to,
As
as amended,
yeah,
as amended.
As amended,
Yes.
so,
Yes.
as amended.
So I moved it, so should I move it again? Did I move it?
Whoever
No,
read
Counselor
it moved
Williams.
it.
Oh, sorry. You did.
You seconded it.
I second.
I think we have it on tape.
Okay, so we're good?
Yeah,
All right.
and
As
your
amended.
temporary clerk over there is taking great notes.
I'm trying.
So,
Roll call? Ready for a roll call, Mayor?
Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Okay, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson,
yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lopman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
No, excuse me, yes, sorry.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
is that 7-0? or-
Thank you. Next, Counselor Toller, please, would you read the next?
Sorry. Getting a little punchy here. It's a little late. Sorry, guys.
I'm hungry, yeah.
Yeah. Resolution R-178, resolution determining the form and other details of not to 10,384,000 general obligation bond series 2024 and providing for their sale. I so move.
Second,
Ms. Rao, is there any changes we have to make to this one, too? This is the one that we want.
Not to exceed.
They are not callable.
Is this not
It
callable? or
should
is
be
this not?
non-callable. Where
Or is
that
this
line?
one the general obligation?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see.
I don't even know.
There were.
I have a question, please, on
I will ask.
when we're reading this resolution determining the form and other details of not to, is there supposed to be an exceed before the 10,384, the $10,384,000 on
That's just the subject.
F resolution? It's supposed to be exceed.
That's just the cover sheet, so everything. I believe.
Oh, I was just reading it on this page that we were given.
Oh, yeah, but that's,
Okay.
it would be on this page. as far
So the
as-
answer to my question is yes, it's supposed to say exceed, because if I'm
Right,
reading
yes,
through
yes,
here, I don't
yes.
know that.
Doesn't have
Thank
to
you.
officially be changed there.
Okay.
I'm just trying to.
Was there a second?
Yeah, I saw it, not to.
Did anybody second that?
I seconded it.
Okay. Any discussion?
I just have a question. Did we sort of raced by the first round of public comment on agenda items?
No, we didn't race by it. We, actually, someone put that on there in error, but then since it was on there, that discussion was going to be on the one item that we had. So in the conference meetings, and I discussed this with the clerk, so I don't know how it got on there, but the conference meetings, we're going to have one opportunity for people to come forward and have all the questions that they want to ask. And we're going to do our business and try to get through our business. At the regular scheduled meetings, we're going to keep two separate ones. But that shouldn't have even been on there. Since it was on there, I opted to allow the people that had questions pertaining to the topic of our conference meeting
Well,
to ask those at that time.
With respect, we've had the same format, which we were supposed to be changing,
I don't know what,
but, we
what
were
you're
supposed to be
saying.
changing it to be a little more liberal in allowing people to comment.
Point of
But are
order,
you-
we were in
yeah.
the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of
Right, but
talking
is,
about.
was anybody here wanting to comment on any of these?
Okay, and
new
so,
business?
point of order, where were we in the discussion here? We're talking about, which number were we on?
This is Resolution
R-24-178.
Okay. Was there discussion on that resolution? No? Okay. Please call the vote.
Okay.
Yeah, as amended.
All right. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson,
As amended, yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes, as amended.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes, as amended.
Councilor Laufman,
Yes, as amended.
Councilor Toller,
Yes, as amended.
Councilor Williams,
Yes, as amended.
Mayor Baskerville,
Yes, as amended. Next resolution, Councilor D'Amato.
I'm saying, we're not going forward, and we skipped over public comment.
Thank you.
Like, it's on there, and no one asked me if it was going to be changed, and, this is the Council of Equals, so it is on the agenda that if people want to comment, and I apologize if anybody was waiting to comment and didn't catch it. So if anybody wanted to comment on any of the measures that we just passed or anything forward, please come ahead.
No, that's, you're out of order, so if you don't want to read the next resolution, I'll go to the next person.
I'm not out of order.
You are out of order. I'm presiding over this meeting, and I made a decision for reasons that this is a conference meeting and that we have an agenda and we have to get those things done, that was going to happen, and we're going to have one conference, so we're going to have the people that will want to talk, they can come and talk about any topics they want. We're going to proceed through the agenda, and then if we need to have further discussion at some other time, we can have that. But as the person presiding over the meeting, I made that decision, and I'd like to proceed with the meeting.
Mayor, just, if, I think Eric's point is just, if we're going to be voting on something, can people have a chance to, ask or discuss that?
Absolutely.
So, because we are voting on these resolutions, I think that's the point, and I doubt that there are people in the audience who want to talk about these bond issuing, but that's, I think, the point here is just because we're voting.
I certainly understand that point. So if anyone wishes to come forward and talk about one of these before we vote on it, then you may come forward, as long as it's going to be specifically about that one resolution before we vote on that. Thank you for explaining that, because when somebody just says we're just going to have another one because it's on the paper, and I worked very hard to make sure
that the clerk, when I was speaking with her, understood that that shouldn't have been there. So please proceed. Yeah. Right now, we're going to have resolution, what resolution are we going to have?
We're up to
yes.
24-179, but there's not been an introduction.
Okay.
So
We're going to resolution 24-179. After it's read and counselor has any comments, then we will have public comment on 24-179. It's Eileen.
Eric can read it.
All right. Okay. Resolution R-24-179, resolution providing for the combination of certain issues of bonds of the Township of Montclair and an individual issue of bonds aggregating not to exceed $10,384,000 in the principal amount. Move forward.
Second.
Council discussion? Discussion on resolution R-24-179 from the public?
Mayor, is that going to be 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
I'm sorry?
Is
2
that gonna
minutes
be
or 3 minutes?
2 minutes or 3 minutes?
First, I want to see if this, what the outflow
No one's
is.
speaking, so-
Okay, no discussion? Please call the vote.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Loughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative.
Resolution H, 24-180.
I will do that one. Resolution R-24-180, resolution authorizing renewal of alcoholic beverage plenary retail distribution license number 0713-44-008-010 for Husenaj ABC Holdings LLC for a term ending June 30th, 2025. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion from the council?
No. We discussed last time that this has been reviewed by,
Right.
as required.
They
and-
don't
yeah.
have, right. Discussion from the public on resolution R-24-180. Please call the roll.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Loughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes,
7 in the affirmative.
thank you. Ms. Avery, were you trying to comment on one of the resolutions that we went past already? No. Okay, okay. Now we're going to move on to the discussion agenda items.
Are we doing
Oh, the bill list. Any volunteer?
I will.
Councilor Lockman?
I make a motion to pass resolution R-24-181, our bill list.
Anybody have any questions or discussion?
I just remember Robin used to,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Schlager used to do some long
She would read it.
presentation.
She would read
That's
it.
not
She would read
required
it.
though by law,
No,
right?
that's
Okay.
not.
I
She would
wanna
just read the
be
title
clear.
of the.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
No,
I
it's
just,
fine.
no, shorter is
Thank you,
better.
it's
Just wanted to make sure.
It was a very lengthy one, lengthy introduction of the bills list.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Williams?
Yeah, I just want to make a note that last council meeting, we pulled the Aubrey bill from
And there were
the
2
list.
bills, yes.
So at a certain, since we got the reports now, we have to add it back at a certain point. So just
Okay.
put in.
We can add those 2 bills back to this. Just get it done.
Next go round.
Or we can do it now.
We'll do it the next one.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Ready for roll call?
Any discussion, questions?
on the bill list only, no. Okay, please call the roll.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Shenanderson.
Yes.
This is where.
Oh, Miss Avery, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was calling for. I'm sorry that we had an interruption. It would have been probably easier to follow, but I think we're going to do just fine.
Sarah Avery, sorry, I was confused. So on the bill list resolution, I just had a couple of comments. Well, first of all, the CGP&H LLC, $7,680 for Affordable Housing Administration. This is something that Janice Talley brought up, the Affordable Housing Administration, during her presentation, and that, there's only 3 properties in 2024 that were approved for repairs. Now, the resolution, R-24-050, which was approved in February of 2024, is $56,500 for the year. But there's only been 3 properties in 2024 that have been approved for these renovations. And so it just, and the total cost of those renovations is $71,000 and change. So it just, I'm trying to reconcile how the cost of administering a program is almost as much as the cost of the repairs that are being done to the 3 homes. Okay, so that's that. The other question or comment is the $1 million Rao case settlement. Still don't understand really why that's coming out of the taxpayers' pocket. The employment practices liability coverage, the limits of the liability is $15 million for each claim. The Garden State Mutual Joint Insurance Fund retention is $500,000 per claim, and then the notation here is defense costs are included in the retention. Now I obtained the legal bills from the JIF for the town's defense. The bills that I have cover through April 30th. The case was settled May 13th. So, the number I have through April 30th is $483,000. So without, really being an expert in this particular insurance claim, it seems to me that the town's defense was covered by the JIF. So I don't understand why the settlement is not covered by the JIF when the policy has a $15 million limit. And then further, Robin Schlager is getting a reimbursement of legal fees for $3,645. This is in addition to $2,884 she was previously reimbursed. And the schedule that I have, for legal fees being reimbursed to the prior council from November 15th, 2023 through the last reimbursement to William Herlock is $12,468. So, so the taxpayers are paying the former counselor's legal fees. The taxpayers, for some reason, are paying $1 million of the settlement. But I have Oprah'd the transcript of Robin Schlager's deposition testimony, and it's been refused that the township does not, the depositions are taken by private attorneys. However, and that they're not government records. But when I look at the ordinance, the indemnification ordinance, the township attorney has to approve the counselor's defense. So, methods of providing defense. The township attorney may, at his or her option, provide for legal defense of an employee by reimbursing the employee for any reasonable attorney fees expended. Okay. But then it says, no employee shall be reimbursed unless the township attorney has agreed in writing to the amount of the reimbursement before the employee incurs any expenses in his or her defense. So number one, I'd like to know that that actually occurred, that the township attorney has on file, the written approval that it was, it was approved, number one. And then number two, how is it that we're paying for something, the taxpayers are paying for something, and the deliverable, we don't get to see the deliverable. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to respond to that? Attorney Burr?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to respond to those comments.
Okay.
at this time.
Manager LaPola? No? Okay. Yes.
Hi, I'm Christina Thomas. I do want to say that these concerns that are raised by Ms. Avery are absolutely appropriate, and they should, in fact, be answered. And if we have not received answers to Oprah requests, that is a serious issue. You cannot get around the rules by saying, oh, it's, the subject of litigation. Settlements are not. Insurance policies are not. Emails are not. They're not. You gotta follow the rules. And saying, oh, I'm not gonna respond, that makes, there should be responses before bills are paid. There should be, all the questions should be answered. The council should know the answers to all of the questions before the bills are paid, and the public has a right to know as well. It's required by the Open Public Meetings Act and the Open Public Records Act.
Thank you.
That I'll respond to,
Attorney
Mayor,
Burr?
that comment, because Ms. Thomas should know, since she's an attorney, what the exceptions to the, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So she should know what the exceptions are to Oprah. They're listed, and insurance records are exempt from Oprah. Attorney-client privilege is exempt from Oprah. Settlement agreements, she is correct, is subject to Oprah, but that's been released to Ms. Avery. So the settlement agreement, Ms. Avery, did you make an Oprah request for the settlement agreement?
So for the record, initially, I requested the insurance policy from the town. The town declined, so I went to the JIF, and the town gave a reason, which, one of those exceptions that Mr. Burr is referring to, but obviously, Township Attorney Burr interpreted the exception differently than the joint insurance fund did, because I Oprah'd the insurance policy from the JIF, and they gave it to me. That's how I know there's a $15 million limit or coverage for the claim. What does it say here?
And the question.
Yes,
and the
limits of liability. That's what I wanted to know, because I didn't understand why the taxpayers are paying $1 million. And I think that the taxpayers are entitled to know why we are paying $1 million for a lawsuit where the town obstructed discovery. I didn't bring all of those notes with me because it's a lengthy, it's an additional lengthy topic to get into, but the township's defense attorney, Hatfield Schwartz, claimed that the employment investigative reports were inaccessible due to a malware attack, which wasn't true, right? Because it was personal data that was hacked. Yeah, I didn't bring it with me. It was personal data that was hacked, and the hackers held on to the personal data until the ransom was paid. Then once the ransom was paid, it was released. But the township's defense attorneys used the cyber attack as an excuse not to provide reports requested in discovery, and that prolonged the lawsuit. So it's all interrelated. The money's coming out of our pockets, and we have a right to know.
Sarah,
Councillor Lockman?
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Avery? I know you've been up talking about this case, I think both times we've been sitting on the dais here. What can we do to make you satisfied that all the right things were done on this matter? I believe that you're missing the fact that there's a large deductible on the settlement. I've just started to look at the policies, and there was a large deductible.
Oh, okay, so I don't have that information.
Well,
and
yes.
it would
Well,
have
what
been,
I'm just want
yeah.
to ask you,
Mhm.
You're, passionate about this. I understand that, but I'd just like to get over this. What can we do to satisfy your inquiries?
Okay.
And make you satisfied about this?
It may be a criminal matter, right? If the town used the cyber attack as an excuse to not comply with the plaintiff's attorney's request for discovery and prolonged the lawsuit at great cost.
That's your speculation at this point, and I know
I
you're
do
trying
have
to-
all the facts,
Right,
and
right,
I have
but
all the
I'm just trying
facts.
to figure out how can we get over this at this point.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know how we're going to get over it until it is exposed, that the issue is exposed. And everyone seems very reluctant to discuss it. And I'm sorry I
think that
didn't,
they
I'm
don't
sorry I
agree with
didn't
you.
bring, I had the papers out, and I didn't bring them, because obviously I can't recite all the facts off the top of my head.
Well,
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. I appreciate that. And so the two questions that I heard for tonight are, did the attorney put in writing that agreement beforehand? Is that, and the other one is, how is it that the taxpayers' money should be going to that? So generally, if we don't have an immediate answer for you, we ask that someone will get back to you. I don't have an answer for you because I really don't know why. What do we, are we going to get back to Ms. Avery with her questions that she's presenting here, or what will be our next
Sure.
steps?
I will address the council with the answers.
Okay.
The one of the questions she asked, which was, I believe this question had already been answered when the prior council was seated. Why did the township pay the $1 million settlement as opposed to the JIF?
That's what you were saying.
Because the JIF did not want to pay the settlement. This was
Okay.
a township settlement. The
Okay.
council settled, the prior council settled it, and they used township funds. The JIF kicked in $250,000 of the $1.25 million. That was the prior council's decision to resolve that lawsuit.
Okay.
Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
very quickly.
Um,
There's another question that this should answer, which is that assuming it is true that you are needing to okay any expenditures in advance on the previous counselor's legal bills, then we should be able to know at this point, at the end of July, exactly where we stand with their outstanding bills. Is that correct?
When you say know exactly where we stand with their bills,
Within an amount that you and I may.
couldn't give you right at this moment the exact figure of the total of all the bills paid on behalf of the council by the township. However, we followed every step pursuant to the ordinance on reimbursing the council under the defense and indemnification.
And there are no.
So then does that mean that, the
There is-
question that I asked, does that mean then that you did sign for Counselor Schlager's?
I approved.
You signed the
I
paper that she's
approved their-
talking about.
I approved their bills in accordance with the defense and indemnification ordinance.
Okay, okay.
To answer Mr. D'Amato's question, I know there is one more bill that is outstanding that I received today from a counselor. That bill is being reviewed, so I don't know if it's.
And that's the last one that we can expect?
That is the last one that I've received. I cannot say that one of the counselors who have received a legal invoice after they've left office won't submit that to me.
Okay, well, let's get those bills in
Thank
and
you.
pay them.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. This ties into the email that I submitted, and we've asked at the first meeting that we could get our agendas early. Did you have time to review the email that I sent you?
Yes, Counselor.
Okay, so do you know when we can get that implemented? It won't be for the August 13th meeting, but we have it ready for the next meeting after that?
Yes.
Because this would kind of cut down on some of the questions that Eric is having. If we can get those agendas to us 6 or 7 days before a meeting, is that something that you can implement?
It's the council's policy, so if that's your policy,
Okay, so-
we'll implement it.
All right. Thank you.
Counselor Birmingham?
And can I just make one point of clarification? The $1 million settlement was paid before we sat on the council, correct?
Yes,
We have
Counselor,
not
yes.
approved. I
Yes.
just want to be clear.
The settlement required payment within 30 days, and it was paid within 30 days.
You?
Yeah. So,
Were you still addressing this topic?
Oh, no,
You're
I'm
moving-
sorry.
Okay. So, the two questions that you had, Ms. Avery, I think we answered those. We tried to answer as many questions as we can on the spot, and we won't always be able to do that. We're going to have a discussion at some point in time as a council, if it might be helpful, if people have questions, and you know that, if you can submit them to us a week beforehand, and we can try to have answers for you when you come to the meeting. But we have to discuss that moving on. It is important. All the questions are very important to the sitting council here. Sometimes we just don't have the answers, and so we want to give you every opportunity to have your questions answered. But after we really tighten up the flow of what we're going to do here in terms of our agendas getting out, as Councilor Tola was saying, and if we are going to receive questions in writing a certain time so that when we come in here, we can give answers, and we're going to discuss that, and we'll let you know as soon as we know. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Lockman? Okay, so we are going to go on to
One second.
We didn't vote.
No, you did not vote on the bills.
Sorry about that. Okay. Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Shenanderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Loffman,
yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. We added a resolution on here as a result of the executive session meeting that we had. Does anybody want to read the resolution? I and then J, the resolution for the appointments. These are for appointments for statutory boards that we have, statutory commissions that we have.
Okay, do you want me to do?
Yes.
Okay, so our resolution was to appoint Tony Ian Wally as a class, I think four member of the planning board. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
No, do we have any discussion?
Oh, sorry.
I would just like to say that we had some incredible people that wanted to be on the position of the planning board, and we vetted them, and it was really just very close. We appreciate all of the people that are stepping up to take on such a massive responsibility, and if you weren't one of the people that were selected for the planning board at this time, doesn't mean that there will never be a spot. It just means that because everybody was so incredible, we ended up having a certain feel, and we're going to vote on that at this time. Anybody else have anything they'd like to say?
No, I just echo your words that we had a lot of very good candidates submit their paperwork. After thorough discussion and executive session, we felt that we made the best decision for the planning board appointment for the mayor.
Please.
It was moved by Councilor Loffman, who's the second?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Loffman?
I moved it, yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
7 in the affirmative.
Thank you. Please, Councilor Lockman, would you do Resolution K?
Okay, so I move to name Daniel Cruz and Charles Griffith as alternate members of the zoning board.
Second.
The first alternate, I believe, is Charles. Yep.
Can you hear those names again? I'm sorry.
Daniel Cruz.
Right.
Charles Griffith. And Daniel.
And Charles's last name?
Griffith.
Griffith.
Griffith, okay.
Any discussion? No? I'd just like to, if any of the people are here, I'd like to congratulate you. I see Daniel Cruz here. Congratulations, and thank you for stepping up to do that. Any of the other people that we just appointed to commissions here? No? If you're at home watching, congratulations to you as well. All in favor?
Aye.
You do a roll.
Yeah, right?
Doesn't need a roll call, does it? Don't need a roll call?
Sorry, doesn't need to be a roll call. It could
That's
be
why I
a
said all
vocal.
in favor.
Right.
I'm saying all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Mr. Burbank, I ask
Yes.
you, when do you have to actually call the roll?
Money.
Oh, when it's money? Is that right? Okay.
No, when there's a question as to when the council desires a roll call is one, and when there's a question whether there's going to be more nays than yays or.
Okay, it's just in
Or
the interest of
abstentions.
time. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
easy. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep, and thank you for reading the resolutions. Okay, so at this point in time, we're going to move on to discussion agenda. Ms. Toller, Councilor Toller, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. This isn't on the agenda, but I just wanted to put this on record that we would like to bring back 399 Orange Road on the agenda for our next meeting.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I had a question about number one on the discussion items, which
Sure.
is the IMAC. Is that $95,000 in their contract just for their employee benefits administration? Because I understand they're also our broker on the property and casualty line.
This is for their consulting services.
On employee benefits only, not,
Yes,
and so they
and-
have additional fee for their property and
Right,
casualty.
they do advising. We're going through a whole process now over, because of the cost of the state health benefits, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they do get a commission based on what is placed with the JIF That is a separate.
They get a commission from the JIF, and they get a 95,000 from
Yes.
us. Okay. And then they also consult on our property and casualty program.
That's part of the JIF consultation.
Oh, well, we need to talk about the property, casualty program,
Okay.
yeah.
And we're also going to, we have not done an RFP in 9 years,
yeah.
so I've already started working on that, so we will go through a process
Okay.
for the first time. I
We have
I got here too late
discussion
last year to do it,
Yeah.
but we need to do that.
Can you tell me what brokerage, or
I
is
haven't
it
gotten to
private?
that yet. We're
Okay.
just drafting the
Yeah.
document itself.
I'm happy to help you with that,
All
because
right.
this is my area of
Sure.
expertise, yeah.
Sure.
That's number 1, here,
Okay.
to sign that stuff.
Did you read the resolution? So
We're not-
It's not a
what we're
resolution,
discussing-
it's just
the
a discussion
item?
point,
Can
yeah.
you tell them what we're discussing?
Okay, yeah,
So
I
they'll
was,
know?
yeah, sorry, that discussion was,
If I can just, the way, unless I don't want to
Sorry,
correct
go
anybody, but normally on this discussion part, I would go through these and then we would, because I'm presenting them to you.
okay.
So I would present it for
Sounds
discussion,
good.
and then we try to answer your questions if we have
Okay.
That's what
questions
we
already.
thought you
Sounds good.
Okay? So number 1 is the resolution authorizing execution of the agreement with IMAC Insurance Management Consulting Agency for consultancy services for the year 2024. That's what we just discussed? Okay?
Yes.
While we are discussing this IMAC, I just want to put on everybody's agenda that the health benefit costs are going up by 16.3% next year,
Holy
which is
cow.
really unsustainable. So something needs to be done. So I just wanted to give you a heads up.
We've already requested all of the, our history with claims, et cetera, and that's already been provided because we know we have to look at some different options.
Counselor Birmingham, did you wish to?
No, that's exactly what I was going to ask,
Okay.
that around the health insurance. I was surprised. I don't think New Jersey Transit uses the state health benefits anymore. It's gotten so nuts that, yeah.
Counselor Williams?
We're not putting this out for bid.
We put this out for, because we will put out an RFP to hire an insurance consultant broker, and we'll go through a process, which I'm sure IMAC and a bunch of other maybe major carriers, as Councilor Loffman had said, but we will put that out there and hire a consultant based on, it's not a pure bid that it's a dollar number, but it would be a combination of factors. So,
Okay. Anyone else? Did you wish to be heard on this? I'm sorry, can you please come down so that we can hear you? And thank you for joining us this
Good
evening.
evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
IMAC is not just for employee health benefits. We use them for risk management. They oversee and help facilitate our mandatory sexual harassment training, discrimination training, that we stay compliant with that. So it's not just for employee benefits. They also assist us with open enrollment for medical, vision, and dental. They are very instrumental in helping us with the employee assistance program, which is essential for employee, but especially for the police department because it's part of their accreditation. Without that, we disrupt the police department accreditation. The reason why it did not go out for RFQ, as Township Manager stated, when I started in January, it didn't make sense to stop a program that you don't know the ins and out of what's working. I have called around to other townships to see what services were being used, and to be quite honest, it's going to be hard to find a service that gives what IMAC provides to us. So I think we should just be very diligent if we're looking to get rid of IMAC.
Thank you. Can you please, because the people at home and maybe some people here may not know who you are, just let the people that are watching know who you are and what your relationship is to the township. And thank you again for being here.
My name is Alicia Dawkins. I'm currently the Township Director of Human Resources. I forgot my job.
Thank you very much. Mr. LaPola?
okay. I'm sorry.
No,
It's a
no
long,
worries.
it's a long day. Resolution, the next resolution is resolution authorizing the refund of escrow balances.
Discuss.
Can I go?
Yes,
Okay.
Counselor Lockman.
So, it's a sensitive topic, I guess, but there was $1,500 in escrow fund put in the escrow account by the neighbors to do with the Woodman Field. And I'm wondering if that would be refunded to those neighbors.
It's going to be refunded.
Thank you. Who does it exactly go to?
I don't know.
Anna? All right, well, thank you.
And just as a matter of process, this is something we can just approve because it's, you were holding money that you're now getting
Right.
back.
Right.
once
Yeah,
it's- yeah.
exactly. Okay, number 3 is resolution authorizing the award of a fair and open professional services contract to Bunsa Consulting to serve as the Township Public Health Education Consultant. And Director Amy Monaco from the Health Department is here in case you have any questions.
I have some questions, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, good evening. Can you please state your name?
Sure.
and-
Amy Monaco, Health Director.
Yes, thank you. We had a brief time to discuss this, but since that time, I had a few other questions. One is pertaining to shared services that we might have looked into. So as I understand, this is to hire a part-time person?
So this year, in the past, for the past 7 or 8 years, we've had a part-time health educator slot.
Right.
Prior to that, we had a full-time health educator. At some point along the way, the position was cut down to a part-time. It was very difficult, from what I've been told, to retain a part-time health educator, because this is a person that's gotten usually a master's degree. They've sat for a CHES exam, Certified Health Educator Specialist exam, and so they're looking for a full-time position. So since the pandemic, mostly I've noticed there's been a lot more consultants doing health education. So I thought instead of doing a part-time health educator, we would try a consultant. It also costs us less money because we're not paying for the fringe. And, I could get someone that isn't necessarily, right, in the proximity of Montclair, within the state, of course, but it would give us maybe greater reach to find the right person for the position.
So this would be an hourly individual?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, just in terms of health education and
Sure.
the way we do that here, have we looked into opportunities for us to partner, say, with Sioux Fall or Mountainside Hackensack and other places in the near vicinity that have health educators for what our needs are and try to figure out if they are capable of meeting our needs?
So to hire someone from one of those organizations rather than hiring someone on our own?
I'm not
or-
even saying maybe
Okay.
hire them. I'm saying, for
Right.
example, if we're going to do health education on lead or whatever the topic
Right,
might
right,
be.
okay. Well,
If
so
they have
we-
a health educator in Mountainside Hackensack that can
Right.
do that, there might be an opportunity for their health educator to either come here or for us to have our residents go over there. And the same thing with maybe a
Sure.
Sioux Fall or someone that's in the near area without having to pay for the service.
Right. So we do partner a lot with Mountainside. We bring in different programs through Mountainside. We also do some work with Sioux Fall. Whatever community organizations there are, we try to always partner with them. Health education, it's more than just bringing in programs, though. It's risk communications. It's also doing some planning in terms of emergency preparedness. Typically, it's the health educator that does that. So there's a lot of components that it's good to have someone within the department or working for the organization directly. But they also would be the conduit to these other organizations. Again, it's good to really have someone in-house, that we can sort of direct to do different projects. So if there's, for instance, we have Essex County did a community health assessment about a year or so ago, and so out of that, they specifically targeted Montclair residents, among other municipalities, and they looked at they kind of ranked what people wanted to have more, education and programming in. So the top 3 areas were mental health, cancer screenings, and I'm trying to think of the other thing. Let's see, I think just like obesity and diet, so nutrition. So we're going to focus on those areas based on that data. So we need someone, and again, we can bring in other organizations, but we also are going to use that to kind of guide our programming, whether it's from the nurses or the health educator themselves. So, but I mean, I'm open to, like I said, further discussing it. The money in this agreement, though, was put into the budget, so it's in the professional services line for 2024.
Okay, thank you very
So,
much.
sure. Does anyone have any other questions, or?
Well, I'm just kind of confused about, we have nurses, we have medical staff here. What do you do if you don't do this kind of stuff?
The health what
Yeah.
does the health department do?
Yeah.
Well, so the state requires, the Health and Human Services Department is a broad department, but local public health, which is the statutorily required components, nursing, environmental, and health education.
Nursing who or what? Like, why do we need nurses in this building?
Well, because they fulfill certain requirements that the state, mandates. So they have to do the school audits like we've
That
talked
I
about.
understand.
Right,
Yeah.
the childhood-led
Yes.
case management.
Right.
So, I mean, they do screenings in the community, they do blood pressure screenings, we have a VFC program, which is the Vaccine for Children program, so for uninsured children in town.
Does the hospital
They do.
duplicate any of that stuff?
They are not able to do the VFC program, that's for municipalities, but, they may have their own, programs, but the VFC program specifically is.
VFC, sorry,
Vaccine for children.
Oh, I see.
Vaccine for
Yeah.
children. So again, there's state mandated things that the public health nurses do, and the municipality is required to have this. So that's, that piece. And then
But you have more than just what the municipalities require you, or the state requires you to have.
well,
You
we
do
try to
more
do
than
more
that.
than just the minimum, of course.
Yeah.
We want to offer extra services to the community, not just the bare minimum.
It's not like
So-
that we're in a health desert here. We have
Right,
lots
but
of
for people
services
that are
around.
uninsured, we try to make sure there's health equity, and we're reaching the underserved communities. So yeah, a lot of people have insurance, but there's still a lot of people that don't. So especially new families coming in, we work a lot with MFEE. They refer people to us, new immigrant families. We make sure they're getting their kids vaccinated so they can enter the school system. So, I mean, these are kind of like the niche areas. A lot of people are fortunate, they have insurance and they never need us. But, of course, during the pandemic, we played a huge role in doing COVID vaccinations. That was not private people doing that at that point. That was the
Well,
health
that was the
departments.
county, if you ask me. The county did a great job doing that.
The county did, right, they did a great job, but we also did a lot of, work too. I mean, I wasn't here at the time, but in the place that I was in Bergen County, actually. We did a lot of work in the municipalities. I know the health department here had done a lot of work. They went into different, they tried to really reach places where workers weren't able to get out, like from, because they worked 2 or 3 jobs. So they would go into, I think they went to like David's Cookie Factory and vaccinated all the employees, for one example. So, they played a pivotal role during that time, so. Anyone else,
Councilor
or-
Toller?
Thank you, Mayor Baskerville. Question, do you have any, does your department have a memorandum of understanding with any of the local hospitals? I know like UMD is a teaching hospital, so have you ever tried to reach out to them to see if you can create some sort of partnership, a memorandum of understanding to get some of those services through a teaching hospital? I know Mountainside, they don't have a pediatric ward, right? So we wouldn't be able to use them for families with small children, but
Right.
just curious.
So, give me an example of something, like a service that you might want to see.
Well, that would be for you to tell me. You know what your department does. I
Right,
don't
right.
have the binder in front of me.
Right.
Is there something in your department that perhaps another institution, if you created a memorandum of understanding, you know, through this
The health education.
health education that can be offered.
Well, one thing we are doing, and the mayor is aware of this, we are creating an academic health department with Montclair State University. And they have a community health education department, and so we're going to be working a lot with their interns. So we're going to have regular interaction with the university. The idea is that we'll have use of some of their facilities. You know, we'll have placement sites for their interns, and it'll be a nice collaborative process. We'll have the opportunity to do research with them, to have more educational opportunities for our staff. We've already gone to a maternal child health conference. So that actually, Paul, I'll be sending that over shortly for you to look at. And so that's something that hopefully, we'll be able to bring in some graduate level students to do some health education. But, you know, it's not it's not a regular person like that you can always count on. I mean, they can do specific projects, but, you know, you need to have consistency. So
Just a quick question, do they pay us for that training that we give them?
for the placements?
Yeah, does the university give us anything for training their
Internships
students?
typically are unpaid, but we are getting a work product out of them.
Services.
And we're giving them the experience they need to go out and work in the public health, you know, workforce. So to me, it's a win-win. You know,
What
it's not
percentage of-
monetary, but it's, you know, kind of giving back, and, you know, like I said, they're getting the experience of, you know, working in a real setting and having a project, you know, say, you know, I accomplished this, you know, during the semester.
Yeah, so it's a benefit to them.
Right, but they're helping us. So like if we're short on staff, right, in a specific area, senior services, for instance, they have been expanding a lot of their programs. And so we've had 2 interns specifically dedicated. They had someone work on their strategic plan. They did focus groups. She did a amazing job. And now we have this updated strategic plan. And then we have someone right now working on the Senior for Senior pet grant that we got with the animal shelter. Also a great intern, and again, she's like developed forms and done outreach, and so to me, that's, you know, we're not paying a person to do that. They're doing it for free, and they're learning, so.
What percentage of our population is uninsured?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to try to look at some census tract data. I don't know if it goes down to, I might be able to get county level. I don't know if I can get town level.
I'm just asking because in
Yeah.
my mind, when I'm thinking about people that really need, you know, more services or whatever,
Right.
I would think in a community where there were large numbers of people that were uninsured, and even as we
Right.
plan on bringing in other people,
Right.
I want to know, is there a need? Like they're not getting it from their primary care physician, or they're not getting it from somewhere else, and so it would be very helpful to
Right.
me, and I appreciate all of your efforts and what you're doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd just like to find out a little bit more about, you know, percentages of uninsured people here.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, I can look into it. Sure.
Anyone else?
I just have
Yes,
one
Councilor.
question. Thanks
Yeah,
so much
of
for
course.
being here.
Yeah, no
This
problem.
consultant would be able to do health education in multiple languages? Like they can provide?
So,
Great question.
you know, with Google Translate now, you know, we typically do everything in English and Spanish, so like a newsletter or something. I guess we could, the problem with Google Translate, right, is like you still need to have someone kind of review it that is familiar with the language. So beyond Spanish, I don't want to mislead you, I couldn't confidently say that we could do it in other languages at this point.
But definitely Spanish. You can definitely do
Absolutely
Spanish.
Spanish, because we have people on staff within the department that will check it, you know, after it's Google translated. So that's not an issue. And we've also been trying to hire more people that are bilingual within the department, so we can meet those needs. So kind of across the whole department. Okay.
Anyone else? Council? No?
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
People in the audience? Okay, thank you so much for coming here. Oh,
No, this
yeah.
is not what,
What? It's not what?
I don't know, I just.
No, you're thinking open question? About her?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I was just thinking as you were talking, I believe the Montclair Public School District is providing free health services at the elementary schools through the hospital, I think through Mountainside. So I'm not clear as to what the difference would be, but just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
So I believe that what they're doing is they've been doing some screenings for people that are uninsured. We've talked to them and worked with them on certain things. I think what they found is we've talked to Catalina at Mountainside, who's the contact, the health education contact, and they haven't had a good response, unfortunately. So they're trying to figure out what it is that people really need. I think a lot of people need a medical home, not just going for a particular, one-off screening or something. They really need consistent care, especially again, families that are new to the country and really need the whole gamut of services. So they are doing that, but they're pivoting, so I don't think they're going to be doing it exactly the same way.
Is that just for the Navigadores program that, Lonnie, you were speaking about? It's just for any student at the school?
For everyone in the community, not just students. Right. The one, exactly, Glenfield, right. And not just Latinos, everyone in the community. Right.
Good. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate the information from here, and I certainly appreciate you for coming in. Mr. LaPola.
Okay, number 4 is a resolution requesting permission for the dedication by rider for lead paint hazard inspection proceeds required by N.J.A.C. 52:27D-437.4.
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
Yeah, so, sorry. So, Michael, I had sent you an email from one of our constituents who, do you recall this?
Yes, I did, and I talked to Carmine Davino, who heads the program,
Yeah.
who I believe reached out to
Oh, did he?
for the person.
Yeah. This is a really strange statute, I think. So we're inspecting every rental property in the town.
We are required to by law.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if there's children that they've already tested who.
Or the year of the house, it doesn't matter either.
Yeah, it doesn't, we're filled with old houses here,
Well,
150-year-old
we
houses,
have to follow
whatever.
the law, and that,
We
we're
have lead,
just...
and we're charging these people, when you go for an inspection, $120, when $80 in 2020 for different things. I mean,
And I think we charge a lot less than our neighbors.
but, how can we as a populace put up with this kind of stuff? That's ridiculous.
It's required by law, and there's, either they're going to charge, we're going to charge the landlord, or we're going to pay for it ourselves. I don't, it's, so.
Councilor, anyone else have questions on this?
Okay.
Mr. LaPola?
Okay, number 5 is a resolution authorizing amendment number 2 to the contract with Vanore Electric, Inc. for the township for licensed electrical services. This originally was a big project, a big contract, sorry.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I mean, the last paragraph of Mr. Janice's memo was pretty shocking. So, I mean, the implication of this, I think it's not maybe clearly written, but you're doubling the appropriation, and it's saying that a lot of this is just in the run-up of materials and labor costs. So the question really, it's not an accusation. The question is, what inflationary pressure are we seeing specifically in electricians? And the reason I ask is because if we're going to be doing our good things about, decarbonizing, it involves electrifying. So our need for electricians will be going up substantially.
Okay. I don't have I can get you some information on the pricing issue. I think a chunk of this has to do with the fact that we have to do some electrical work on Firehouse 3, and that's regardless of whether or not we ever use it as a firehouse again. But that work has to be done, and this is the vendor that we use. So we are raising this, and then we will, be able to do the work that's required there as we're rewiring the building.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lockman, and then Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Yeah, I'm just asking a question or pointing out something, since you brought up electrification and, the fact that we may need chargers in the future. At your Fourth Ward meeting, the PSE&G person brought up that there's grants available that are applicable to municipalities as well as residents to install electric chargers. So I just wanted, I don't know, you might have known that, but I'm just a busybody here.
Deputy Mayor?
Just a basic question. What is the nature of the services that are needed in fire station? That's the Harrison Avenue, right?
The building was built, I think, in 1904, and we literally are starting from scratch with most of the mechanical systems, including the electric, just to get the building to be, habitable. Where this is not, these are fundamentals here that have long been neglected. So we are trying to get, to preserve the building, we need to have electric. So regardless of whatever it's used for, we have to start, and we've done some work there, and we will upgrade the electric there as we proceed slowly.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Lapola?
Okay, I will defer to council for number 6 on the sidewalk ordinance.
Attorney Burr?
That should have been code enforcement's with the sidewalk ordinance.
We can defer this to the next meeting.
Yeah,
or
why don't
whatever,
we, because
this
I'm not
is,
100% up on the, I
I
know
think-
there were amendments that needed to be made to the sidewalk ordinance.
So we also have, and maybe this is for you to discuss, but we have, I don't want to call them orphan ordinances, but we have several ordinances that were never dealt with, but things like this that don't necessarily, I think they can be referred to a committee or something to address before we bring it to the whole council, so the questions can be asked and it can be vetted out.
Yeah.
Because we have this and at least 3 or 4 others that I can think of that we need to address that don't, if we come to the whole council with it, we're liable to spend 4 or 5 hours
So we'll defer
going
this
through it.
until
So
the
maybe
next
there's
meeting.
Can I
deferred
just
to
say
committee,
something? Yeah.
and then
Yes.
Yeah.
whatever committee you decide, and then we can come back to the whole council.
Thank you.
I think Susan and I had the same.
Well, you guys.
We had the same comment, like, are you really trying to impose a requirement that occupants, i.e. renters, repair sidewalk in front of their homes? I mean, that's a little crazy.
The homeowners do.
No, it says
rent-
occupant.
Occupant.
Occupant, which could be the renter. So
Yeah.
you really got to look at this thing.
Yeah.
Where did this come? I mean, I was
Yeah.
just wondering who initiated this, and because
It was
is.
initiated because the original version had I don't know who wrote it and when it was written, but it basically gave the enforcement authority to the council. So we were, as a result, unless you were going out and doing sidewalk inspections, it was illegal. So we lost in court on that issue, and we had to at least make it make sense as to who has the authority to enforce. And I think they were just I don't think occupant meant tenants, I think it meant owners, but I think it's just to make it a functional ordinance. Enforceable ordinance.
Enforceable.
That I get, yeah, I
There was
totally understand
There was an
that.
enforcement issue that arose when one of the residents challenged his violation, his ticket, and a judge threw out the ticket and said you couldn't enforce. And I believe Mr. Lapola is right. It was due to who was supposed to be the authority, the body that would issue the ticket, and I believe it was the Township Council. So we needed to make amendments to it, and code enforcement made the amendments to the ordinance using their council of vacant properties and abandoning council.
If I may, this is a fraud issue. This is a real issue. There are a lot of people in this town who I've just heard conversations where people really feel that sidewalk repair, mandated sidewalk repair is predatory on some levels, where people are either singled out. I know there was a person from the Fourth Ward who really felt there were a whole group of people, I forget the street, who really felt that they were being singled out. I have also heard people, and I'll be careful here, who have thought that that they were that their whole block was being dinged and steered towards a particular contractor to have their sidewalks repaired. I'm not saying that that's true or not true, but I think that there are people that I talk to who are not delusional, not conspiratorial, who really felt that there was something a little tricky going on. So we have to be very, very careful in how we do this. And also there are other unintended consequences where people are doing things like taking old, nice sidewalks, bluestone sidewalks, out and putting in nasty concrete. So we have to be very deliberate about this particular ordinance going. So, you know, there should be a study group of some sort.
Councilor Birmingham?
You mentioned committees, and just on that note, I couldn't find in the past that do we have to pass resolutions to establish our committees? No, I have not.
No.
So we can we have our committees.
Well, let me take that back. The clerk had stated that past practices, the other governing bodies had passed resolutions to set their committees, and maybe that practice should be continued forward.
That's fine. Yeah, I just couldn't find them, but that's fine. We need to do that because should we do that tonight?
Sure. You want to do it tonight, or you want to do it the next time? Tonight? Okay. With that, then we're gonna do. I guess we'll talk about. Okay. So during the executive session, we had discussions about the committees, which council members are going to be on which committees. So can we do them all as one, or do we have to do them individually, Mr. Lapola?
As long as you announce who the committees are, then we can.
Mr. Burr, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on our finance committee, the council members who are going to be on the finance committee are Baskerville, Birmingham, and Williams. On the economic development committee, the council members who are on that committee are Toller, Lockman, and Shin Anderson. On communications, Baskerville, D'Amato, and Williams. On facilities and infrastructure, Lockman, D'Amato, Toller. On mobility, Williams, no, D'Amato, Shin Anderson, on this side, and Birmingham, thank you. And Vision Zero is, no, but we had a separate Vision Zero here. Okay.
Do you have to do it, Rahul?
Vision Zero, these aren't the Vision Zero people that are right here? 1, 2, 3? Right, but it was here too, so. Where's the Vision Zero on this one? The Vision Zero people are Baskerville. Who else is on Vision Zero?
So that's not a committee,
It's a subcommittee, right, from here. Right, but we did do Vision Zero separately.
Mayor, I think it was you,
Yeah,
Councilor Shin Anderson, and myself.
okay. So
Yeah,
Vision Zero are Baskerville, Shin Anderson, and D'Amato. The Human Services and Public Safety are Baskerville, Toller, and no, those are out. Shin Anderson, Birmingham. Operations Task Force, is it still Toller, Birmingham, and Williams? No? Who is on, who's on operation? You stepped out? Okay, Operations Task Force is?
I have you.
Operations Task Force for now is Williams and Toller. Okay. E-Governance Task Force at this point in time is Williams and Birmingham? Yes?
And D'Amato.
And D'Amato.
And
All
we
right.
should point
Did
out
you
to
get
people
that?
that those last two committees will also include members of the community. So those are task forces that are not just, I don't think we've decided on the size of those.
No, we haven't decided on all the particulars. We have in writing what those committee members are going to do. If we can get them up on the website, right? If that's something that we can do, we'll try to get that up on the website. So if you want to take a look and see what the members of those different committees or the task force are going to do, then hopefully we'll be able to get that up so you can take a look at it. I did not read in detail which each one did. Many of them you're probably familiar with. A few of them are new, and we're very excited about, like the e-governance task force. But we'll put it up so you can read it. So we'd like to take a vote.
Was there a second?
We have more. Montclair Center bid, Williams and Toller, Second River and Third River, D'Amato and D'Amato. And D'Amato. That's what. I know.
It's first.
D'Amato. Okay. So let's take a vote at this
Is there
time.
a
Anybody
second?
want to discuss anything
Second.
further?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Council members, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say nay or no or abstain. Thank you. Okay, at this point in time, please, I'd like to welcome all of the people from the residents. If you want to come down, please come on down and share with us and, Yes, I'm sorry, Councilor Toller?
No, that's okay, they can still get in line. I just wanted to be on the record again, if Mr. Lepola, if you can put on, I think I asked you to put on the 53 New Street for the next meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
399 Orange Road as well.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I just, please, the agendas, do I need to send an email? Do I need to send another email?
I'm
I
sorry, I
mean,
can't hear you.
the agendas, for us to get the agendas early, it's just a gentle reminder again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well aware.
Okay, whoever the first person is, please come down. I'm going to ask, please, that you try and keep it to 3 minutes, but if you can't possibly, we will sit here, you sat here, and we really want to hear from you. Hello, how are you?
Should I start?
Yes, you should
Okay.
start. Thank
So
you.
I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordon
Good
First
evening.
Avenue. Good evening. Thank you for your service so much. At 6:30 p.m. today, I was looking for the agenda for this meeting, and it wasn't there. But I want to recognize the fact that while I was still at my daughter's swimming class, you were already working hard for us for an hour. So thank you. Thank you so much for your service. But I'd like to ask you to please ask the manager to ensure that the agenda stays on the agenda page. For a while now, when the meeting starts, it seems that the agenda immediately disappears from the upcoming events section, and it doesn't show up below on the past meetings.
Okay.
And that didn't used to be so much of a problem because I think a few months ago it didn't happen at all. I was able to open an agenda here mid-meeting without a problem. But for the past couple of months, it started disappearing right when the meeting started. And now, because you're having your executive section earlier, and thank you for that, because I think you should not have to be here until 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning, as has happened before. But because that means that the meeting starts at 5:30, and all of a sudden the agenda disappears. So the reason I was looking for the agenda is that I wanted to know, did I have to be here today to ask you to please organize your finance committee, as I have been asking every meeting, or not? And maybe I would watch from home and not be a bother, you know?
No.
So and also during the meeting, you often asked if anyone was here to comment on a resolution or an ordinance. We couldn't know if you were here to comment or not on that because we didn't have access to the agenda.
I apologize.
So
I
I
didn't
think
know
that is a basic point of transparency that I know
Yes.
you're all willing to help us with.
Yes.
And so thank you for that, just a heads up. And related to that, I'd like you to ask to keep public comment timing consistent. So even if I could not get the agenda, I would know what time is public comments, and I'll be able to show up. So sorry to bother you with an anecdote, but I think it illustrates the problem. So I got home at 7:10 from this swimming class, and I'm listening to the beginning of our meeting on my headphone as I get my daughter in the house, and I hear Janice starting her great presentation. I'm like, I'm thinking, I really want to be there for this presentation. So I tell my husband, I'm going to run out because I don't want to miss this presentation, and I want to be there for public comments to talk about the Finance Committee, and I promise you, I'll be here for bedtime routine. I wasn't here for bedtime routine. I wasn't there for bedtime routine. I was still here waiting for public comments, which didn't happen. And so at 10 p.m., I went home to apologize to my husband. And then I came back so I could catch public comments, and the door was locked. So perhaps public comments could be not at the start, but somewhere consistent. Decide what time is convenient, make it consistent. That enables community engagement and doesn't make people feel like the door has been locked on their faces, which I don't. I know you didn't know. I'm just talking about it so you know.
So how'd you
Next.
How did you get in?
Our friend for HR
Yeah, okay.
opened the door for me when I knocked. So we have nice people here, problem solved. But since I'm here, there were some questions from Carmel Lothman about the cost of affordable housing. And I want to comment on that because for the few years since I've been following the council, I have never seen a cost-benefit analysis. Cost-benefit analyses are not sophisticated. They're the basic flaw of public policy. If you're not doing a public cost-benefit analysis for anything, you're not doing policy, right? And we don't do it. And to ask what are the costs and what are the benefits, it's not to oppose a policy like affordable housing. To ask the costs and benefits is to clarify things. Affordable housing, yes, it has a cost. Is it a cost worth paying? I think it is, but you have to decide for this entire community of 40,000 people if it is. And the way you're going to decide that is by clarifying the costs, clarifying the benefits. Sometimes the costs outweigh the benefits, and it's still worth doing because it's a distributional issue. But as you consider costs and benefits, you're also going to consider the unintended consequences, and you're going to consider the opportunity costs. And you're also going to consider who's paying the costs, for whom are those costs too burdensome, and can they be mitigated? So these are always questions worth asking, and they have to be answered before anything that costs more than $1 million, I think, get passed, or maybe 500,000. It's up to you to decide at what level must we require a rigorous attention to the costs and the benefits, and an intelligent answer. Do the costs outweigh the benefits? Do the benefits outweigh the costs?
Thank you, Mariana. You said that.
I talked too much.
You said that much better than I did, and that was the point I was trying to drive home, but thank you.
So, lastly, question about the sidewalks. I have bothered Carmel Lothman with my emails about sidewalks. My first email ever to the council were about sidewalks. We're not doing it right. We're doing it wrong. And I'm going to stay short because I'll keep it short, but I'll send you an email with all the details. But Wayne has a very good sidewalk replacement program, or at least similar to Minneapolis, which was very good. I haven't seen a formal evaluation of the Wayne program, but Minneapolis had a program that has been formally evaluated, and the evaluation was pretty positive, and the criteria for the evaluation were reasonable. So if Wayne's is anything like Minneapolis, is worth researching and see if we can do the same. It certainly would be a better solution than the ordinance you're considering.
Yeah, and it was decided that we're going to have a subcommittee, I think, to talk about sidewalks et al. We'll look at that, right? That's what I thought we said, but it's kind of late. Okay.
Yes.
Didn't we say that, Eric? That we're going to have a little subcommittee to talk about sidewalks?
Can we have it out on the sidewalk? Okay, thank you. Anna?
Okay, you're now tired. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anna?
We have a timer.
Hi, good evening.
Good
Anna
evening.
Grossman. Hi. Anna Grossman, resident at Essex Avenue. I wanted to share some updates on my favorite topic of artificial turf. The Boston Globe reported recently on the fraud that is cradle-to-cradle, chain of custody, and so-called recycling of artificial turf. While the Philly Inquirer had already done an excellent job of exposing areas in Pennsylvania that serve as graveyards for discarded acres of plastic grass fields, this Globe article was the first to expose how taxpayer dollars are used to recycle artificial turf, when in reality this material cannot be recycled anywhere and is dumped and hidden in storage units throughout the country. This made me ask the folks at Essex County what they do with all the old artificial turf they remove, and their reply was, Essex County does not place any requirements on what contractors do with the artificial surfaces that are removed from our fields.
Wow.
It's up to them to decide if they want to recycle or dispose of it. Keep in mind, it can't actually be recycled. So what this means is that our tax dollars are being used to pollute with absolutely no regard for the consequences of our choices. And then our tax money is used again every 8 to 10 years to reignite the same cycle with the installation of new fields. I asked the same question of the Montclair Public Schools District and the Montclair BOE, and to date, I've not received an answer. No one there has told me how much we paid for the old fields to be removed, nor where they went. My guess is we paid about $50,000 minimum per field, and that they are sitting in a field or landfill polluting other people. I would like to ask you, where does the artificial turf that you remove from old town fields go when you replace it with new turf? For example, Washington Field, which is due for a change, where is that artificial turf going to go? Do you know? And who's footing the bill for that material to be disposed of? And are you being lied to also with false promises of recycling a material that actually cannot be recycled? And are you okay with public funds going towards that level of pollution and waste? Do you factor that waste into your annual township waste calculations? And did you know that we're not doing very well on waste overall anyway? Montclair currently has about 23 acres of artificial turf covered fields. That's about 500,000 pounds of plastic carpet and about 5 million pounds of plastic infill. If you look at my latest Instagram post, you'll see what 200,000 pounds of rubber infill for a field in Summit, New Jersey looks like. It's staggering, it's shocking, it's nauseating. It covered a massive area, and that was just one field. The same amount, but EPDM was just dumped up opposite my home to complete Woodman Field's new baseball field. And then you have the football field, the soccer field, the lacrosse field, and so on and so forth. Each field brings along with it all of this forever waste. And the final horrific piece of this puzzle, as shared with me the other day, I promise I'm almost done, by a 38-year-old veteran of N.J.A.C's solid waste department, this blew my head off. Even when it ends up in a landfill, even if the landfill has a liner, the PFAS from the artificial turf ends up in the leachate. Do you think that they know how to process that out of the leachate? No, they don't. They don't even have that. So that is unsustainable. I just want you to think of it this way. Our children's biggest existential threat is climate change caused by fossil fuel extraction, and along with it, the varied health effects of plastic pollution and air pollution caused by emissions. And here we are trying to slowly reduce emissions, and yet we're telling our kids to go play on a carpet of toxic plastic loaded with forever chemicals and forever pollution that is made from the very industry that's stealing their future from them. What kind of perverse thinking is that? And can we please stop it, at least in Montclair? Please pass a moratorium. And lastly, I'm still digesting this, but the last council chose to spend $1 million of our money to settle a lawsuit that their insurance company wasn't wanting to settle. But then they just let the Board of Education violate our zoning board and not comply with multiple zoning codes just like that. For us, we never threatened to sue, by the way. We never did. So you might want to correct the record on that. And that field is there forever with all of the zoning violations.
Yep.
That's really
Thank you,
not cool,
Anna.
Sean.
Mr. Cruz?
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to introduce myself for those who haven't had a chance to know who I am. Daniel Cruz, a 22-year resident of Montclair, graduate of Montclair High School. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve in the community once again and carefully considering where my talents could best be used. So I just wanted to say that thank you, and I appreciate that, and I look forward to helping the town in the ways I'm able to.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate you.
Thanks for your service.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Lonnie Summer Padilla. I'm a resident of Montclair. One thing I'd like to just start with, I decided tonight that I am going to resurrect a request that many of us had a couple years ago to have virtual public comment, especially in light of how late this meeting has gone. And I'm going to invoke Bob Russo as well, because how are the seniors supposed to be here at midnight to give public comment? Along with, mothers with babies or people who aren't feeling so well. It really is important, I think, just to promote democracy and increase public transportation, public engagement. It's midnight. I'm a little mixed up. I also wanted to comment on the housing presentation tonight. I thought it was fantastic. I was thoroughly glued to the screen. Two things that I thought about in watching that. One is, and I do believe one person, I'm not sure who it was, one of the people presenting, I think, brought up the idea of workforce housing. And I think, especially in light of, something I've been thinking about, which I know municipal budget is separate from the district budget. However, it would be and is, I think, very difficult for any public educators to afford living here or near here. So if there's a way to provide some kind of perk, just to make us more competitive in attracting good talent, but also to maintain economic diversity, and especially since sadly Dr. Pons passed away. We are now in a position where we are going to need a new superintendent, unfortunately. And the requirements for superintendent in Montclair are, pretty up there, especially, it's above what the state requires for a superintendent. And in addition, we do not pay a competitive salary. So with those two things in mind, and Montclair being unaffordable, Dr. Pons was commuting, I think, over 2 hours each way to come here. So that is, just something that's been on my mind. And also one last thing about the housing, I really encourage you to think about the intersection of housing with climate change. So that's something I didn't hear any of the presenters bring up. And I am again going to ask for an update on the anti-bias grant. So
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Yes, Councilor Toller?
Yep, just 1 second, Ms. Lonnie. Superintendent salaries, there's a cap on that. That's something the state implemented. I think it was Governor.
They did away with it.
Yeah, so then now it's based on student population determines
I don't think there's
salaries.
Are you sure there's a cap? Because I heard they did away, I believe you because I know you're in education, but.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just wanted to put that out there,
No,
just.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas.
Good evening.
How are you? I'm tired. I'm sure you are too.
I'm here before you today with a mix of gratitude and concern. I'm so appreciative of the thoughtful and diligent approach that you all have shown in reviewing and addressing the various bills and concerns raised during our meetings. It's clear that this council is committed to ensuring that our town's resources are managed wisely. Even just this housing meeting today, and transparently, it was incredible. Your careful scrutiny of legal bills and the decision to review expenditures demonstrates a dedication and accountability that we really, really value, and we're lucky to have you. I also have to express my concern regarding several procedural and managerial issues that have recently come to light. It's really unsettling to see delays in the 2025 budget preparation, which ideally should be underway with an eye towards completion in the last quarter of 2024. Additionally, the handling of improper bills from 2023 being pushed through now raises questions about our financial oversight. I really appreciate Councilor Amina Toller's initiative in requesting that bills be pulled for further review, and to all of you who supported that, ensuring ample time for scrutiny. That was great. I liked how Councilor Williams asked why we have not to exceed clauses if we always exceed them anyway, without question. I think they were unanimous votes, and I think it's really important in telling about your commitment to fiscal responsibility. Our town's finances are entrusted to us by the taxpayers, to you, and it's crucial that every decision reflects their best interests, our best interests. The commitment to keeping Montclair a premier place to live, work, and enjoy is something that we all share. This is why it's vital that we address the following concerns with seriousness and transparency. The town council has only 3 direct hires: the clerk, the town manager, and the attorney. During the last administration, we had some various serious issues with all 3 of those positions. I also want to mention trees create uneven sidewalks. We moved from the slate to repair with the concrete, then we plant trees, then they grow, people fall. Lots and lots of people complained to me about that, especially the elderly. They said it's dangerous and we have to work on that. So I thank you for even bringing it up. The clerk's tenure doesn't preclude the need for performance accountability. The delay in publishing the bid budget, which led to late tax bills, is a significant issue. It's imperative that the clerk works closely with the CFO and adheres to statutory deadlines to prevent any such problems in the future. Additionally, the handling of minutes and closed session documentation must be timely and accurate. That's a really obnoxious ring. The involvement of GSG in bringing Mr. Lopolo to Montclair raises concerns of potential conflicts of interest. The quid pro quo nature of this arrangement, where GSG reportedly received compensation without delivering expected results, must be addressed. I urge Mr. Burr to provide clarity on legal and ethical implications of such arrangements. The taxpayers deserve to know if and when such practices are acceptable, or if we should seek alternative approaches to hiring. There's no reason that we can't publish and interview properly on our own without the need for outside services. I'm also an attorney with an MBA and a master's in public policy, and I've been practicing law for over 25 years. The advice and legal services provided by our township attorney have been troubling sometimes, particularly with regard to OPMA and OPRA compliance, the continued denial of valid OPRA requests, and the mismanagement of legal bills from outside counsel are unacceptable. We have to ensure that our legal processes are transparent and compliant with state laws. It should be simple, but having reviewed legal bills and pleadings and attempting to piece together information about the unusually large number of lawsuits and poor settlement choices and decisions causes me serious concerns. And when Mr. Burr decided today to tell us that the last council decided to settle despite the GIF's decision not to pay, meaning that it was not a meritorious lawsuit, is what I got from that. And saying that there was a large deductible. Our EPL has a $100,000 deductible plus 20% coinsurance of the next $400,000. That's $180,000, not millions and millions of dollars, not 15 million. So again, what I know and what I don't know is irrelevant. It's what the advice you're getting is and whether it's correct or not. And we have to stop paying outside counsel to do the work. IT management and cybersecurity, our IT infrastructure,
Excuse me,
especially
can I
in
just get a
relation to
little idea,
fulfilling
please,
Oprah
about how
requests.
much longer you're going to go here?
About
Because
2 minutes, not even.
Two
a minute,
more minutes?
A minute.
Thank you.
Oprah requests in managing cybersecurity requires immediate attention. A potential partnership with the county for IT services could offer cost-effective solutions and improve our technological reliability. The need for a competent and qualified town manager cannot be overstated. Montclair has historically preferred candidates with a deep understanding of our community. The actions of the interim township manager, Mr. Lapola, and his derogatory remarks last week about residents being trash and his inappropriate use of Dr. Pond's death to further personal agendas was deeply troubling. Additionally, his decision regarding hirings and budgetary issues, to me, reflect poor judgment, but it's not my decision, it's yours.
I'm going to ask you at this point in time, because you're going into a lot of stuff, and I'm trying to let people have a little extra time.
I understand.
But, yeah.
In conclusion,
Okay,
our
thank you
future
for the
depends
conclusion.
on the integrity and effectiveness of our leadership. And we owe it to ourselves and to our community to address these issues with the seriousness that they warrant. Thank you so much for your dedication to Montclair. I appreciate it, and I hope that we'll all work together to ensure that our town remains a shining example of good governance and community spirit. I appreciate that we tried to do so much tonight, but there were not a lot of people. Having the agenda earlier would help everybody, including you guys. And this is just, it's hard to be up till midnight, and I'm sure you didn't eat dinner
Hard
either,
for
right?
us, too. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Next.
Hi, I'm Stu Kennedy from Montclair Climate Action, just following up from last
Good
meeting.
evening.
We were all really excited to hear how willing you were to pull the ordinance to get hybrid vehicles in favor of assessing an RFP to get electric. Great. Also, in talking the electric contracts tonight, it's great that you're aware that you're going to need chargers. We talked about budgeting and getting the budget plan together. Chargers should be in there. You're aware there are additional sources of funding. There are several. Lisa Johnson is up on them. The state has a few. Also, broader budget, starting with kind of a piecemeal replacement of current, gas-burning cars or gas-burning vehicles for electric. Great. What's the long-term plan? I request that you get one of those together and take into account some of these other groups, again, like Lisa Johnson's aware, N.J.A.C can help. Just other townships that are doing the same thing, kind of bargaining collectives to get a better deal. I mean, again, like cost-benefit analysis, if you look at all the research, and we can go into details if you're interested, please follow up, the business case is really there. You make the investment, there's a lot of subsidy right now, and total cost of ownership is just less per mile. So it's a win-win. I'm here, I miss bedtime for my 3-year-old. I can't wait to go back home saying, like, I did a small thing to really advocate for, us doing our part to meet our goals and to help this big challenge. So thank you all for your support in this, just your being up on it. Optimistic we'll get somewhere to do a little bit to turn it around.
Thank you so very much. Next, please.
Just tell me your name again, sorry.
Stu Kennedy.
Stu Kennedy.
Hey.
Hi, everyone.
Good
Firstly, I want to say God bless your hearts, because this is my first town council meeting and you hear so much about what happens. And yeah, you guys, I hope you're settling well into your seats. And my name is Alexa McNeil. I work for Essex Community Land Trust. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but
Yes.
we actually, all right, so is everyone familiar? Do I need to give a little bit of a rundown? Maybe? All right. We partnered with Home Corps to do Talbot Village. And as you saw, we are the longest deed restricted property in Montclair, and that's due to the fact that we have a 98-year ground lease that we implement within our land trust that allows for there to be a permanent affordable housing for low to moderate income individuals and home ownership opportunities. And so Ms. Lockman, right? Lockman. Yes, you talked about more opportunities for home ownership in Montclair, and we did put a proposal in to Janice for more home ownership opportunities in Montclair, and that's something that we are trying to continue a partnership with Montclair to build more affordability, especially affordable housing whether that be rental, homeownership opportunities, and our model is very flexible in terms of providing that permanent affordability. And so if any of you are interested in having a conversation of what you would like to see in Montclair in terms of affordable housing, I'm happy to have that conversation and for you to have some input into the type of models of what we will be hopefully, fingers crossed, potentially developing in the future within Montclair.
Good, thank you very much. Ms. Lockman?
So do you have extra funding through any of the recent Biden administration programs?
So it has been very challenging to get funding. We're looking at various funding opportunities. But especially with, we reached out to Mikey Sherrill's office, and due to the 2025 budget that was passed at the state level, there wasn't any affordable housing funding available due to the majority conservative vote. And so within Montclair, that is not that's not accessible to us. And so if you do know any resources, if you know of any funds maybe within Montclair that we should tap into to help develop that affordable housing here within the township, but also to further our mission of providing that affordability, permanent affordability throughout New Jersey, I am happy to hear any suggestions or if you guys know of any resources.
Do you have a business card?
I ran out. I'm currently waiting for them, but I'll write it on a piece of paper and I'll send it out.
You should probably be working with the housing committee that we have. I heard you said you were with Janice. They have a committee.
Yes.
Some of us will be, working with those committees too.
Yes.
So we already have a setup for you to go to them and share.
Yeah. Okay. So the Unsheltered Commission, we are with Taiisa Kelly. She has brought us into the fold, and so we're going to be a part of that. But when it comes to the housing committee specifically, no, I know there are a lot of different moving housing committees, and that don't really,
For the township, we have one for the Township of Montclair, the Housing Committee. So I can tell you more about it later and make sure that that's where you connect, because that's where those decisions begin. And then we include the community and other people. Thank you so much.
And also zoning, if I am interested, you said that there are opportunities to join committees, especially maybe zoning opportunities, I'd be interested. But I'll send you all an email, just to introduce myself.
Don't leave, I'll tell you how to do that before you leave. Next, please.
Alexis. You're right on the top.
Good evening.
Good evening. How you guys doing? We're almost
Great.
done.
Just great.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. My name is Keith Haskell. I've gained a reputation over the past few years as the world's #1 leading spotted lanternfly squisher. My work has been published in the Bradford Reader and Suburban Essex Magazine.
Okay.
Today, I would like to formally wage a new war against an evil entity. This one's synthetic turf. Montclair has been getting covered in plastic turf, synthetic turf, artificial fields. It seems fine on the surface, but with my very own eyes, I've seen that it's poison. Last month, I went to Mountainside. I had brought a temperature gun. It was 91 degrees outside. The natural grass clocked in at 92 degrees. The turf clocked in at 142 degrees. That is a 50-degree difference. You hear about the science. I did it myself. It's real. And temperatures of 120 degrees cause skin burns within 2 seconds of making contact. This is what we want the kids to be playing on, is this AstroTurf. It's 50 degrees hotter. The world is getting hotter. We are willingly and intentionally creating heat islands in Montclair to just make the world hotter faster. Bugs don't live on it. Birds don't fly around it. Animals that live. We're just polluting. We're killing the world on purpose. I don't understand why we'd be doing this. And turf is made out of PFAS, which sounds like a happy word. PFAS sounds happy. No, it's forever chemicals. It's poison. And these chemicals, when it rains, leach into the waterways that we're going to be drinking. When you play on a synthetic turf, you're breathing in these chemicals. You're poisoning yourself. When you're eating or drinking on a field, as kids often do, you're consuming the PFAS. It's poison. And you can look into the EPA. I'll quote them on this. Pardon me if you've heard this all before, but I can't believe this is still happening when these facts are here. The EPA says the current peer-reviewed scientific studies have shown that exposure to certain levels of PFAS may lead to reproductive effects such as decreased fertility or increased high blood pressure in pregnant women, developmental effects or delays in children, including low birth weight, accelerated puberty, bone variations, or behavioral changes, increased risk of some cancers, including prostate, kidney, and testicular cancers, reduced ability of the body's immune system to fight infections, including reduced vaccine response, interference with the body's natural hormones, and increased cholesterol levels and or risk of obesity. That's from the EPA, that's our government. So we gotta get ahead of this. For our health, and for our egos, we wanna be better than Maplewood and South Orange. We've gotta beat them to the punch. I'm asking you guys, how? How can we get it banned? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Not a rhetorical question. What can I do? Like, what can I do?
Thank you
Keep
very
coming
much.
back. Keep coming back.
Okay, this is my second time. I will, but like, I don't want it to fall upon deaf ears.
You can come in now. Thank you. That's why
Morning.
get the questions in advance before they
Got science, mathematics, and I got cannabis, so. My name is Eric Payne, 70 South Fullerton. Just a reminder of the cannabis issue. Councilman D'Amato, appreciate you mentioning to me that you wanted to get it moving. You know, the amended ordinance resolution was a result of the 4 cannabis awardees making notes or suggestions. And so kind of what you have that now to work with was kind of based on the suggestions of all 4 of us, our experiences working together and trading notes about how to go about the process and some of the obstacles we were running into. So I would just encourage you guys, whenever you can move forward with that in a new, improved form or whatever way you want to move it, that it helps us as well. I'm particularly excited about, you know, making money and all that is great, but also what it can do for the town. And there's a lot of issues that it can help, that the revenue can bring some support to. So that's what I'm excited about, really briefly. But I just wanted to encourage you guys to move forward with that and remind you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Ms. Avery.
Okay, back for a second time. Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I also appreciated the presentation on affordable housing. The things that I've been thinking about lately, I toured the south end of Montclair a couple of weeks ago, looking at the developments on Pleasant Avenue and High Street. And then the issue that we have with these turf fields, it seems to me that once you cover natural grass with artificial turf, that is no longer open space. So it's like now we are creating open space deficit, and you know, the movement for affordable housing requires an increase in density. And so as we are thinking about this new plan, this new master plan for our town, we have to really balance density and not destroy open space. So when you're talking about subdivisions, you know, you're going to lose open space. Now, my parents lived on Nantucket Island during the, you know, late 70s to the late 90s, and they were in real estate. And, you know, on Nantucket, what they did is you could donate land to conservation. So that's what they, you know, I know my parents did it. I don't know if it was, I don't recall if it was required. You know, you probably got a tax deduction because it was considered a charitable donation, the value of the land that you donated. But one of the comments I made when we were reviewing the budget in May is there's a whole page of the budget form that says, you know, open space. How much money are we putting, you know, towns have it. Some towns have it. We don't have it. I think it's something we need to really seriously consider because obviously there's a housing crisis, there's a lack of affordable housing, we need to develop affordable housing, but we have to balance it with the environmental concerns. And then just really quickly, I regularly Oprah legal bills, and so I had some legal bills from Riker Danzig covering services rendered from November 2023 through February 2024. They were heavily redacted. However, the top of the invoice did say these $26,000 of invoices were for an investigation. So I Oprah'd, say, please provide a copy of the investigative report. And ultimately it was denied, but the initial message that I received from the town is that they needed an extension to satisfy my Oprah request beyond the 7 business days because of limited or no access to the computer software and/or drive that holds the record. So, not a good response, right? Not a good response. We have to be honest and truthful, okay? It is not appropriate for the town to hide things from the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to? No. So at this point in time, let's start over here with Councilor Toller, and we're going to go to the order. If there's anything that you wish to share with the community at this time, please.
Okay, let's see, what do we have? Again, Fourth Ward movie or documentary, if anyone is interested, please send me an email at the township website. I can put you in touch with the young lady that's putting together a documentary on Fourth Ward residents, past and present. So if you have any family or friends, just let them know if they wish to be a part of this documentary to please reach out to me. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to wish these two happy birthday.
Ah, happy birthday.
It is now your birthday, right?
Okay, happy birthday.
Since it is, what's today, Wednesday? I don't remember.
It is. Okay.
But in any event, so on August 22nd at the library at 6:30 to 8:30 p.m., I'm going to have Third Ward Town Hall meeting, still putting together the agenda. There's going to be an announcement. I'm going to have the town send it out. So there's more to come. We have another meeting between that time, so I'll announce it again. But for those of you that are still up, the 22nd at the library.
What time was that?
6:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 announcements. September 4th is from 6:30 to 8:30 at the Firehouse out at 1 Pine Street. It's going to be my first town hall, and Councilor Luckman is going to join me. We're going to put together, we're going to work on the agenda, but generally speaking, we wanted to do sort of a Montclair government one-on-one. For, a lot of people in town really don't know how our government works, how our town works, our form of government. So we want to get more people excited about learning about our town. And let's see, 2 community events I wanted to share about. So August 1st, there's a walk and read event at 3 o'clock at Glenfield Park. It's one of 3 events. Sort of boost to try to boost literacy, and these events are free. They're being done in partnership with the Judy Weston Garden, the Montclair Public Library, and the Montclair Public Library Foundation. So the first one is August 1st at 3, and then they have additional ones on August 3rd, Watchung Park at 9:30 a.m. and Nishuane Park at 11 a.m. So that sounds fun. come out and support the library and literacy. And then this weekend, August 3rd, from 1 to 3, there's a really special event at the Geyer Family YMCA. It's called the Summer Shoot-a-thon for Boys Mental Health, and it is organized by the Montclair High School Boys Mental Health Support Group in association with Jared's Fund. It's actually a project that has been organized by a rising senior at Montclair High, who is a Jared's Fund Summer Fellow. And Jared's Fund is a nonprofit that was started here by a family in town whose the parents' son, the family's son, lost his life to mental illness. So yeah, it sounds like a great event, and hopefully a lot of people will join and end the stigma. That's it. August 3rd.
Councilor Lockman?
Well, I'm racking my brains. I had something, but I forgot what it was. So I'm sorry. So that's me. That's it.
Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just take a minute to talk about the senior freeze tax reimbursement program. Last week, the state of New Jersey mailed out 125,000 checks totaling $145 million. And according to the Division of Taxation, when I asked them, only 178 went to people in Montclair. Now, we have over 5,500 residents age 65 and over. So I encourage you, if you or someone you know who may qualify, and this is people age 65 and over and disabled adults, that to please check in to see if you would qualify for the senior freeze tax reimbursement. And essentially, you can have if you enroll this year, you can have your taxes locked at your 2022 payment. And going forward, that would become your base year. And then every year you would be reimbursed by the state for money that you pay for your taxes. So, for example, in 2019, the average check to Montclair resident for senior freeze was $2,600. So this can be substantial money. And the reason that I bring it up especially is because last year the state increased the income eligibility level. So as of last year it was $99,000, but this year it is for 2022 income it is $150,000. So if you didn't qualify last year because, say, your income was, and this is income, not assets, just to be clear, back to it, what is it, like 6 hours ago, we were talking about the difference between income and assets. This is income. You can have assets more than $150,000. But I bring this up because you need to file by October 31st. So we will be talking about this more because I do think this is an important opportunity, especially because we will be seeing effects of the school bond referendum coming in the years to come. So you really want to lock in your base year now. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilor D'Amato?
So it is now August 1st, which means... What? So one more day to pay your taxes. Now, have the bills gone out?
I was going to address that.
I saw it in the portal, yeah. I apologize. Sorry for getting ahead of the gun. And I apologize for everybody who has to pay that bill, because it is very, very, very high if you see it. Yes. And it should be our job to really look at that for everybody. And we should probably staple it to our arm for a couple of days and just stare at it and know that that's not on your head, because then you can't see it. I apologize to the people who had their evenings scrambled because they thought that they would have a chance to comment on agenda items. I apologize that I did not push harder to begin the process of getting our public commenting system together and to be the best that it can be. We will work on that a little bit more. Our first job, I think all of us up here is to make a council that is better in terms of respecting the residents that pay those bills.
Respect ourselves, we can't even.
And we need to do that. We need to be accountable. Everybody needs to be accountable. I would ask the manager, remind the manager that at the last meeting I asked for a little bit of accountability, which is a written record of some sort, helping us understand what did happen that led to the tax bills being delayed, which have led to some lost income for the town of 6 figures, from what I understand.
Can I address that, Council? As to the, I'm working on a document with the time frame as to what had occurred, but I just want to make clarification on this, what I believe is misinformation about lost revenue. I asked and found out when we had our tax rate struck in the past. Our tax rate was struck this year on July 22nd. In 2017, it was struck on July 19th. In 2018, it was struck on July 18th. In 2019, it was July 8th. 2020 was an estimated bill. 2021, it was July 26th. 2022 was 7/12. 2023 was 7/14. So our tax rate was struck just like in the range of when it was struck every other year. And on the day ours was struck, 12 out of the 22 towns in Essex County were struck. There's not this great loss of revenue. It was posted online. The taxes are being paid, but there was not this great loss of 6 figures of revenue. The way the state works is, despite the fact that tax bills can go out July 1st, the state has to approve your budget. The state does not approve your budget until after they approve their budget, which they have to do by July 1st. After that, 566 municipalities submit their budgets to the state. Granted, we did have a hiccup in our process there, but in terms of the ultimate impact on our revenues, it is within the range of virtually every other year. If you average those out, the average date would be 7/16, so we are 6 days later. But this is all in the range of, I just want to clarify, we did not lose $150,000 or $175,000 in revenues. We are in the same range as everything else. I can't tell you that if it was perfect, we might have gotten our tax rate struck 5 days sooner. I can tell you the state and the tax board were extraordinarily cooperative in correcting our problem, but we have not lost a tremendous amount of revenue. And I can assure you that the steps will be taken to make sure that next year this problem does not happen again.
Well, then I apologize even one more time for assuming that maybe we had this problem. However, I am going to ask again that I see some kind of written explanation of what happened in that standoff. It's okay. It doesn't have to name names. I would just like to have it for the record. I think I'm done apologizing, although I will say that my own, and I apologize in advance for if I lose my temper the next time if I don't see it. I'm going to have my own Ward 1 meeting, and I will apologize that it's the latest one. It's September 17th, and it's actually late at night. It's 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, because up in the first ward, we let it go. So 8 o'clock at the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library on Tuesday, September 17th. And with that, Mayor and Councilor Birmingham will have one that same night, some other time. Mayor, your turn.
Thank you. So, yes, first thing I want to do is let everybody know about the Medieval Fest that's going to come on August 25th. The Early Music Group, it's a nonprofit in town, is hosting their first annual Music Fest. It's going to be held at the Montclair Art Museum. It's on August 25th from 11 a.m. to 4. They're going to have live music, dancing, games, crafts, armored nights. You can get dressed up and bring the family foods and drinks and vendors, and they're really excited about it. They're encouraging people to get in costume and just have a good time. Some of the people that are sponsors, co-sponsors, are the Montclair Brewery, Montclair Art Museum, and a few other people. It is a fundraiser. For adults, it's $25, seniors is $20, and youth $10, and children 12 and under, it's free. So you can come out and support them. I don't know if you're all familiar with the early music program, but it's an excellent program with recorders, and they provide free music lessons for our youth that are looking to learn that. I'd just like to reiterate that there's a difference in the purpose of our council conference meetings and our regular meetings. Thanks. A difference in the purpose for the council conference meetings and the regular meetings. The conference meetings are really supposed to be so that the council can get through a lot of business that we otherwise can't get through. As most of you that are still here, and maybe some at home, understand, we can't meet in a group of more than 3 of us at any one time. And so it's the only time that we can really come together as a group and get things done. So as you see, with a very short and limited agenda, it's after 12 now, and it was a great meeting. I think the housing was great. The questions, the people that came forward, they were all important things. But we have to make some decisions about the best ways to help us to get through the things that we have to know, especially considering that I'm the only person here that served on council before. There's a lot of things that people have to, go through, learn, and it takes a bunch of time. So when I made the decision that there will be one time during conference meetings to come up and talk about whatever topics you want to talk, it was really so that we can try to get through the things that we have to do to better serve you. When we have our regular meetings, we'll continue to have 2 times that the public can come up. But I noticed tonight, and at the last meeting, I was trying to be generous, and I said, I really hope that you guys will stick to 3 minutes, and I wasn't rushing in to stop people, and it wasn't my idea to have the buzzer going off that was a loud and harsh noise, because I wanted to see what would happen if I said, please try to keep it to 3 minutes. And that didn't seem to work very well. It seemed like it was an invitation for some people to go on and to other things. And again, it's not that it's not important, but it's that we have time constraints. And so I think moving forward, I am going to try to say, 3 minutes, and, hopefully that'll work a little better, because it didn't work well when I said, please try to, and I wasn't going for it. So we'll see. We'll work it out. This is just our second meeting, and we will work through it, and we appreciate you all and want to hear from you. The other thing that I want to say is please try to get your questions to us. If you get them to us in writing a week before, we will try to have an answer for you when you come here, rather than oftentimes not having an answer. And so that's it. We appreciate you. Sign up for our committees and commissions, and we look forward to working with you. Councilor Burr?
Nothing.
Attorney Burr?
Due to the late hour.
You're counsel too.
No.
Counsel Burr.
Attorney Burr.
Attorney Burr.
Due to the lateness of the hour, and I'm sure everyone here is hungry and wants to get home.
No, we
and
had
try
cupcakes.
and get a little snack in before they hit the
Cupcakes.
sack. I have nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you.
I just forgot to mention.
Mr. LaPola?
August 6th is National Night Out on South Park Street. Get to know the police department. And I would like to thank Councilor Birmingham for the cupcakes, because that was my dinner.
Thank you. Mr. Fan?
Nothing to report, man.
I'd like to thank you for finally getting us our telephones. So if you guys want to know, we got our cell phones from the township tonight. So I guess by tomorrow we will all have cell phones, and hopefully we'll start putting those numbers out so you can reach us. It's really important. We want you to be able to reach us. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Fan.
You're welcome. We will post it on the website by tomorrow at the end of business day.
Okay, a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Yay.
Any opposed? All right, happy birthday. I didn't know it was your